Chapter 1 Bought the beast-eared girl at a high price, but reimbursed with public funds. White Dove Town, Kingdom of Wit. In the dark and damp underground passage, a blond young man in a white priest's robe, holding a magic wand in his hand, followed the short and fat slave trader slowly. "Reverend Lei Luo, what kind of orc slaves do you want to buy?" The slave trader, who walked with his feet turned outward, asked the blond young man as he walked forward. The blond youth's eyes moved slightly as he pondered for a moment. "This orc slave will serve as my assistant. The church is a sacred place dedicated to the gods and cannot tolerate any defilement. She must be a perfect virgin." "Yeah, that makes sense." The slave trader agreed with the blond young man. "Only pure girls who have not been tainted by evil things are worthy of entering and leaving the church." The blond young man is named Lei Luo Simmons. He is 21 years old this year, and he is an apprentice pastor at the White Dove Town Church in the Kingdom of Wit. He is mainly responsible for preaching. Yesterday, Lei Luo unlocked a plugin called the Strongest Auxiliary System, and he could get rewards by completing system tasks. Lei Luo's first mission was to sign a contract with an orc slave. The two walked one after the other to the deepest part of the dungeon. The environment was dark and damp, and there was a strange smell in the air that was a mixture of sweat and excrement. In order to save costs, stingy slave traders were even unwilling to spend money to clean for the slaves. Small cells were built on both sides of the passage, where human and orc slaves were imprisoned. The slave trader stopped in front of an iron gate and opened the small window on it. "Mr. Lei Luo, what do you think of her?" Lei Luo stuck his head out and peeked through the small window. A thin girl was curled up in the corner of the dungeon. He has single eyelids, squinty eyes, a big square face, and a pair of pointed gray fox ears on his head. Good news, it's a fox girl. Bad news, it's a Tibetan fox. This one is too thin and weak. He doesn't have the strength to work. Let's change him. The slave trader led Lei Luo forward and stopped in front of another iron gate. He opened the small window on the iron gate and asked, "What about this one?" Lei Luo looked inside and saw a slender black-haired girl sitting against the wall, with her back against the wall, her hair disheveled, a pair of furry black cat ears among her long black hair, and a long black cat tail wrapped around her waist. "How big is this?" 19. "Let's see." The slave trader took out the key and opened the iron door of the dungeon. The two walked into the dungeon. When someone came in, the cat girl immediately became alert. The hair on her cat ears and tail stood up, her teeth were bared, and her eyes were fierce. "You still dare to show your teeth?" The slave trader took the whip from his waist and whipped it in the air. Bang! A crisp sound. The Catman girl instinctively shrank her neck. This was a conditioned reflex, indicating that she had been whipped more than once on the way here. Facing the slave trader's whip, the cat girl wrapped her arms around her knees, curled up into a ball, and trembled. Fear was revealed in her pitiful eyes, as if to say, "Don't hit me." Just as the slave trader was about to beat the cat girl, Lei Luo raised his hand to stop the slave trader. "Don't hit her." After glaring fiercely at the Catman girl, the slave trader put away the whip. Lei Luo walked up to the cat girl and said, "You, stand up and let me see." Not daring to resist, the cat girl stood up, barefoot, with long legs and a tall figure. Although she looks disheveled, it cannot hide her superb beauty. If she dresses up, she should have a bright future. "I want this." "How much is it?" This Catman girl is not only young and beautiful, but also a virgin, without any injuries on her body. The price is quite high, 100 gold coins. The exchange rate in the Kingdom of Wit is, 1 gold coin equals 100 silver coins equals 10,000 copper coins. In a western border town like Beige Town, the average annual income per person is about 3 gold coins, so 100 gold coins is a lot of money for ordinary people. The slave trader was worried that Lei Luo would find the price too high, so he explained the reason to Lei Luo and made him understand that you get what you pay for. At this price, buy it. Lei Luo bought it without hesitation. Anyway, the money is paid by the Holy See, and the money saved by bargaining is not yours. You are a very generous gentleman. It was rare to meet a customer who didn't bargain, so the slave trader smiled happily, with 2 large groundhog-like front teeth visible on his fat face. "Write me an IOU first, and I'll pay you after I'm reimbursed." 100 gold coins is not a small amount, and Lei Luo does not have that much cash. "No problem." The slave trader readily agreed to give Lei Luo credit. Everyone in White Dove Town knows that Lei Luo is an apprentice priest at the town's holy church. The clergy belong to the privileged class in the religious Kingdom of Wit, and their social status is comparable to that of the upper nobility. Becoming a priest of the Holy See is the dream of every young man in the kingdom of wit. There's even a saying among women in the kingdom that they'd rather marry an ordinary priest than a millionaire businessman. Therefore, giving credit to a pastor involves minimal risk. What's your name, kitty? With a smile on his handsome face, Lei Luo approached the Catman girl and asked in the gentlest voice possible. The Catman girl lowered her head, was wary of Lei Luo, and said nothing. Her name is Mia, the slave trader introduced. Let's sign the contract first. The orcs are more powerful than humans, and they must be bound by slave contracts to prevent them from harming their masters. Lei Luo didn't want to sleep, so he was stabbed by his own slave in the middle of the night. The three of them left the dungeon and came to a room on the second floor of the slave shop. A white-haired old man in a black robe was sitting leisurely at the desk in the room reading a book. The slave trader pushed the door open and said to the white-haired old man, "Kovner, sign a slave contract for this guest and the slave." The white-haired old man is a magician working for a slave trader, specializing in signing master-servant contracts between slaves and masters. He put down the book in his hand, took out a page of golden contract document from the drawer, picked up a quill pen, and buried his head in writing some mysterious runes on the contract document. Then he took out 2 knives and walked in front of Lei Luo and the cat girl. An old voice sounded, "Just cut your finger and press your bloody fingerprint on the contract document." Lei Luo took the knife, cut his index finger, and pressed his fingerprint in the owner column in the lower right corner of the contract document. The cat girl took the knife with a hesitant expression. Signing the slave contract meant that she would be at the mercy of the slave owner for the rest of her life and would lose her freedom forever. "Sign quickly, do you want to be whipped again?" the slave trader urged ferociously. With her eyelids drooping, as if accepting her fate, the cat girl cut her finger with a knife and pressed her fingerprint in the slave column in the lower left corner. The white-haired old man took the golden contract document and chanted an unknown magic spell. In an instant, the golden contract document turned into countless golden light particles and flew into the bodies of Lei Luo and the Catman girl. Immediately afterwards, a blood-red contract mark appeared on the back of the Catman girl's hand. Chapter 2, The Catmaid is Awesome. Mission completed, reward skill, shield. Lei Luo opened the system panel and checked his own properties. Host, Lei Luo. Max health, 100. Skills, healing LV, 1, shield LV, 1. Equipment, none. Heal a single target for 100% of the host's maximum health. Shield, applies a shield to the host that can resist any form of attack. The shield strength is 100% of the maximum health. Gained another auxiliary skill. The system is called the Strongest Assistance System. Lei Luo estimates that the skills or items rewarded by the system are all related to assistance. Just assist, there is nothing wrong with assisting. As the saying goes, the support is permanent, but the sea is transient. A truly powerful support can win even with a dog on its leash. Quest, reach 100 points of favorability with Mia. Reward, maximum HP plus 10,000. Current favorability 0. After completing the first task, the system gave Lei Luo the second task. 10,000 health points? Lei Luo scratched his head, his handsome face a little confused. The Tenoria continent is not a game world. If the head is chopped off, there should be no big difference between 100 health points and 10,000 health points. Both will die. In addition, there is a LV, one behind the healing and shield skills, which means that the healing skills and shield skills can be upgraded. How to upgrade skills? Lei Luo asked the system. Hosts can obtain skill points and upgrade their skills by completing system tasks. All right. Lei Luo had already guessed that skills were upgraded by completing tasks, and asking was just to confirm. After signing the slave contract, Lei Luo left an IOU to the slave trader, and the slave trader gave Lei Luo a receipt for the money he received. Next time you go to the cathedral in Sand City to claim reimbursement for your purchases, you'll need the payment receipt. Taking the dirty Nia out of the slave shop, we came to the main street of White Dove Town. Both sides of the street were 2- or 3-story wooden houses in the European medieval style. Golden sunlight falls on my face. After staying in the dim dungeon for more than a month, Mia was unable to adapt to the sunlight outside. She squinted her eyes and raised her hand to her forehead to block the sunlight. The 2 big white rabbits on his chest rose and fell, and he took big gulps of fresh air from the outside. The air outside was much fresher than that in the dungeon. After a brief adaptation, Mia looked at Lei Luo beside her, and a hint of fear flashed in her eyes. I heard from the elders of the cat people that human slave owners are all perverts who like to torture slaves. Although this young man looks good, the standard for judging whether a person is good or bad is never based on appearance. Beneath the good appearance, there may be a perverted and twisted soul. Lei Luo's second task is to reach a favorability of 100 points with Mia. For a hungry slave, feeding food is an important way to gain the other party's favorability. Mia, come with me. Lei Luo walked towards the vegetable market, leaning on his magic wand. Mia was unfamiliar with the place, so she followed Lei Luo carefully, observing the streets of Beigetown as she walked. Beigetown is not big, and many people know Lei Luo. As he walked along, many people greeted Lei Luo. When he arrived at the vegetable market, Lei Luo bought 2 sea fish, and also bought salt, garlic, chili peppers, green onions and other seasonings. When he passed by a bakery, he bought 6 ordinary loaves of bread. Mia followed behind Lei Luo and couldn't help swallowing when she saw the bread and sea fish in Lei Luo's hands. The food in the dungeon was very poor. The bread was made of bran and a small amount of low-quality flour. It was dry and hard and difficult to swallow. The bread in Lei Luo's arms exuded a rich wheat aroma, and you knew it was delicious just by smelling it. And those 2 fresh sea fish make people drool. But Mia knew in her heart that she was just a slave. No slave owner would be so kind as to share fine food with his slaves. She had no part in bread and sea fish. Lei Luo took Mia to the center of Beigetown, crossed several streets, and returned to their residence. This is a 2-story residential house, which belongs to the property of the White Dove Town Church. As an apprentice pastor of the church, Lei Luo can live there at will. He took out the key, opened the door, and put the sea fish and bread on the table. Mia followed him into the living room of the cabin, stood in the middle of the living room, turned her head, and looked around curiously. The living room was clean and tidy, 1,000 times better than the dark and damp dungeon. It must be warm to live in a house like this. At this time, Lei Luo took out a bag of gray-black powder from the system warehouse and handed it to Mia. What's this? Mia stared at Lei Luo with her pretty face. Wood ash, go to the bathroom and take a shower. Apply the wood ash on your body while you're showering. These wood ashes were what Lei Luo asked the bakery owner for when he bought bread just now. Wood ash is weakly alkaline and has a certain ability to clean oil stains. There is no soap in the other world, so wood ash is used instead. Oh. Mia nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Lei Luo walked to the room next to the living room and took out a classic black and white maid outfit from the closet. After you take a shower, throw away your beggar clothes and put on this new outfit. Mia took the maid outfit. It was clean and soft, and should be very comfortable to wear. Where's the bathroom? The first room on the right on the 2nd floor. Mia, wearing her maid outfit and carrying the bag of wood ash, went to the bathroom on the 2nd floor to take a shower. Lei Luo took 2 sea fish and went to the kitchen to cook. Food is the most important thing for people. The first thing Lei Luo did when he arrived in the continent of Tenoria was to change the kitchen stove to the style of earth and buy an iron pot. I usually buy my own vegetables and cook Chinese delicacies such as fish-flavored shredded pork, braised pork, and sweet and sour spare ribs. Mia is a cat person, and cats like to eat fish, so Lei Luo plans to make boiled fish for Mia to try. More than half an hour passed. After a busy period, Lei Luo brought a large pot of boiled fish and placed it on the table. The fragrance filled the room. At this time, Mia had already taken a shower, changed into new clothes, and looked refreshed. Dressed in a classic black and white maid outfit, the white apron is embellished with delicate black lace, outlining Mia's slender waist. The black dress fits her figure perfectly, showcasing her perfect curves. The slightly open neckline of the maid outfit reveals her delicate collarbone, adding a touch of sexiness and charm. The black cat's dark eyes are bright and lively, its eyebrows are like faint marks of ink on distant mountains, and under its small and delicate nose are lips as pink as cherry blossoms. Her long black hair fell down softly like a waterfall, with slightly curled ends. Her 2 furry cat ears stood up, leaning slightly forward and shaking gently, revealing an indescribable cuteness. The tip of her black cat tail peeked out from the hem of her maid outfit. A pair of straight and slender legs are faintly visible under the hem of the maid outfit, and every step is light and graceful. As Mia walked down the stairs, the pair of big white rabbits on her chest trembled. When Lei Luo saw Mia coming down the stairs, he exclaimed in his heart, "Catgirl maid is so awesome." Attached photo, Catgirl. Chapter 3 Catgirl and Feather Duster. Walking into the living room on the 1st floor, Mia, feeling hungry, looked at the large pot of steaming boiled fish and bread on the table. The wheat aroma of bread and the meaty aroma of fish mixed together, stimulating Mia's olfactory nerves. Her beautiful black eyes flashed with burning desire and she swallowed her saliva wildly. Smells good. So good. If you can eat the bread and fish on the table, it must be the happiest thing in the world. However, slaves were not entitled to sit at the table and eat with their masters. Fighting her hunger, Mia walked to the corner of the living room and squatted down, facing the wall, trying her best not to look at the delicious food on the table. Mia, what are you doing squatting by the wall? Lei Luo asked in confusion. Mia turned her head, her cat ears drooping, a bitter expression on her face. The fish and bread smell so good, I'm afraid I won't be able to resist jumping on the table. When people are hungry, they can do anything. Once, Mia was too hungry and robbed the slave traders of their food, and was almost beaten to death by them. After that incident, she no longer dared to offend slave traders, nor did she dare to offend the slave owner Lei Luo. Lei Luo smiled. This cat girl was quite honest. I explained to Mia, this was originally made for you, come and eat it. Made for me? But I'm just a slave. Mia widened her beautiful eyes slightly, unable to believe what she heard. The slave owner invited the slave to the table for dinner? What a magical thing, it's like the sun rising from the west and looking for virgins in a brothel. Lei Luo crossed his legs, crossed his fingers on his knees, and sat in a domineering posture. He said calmly, slaves are also human beings and need to eat. I spent 100 gold coins to buy you. I can't let you starve. Mia was so hungry. With the owner's permission, he no longer had any scruples and pounced on the table like a hungry ghost. He picked up 2 loaves of bread, opened his mouth to an exaggerated degree, took a bite on the left, then a bite on the right, stuffing his cheeks with food as he kept chewing. The soft and sweet bread, with the aroma of wheat filling your mouth, is so delicious. Meow, it's delicious, so delicious. It tastes 100 times better than the coarse bread in the dungeon. With her mouth full of food, Mia spoke in a deep voice and a happy smile on her face. Eat as much as you want, don't be polite to me. As an apprentice priest of the Vatican, Lei Luo is richer than most people and doesn't care about this little food. Thank you, sir. Mia quickly finished 2 loaves of bread and then picked up 2 more loaves of bread and gobbled them up. This slave owner seems to be different from the slave owner that the cat people elders talked about. Mia's favorability towards the host +10. The system sound rang out. Feeding the orcs food can indeed win their favor. Lei Luo was secretly delighted and said to Mia, that pot of boiled fish is also made for you. After finishing the bread in her hand as quickly as possible, Mia cast her eyes on the large pot of steaming boiled fish in the middle of the table. She reached out and scooped up a piece of fish from the pot, not caring about the heat, and put it into her mouth. The fish melts in your mouth and is incredibly tender. The fresh and fragrant taste instantly explodes on the tip of your tongue, and the pleasure spreads from the tip of your tongue all the way to your whole body, and every taste bud is cheering. Mia was trembling with pleasure, and she was so excited that it seemed as if her cat life had reached its climax. Mia's favorability towards the host +10. One meal added 20 points to his favorability, and Lei Luo was very satisfied with it. After showing off the pot of boiled fish, Mia picked up the pot, drank all the soup, and slumped in the chair, feeling extremely satisfied physically and mentally. Mia, from now on you will follow me and work for me, and you will have delicious food every day. Work? What do you do? Mia sat up straight, raised her cat ears, and looked at Lei Luo warily. There is no reproductive isolation between different races on the continent of Tenoria, so bad things might happen. My main job is hunting monsters. My side job, ahem. I'll tell you about the side job later. It would be a lie to say that he didn't want to kill such a beautiful cat girl on the spot, but now Lei Luo wanted to improve his favorability with Mia, so he had to max it out first. Okay, Master Lei Luo. Hunting monsters is a bit dangerous, but it is a serious job. It is much better to earn food through your own hard work than to reproduce offspring for evil slave owners. At this moment, Mia feels that her future is bright. Lei Luo had raised a tabby cat before and often used a cat teaser to play with it. He knew that cats are lively and curious by nature. I wonder if cat girls are the same. He walked to the living room window, picked up the feather duster next to the window, and came to Mia. Use the feather duster as a cat toy and wave it in front of Mia. Mia narrowed her eyes slightly, a little speechless. Master Lei Luo, if I were a few years older, I might be interested in feather dusters, but I am already 19 years old and a mature cat girl. I am not interested in feather dusters. Is this true? Lei Luo didn't stop and continued to wave the feather duster in front of Mia. The colorful feather duster swayed in front of her, as if it had a magical power that aroused the most primitive desire in Mia's heart, and she had an urge to grab it. No, no, I'm a grown catgirl and can't do such childish things. Mia resisted the temptation of the feather duster. The colorful feather dusters are so beautiful and fun. Mia held on for a few more minutes before she couldn't resist the temptation anymore and reached for the feather duster. He. Lei Luo showed a smile as if he had succeeded in his evil plan. The feather duster was simply a treasure for cats. Meow 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 meow. This is so interesting. Mia's eyes were bright, a smile appeared on her face, and she kept making happy cat sounds from her mouth. Mia's favorability towards the host +5. The system sound rang again. Lei Luo played with Mia for a while, then contentedly put away the feather duster, and his favorability with Mia reached 25 points. This cat girl is easier to capture than you think. Mia looked at Lei Luo with resentment, feeling sorry for herself. It was a shame that she was being controlled by humans. The next day, Lei Luo took Mia to the White Dove Town Church. The White Dove Town Church is small in size and is built entirely of black stone. It has a towering spire and is a typical Gothic building. In the small square in front of the church stands a dignified and gentle statue of a woman with long ears like an elf. Some of her long hair is scattered behind her, and some of it is braided into a big braid on her chest. There are a few leaves on the hair beside her ears as decoration. She is wearing a thin veil and her appearance is extremely beautiful. The Holy See believes in the goddess of life, and there is a statue of the goddess of life in front of every church. The believers stood in front of the statue of the goddess of life, closed their eyes, clasped their hands together, and prayed silently. A young believer greeted Lei Luo. "Good morning, Pastor Lei Luo. I really envy you for being a clergyman. This is all the guidance of fate. The goddess of life is in charge of life. If you want to become a priest of the Holy See, the first requirement is to learn the most basic healing magic. Lei Luo's healing skills have the same effect as healing magic. The people in the Vatican thought that Lei Luo could perform healing magic, so they asked Lei Luo to be an apprentice priest in the small church in White Dove Town. Lei Luo walked into the church and saw a pattern in the shape of tree branches and buds hanging in the lobby. The goddess of life is also known as the goddess of plants and trees, which is said to be her original form. "Reverend Lei, where is Father Green?" a man asked Lei Luo. "I don't know. I'll go to the back hall and take a look." Lei Luo guessed that old man Green had overslept. There are only two clergymen in the White Dove Town Church, Lei Luo and Green is Lei Luo's superior. Father Green is usually not very attentive to his work. Although he is not a good priest, this does not prevent him from being a good boss who signs contracts readily. Lei Luo had discussed the purchase of work slaves with Father Green in advance, and Father Green readily agreed. Chapter 4: The water slime feels really good. Boom, boom, boom. In the living area at the back of the church, Lei Luo came to the door of Father Green's bedroom and knocked on it. "Who?" A middle-aged man's voice came from the room. "I, Lei Luo, and the believers are waiting for you to preside over the prayer ceremony." "Got it, wait a moment." Soon, the door opened. A middle-aged man in a loose white gown walked to the door. He was not tall but had a well-proportioned build. He wore a small round hat and a golden badge on his chest with a tree branch and bud pattern in the middle. Father Green, dressed in a respectable manner, held a church scripture in his right hand and held a little boy in black stockings in his left hand. The little boy in black stockings had a look of fear in his eyes. One of his hands was held by Father Green, and the other hand was covering his butt. There seemed to be tears in the corners of his eyes. Lei Luo knew this little boy, a member of the youth choir of the White Dove Town Church. Father Green seemed to see Lei Luo's confusion and explained with a smile, "Robin was invaded by a demon. I exorcised the demon for him last night. The exorcism process was very exhausting, so I overslept. Thanks to the blessing of the goddess of life, the exorcism was successful." Lei Luo looked at Robin, who was covering his buttocks, and his eyes trembled slightly. "Is your exorcism serious?" Cough, cough. Father Green coughed twice and did not answer Lei Luo's question. He looked at Mia, who was following behind Lei Luo, and changed the subject. "Lei Luo, is this the orc slave you bought?" "Yes, her name is Mia." Lei Luo introduced. "How much did it cost?" 100 gold coins. Grain always turned a blind eye to Lei Luo's wanton squandering of church funds. "Fill out the reimbursement form, I'll sign it for you, and you can take it to the cathedral in Sun City for reimbursement." "Thank you, Father Green." Lei Luo thanked Green. Daily maintenance of the church, promotion of religious doctrines, festival celebrations, and other projects all require money. A priest of Green's level has the authority to approve reimbursements of funds within 100 gold coins. As long as the amount of a single fund does not exceed 100 gold coins, Green can be asked to sign and approve the reimbursement. Under normal circumstances, the priests in the church have a pious heart and will not reimburse public funds against their conscience. They will reject all unreasonable reimbursement items. However, Father Green was different. He signed for reimbursement of all expenses, whether reasonable or unreasonable. After becoming a trainee pastor, Lei Luo often found various excuses to embezzle public funds and had accumulated a small amount of money. Lei Luo looked at the black stockings on the little boy's legs and said to Grain, "Father Grain, I have another question." "What's the problem?" "Where did you buy Robin's black stockings?" 226, Tuku Street, San City. "Okay." Lei Luo planned to buy 2 for Mia when he went to Sun City to claim reimbursement. It's not for anything else, the main reason is that black silk can prevent varicose veins. Glenn took the little boy named Robin out of the church apps. Lei Luo came to the library area in the back hall of the church, took a reimbursement form from the shelf and began to fill it out. He mainly wrote down the reason for purchasing the orc slaves, the purchase method, and the amount of money spent, and then attached the receipt issued by the slave shop as a basis. "Mia, we'll go to Sun City to settle the bill tomorrow, and I'll buy you a suitable weapon later. You may encounter monsters on the road, so buy some weapons to protect yourself." "Thank you, Master Lei Luo." Mia was very happy. Lord Lei Luo not only bought her delicious food, but also bought her weapons. He was much better than those slave traders who liked to whip slaves. Mia's favorability towards the host +5. The favorability between Lei Luo and Mia reaches 30 points. Mission: hunt down 10 slimes. Mission reward: super powerful attack. Super powerful attack, the name sounds like an offensive skill. Isn't this called the strongest auxiliary system? Lei Luo couldn't figure it out, and only after completing the task did he know what this skill was. Slime is a low-level monster on the Tenoria continent, and killing 10 slimes is not a difficult task. After filling out the reimbursement form and getting it signed by Father Green, Lei Luo and Mia left the church and headed for the blacksmith shop. "Pastor Lei Luo, what would you like to buy?" The shirtless, muscular blacksmith looked a bit like a fitness trainer in the gym. He greeted Lei Luo with a smile. Lei Luo asked Mia beside him, "Mia, what weapon do you want?" Cat people are agile and quick-witted, so they are well suited to using light and flexible weapons like daggers. Mia answered without hesitation, "Dagger." The blacksmith took down a black dagger from the upper shelf. It was half a meter long and had a beautifully patterned hilt. This dagger is exquisitely crafted. Dark magic iron ore was added during forging, making it harder than ordinary iron swords. Whether it's for killing enemies or cutting vegetables, it's quite good. Mia took the black dagger in her backhand and swung it twice, finding it quite easy to use. "Lord Lei Luo, I want this one." "Yeah, okay." Lei Luo walked to the wooden shelf and looked at the dazzling array of swords and weapons on it. He casually picked up a silver-white sword, which was more than 1 meter long and weighed 3 or 4 pounds. He scratched the blade with his thumb to test its sharpness. Although he is an auxiliary priest, he also needs weapons for self-defense. "How much is the short sword and the long sword?" 50 silver coins. "Can I get a receipt?" "Can." Lei Luo paid the blacksmith 50 silver coins, kept the purchase receipt, and reimbursed the money with public funds. The next morning, the light was dim and the air was slightly chilly. Lei Luo and Mia went to San City. When they passed by a bakery, they bought 10 loaves of bread as food for the journey. The straight-line distance between Sainan City and Beige Town is more than 10 kilometers. If you walk, it will take most of the day. Lei Luo put the magic wand and silver sword in the system warehouse, and walked in front in a white priest robe. Mia followed Lei Luo with the black dagger she bought yesterday hanging around her waist. Last night, she opened a hole in the back of her maid outfit, and the black cat tail passed through the hole, sticking out and swaying. 2 people walked in the woods, and the golden sunlight shone through the layers of leaves and fell into the woods, forming golden spots of light in the woods. "Master Lei Luo, there are 3 water elemental slimes over there." Mia heard from Lei Luo last night that he wanted to kill 10 slimes. Along the way, Mia kept an eye out for slimes around her, and immediately alerted Lei Luo when she found any. Lei Luo looked in the direction Mia pointed and saw 3 blue water elemental slimes jumping around a small pond. Their round bodies were about the size of basketballs, gel-like and very elastic. Mia, you deal with the two on the left, and I'll deal with the one on the right. Although Lei Luo is just an ordinary person, he still has some fighting ability. The more important reason was that he wanted to try the feel of the slime. Die, evil slime. Lei Luo rushed towards the water elemental slime on the right. Sensing someone approaching, the slime used its round blue body to rush towards Lei Luo. Lei Luo dodged the slime's charge attack by moving sideways, then clenched his fists and punched the water slime's elastic body wildly. Ola ola ola. Lei Luo punched extremely quickly, and one punch after another hit the slime. The gelatinous slime's body kept shaking and trembling. Hey, the slime feels really good. Lei Luo's eyes curved into crescent shapes, with a smile on his lips, and his expression resembled a funny emoticon. Chapter 5 New Skill, Super Powerful Attack. Low-level monsters like slimes are not very powerful in combat. Mia was flexible and agile, swinging her dagger and quickly taking care of the two water slimes. Looking towards Lei Luo, he was swinging his fists and fighting passionately with a water slime. Didn't Master Lei Luo buy a sword yesterday? Why isn't he using it? Mia felt incredible when she saw Lei Luo beating the slime with his fists with a perverted smile on his face. She wondered if Lord Lei Luo had some serious illness? Lei Luo was just an ordinary person. He fought as fiercely as a tiger, but the damage he inflicted was minimal, and he failed to kill the water slime. The water slime was angered by Lei Luo, and its big round eyes turned into the shape, and corrosive mucus was secreted on its surface to protect itself. The skin of Lei Luo's fist was covered with corrosive mucus, and he felt a burning pain, and his flesh ulcerated and dissolved. Fuck, this little thing is pretty fierce. Lei Luo didn't dare to attack the water slime with his bare hands anymore. He quickly stepped back and shook off the corrosive slime on his fist. Mia, I leave it to you. Yes, Lord Lei Luo. Mia quickly rushed towards the last water slime and cut it in half with one sword. Lei Luo walked to the small puddle, washed off the remaining corrosive mucus on his fist, and then used healing skills on himself. The ulcerated skin and flesh grew granulation tissue again at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in just a few seconds, it was as good as new. Task Progress 310. You still need to kill 7 slimes to complete the mission. Let's go, Mia. Yes, Lord Lei Luo. The two continued to move forward. In front of them, under a charred tree that was struck by lightning, 4 purple lightning elemental slimes were jumping around the dead tree. Lei Luo took out an old piece of clothing from the system warehouse, tore off a few strips of cloth from the old clothes and wrapped them around his fist. Mia, I'll go first to attract their firepower, and then you go. Okay, Master Lei Luo. The lightning slime was full of electricity, and the iron sword was easily conductive. Mia also tore off a small amount of cloth from the old clothes and wrapped it around the hilt of the dagger to avoid being injured by the lightning of the lightning slime. Lei Luo rushed towards the 4 thunder slimes and, like before, punched one of them. The 4 thunder slimes were covered in purple electric arcs, generating a static electric field around their bodies. Lei Luo's short golden hair stood on end, like a super saiyan. Shield. Lei Luo used the shield skill, and a light red translucent energy shield appeared around his body, protecting Lei Luo inside. 4 thunder slimes jumped up and attacked Lei Luo, their bouncy bodies constantly hitting the shield. The shield strength is equal to 100% of Lei Luo's maximum health. Lei Luo's current health is only 100 points, and the shield strength is not high. After being attacked by the 4 thunder slimes, small cracks appeared. Mia, kill these little cuties. Here I am, Lord Lei Luo. Taking advantage of the opportunity when the thunder slimes attacked Lei Luo, Mia acted quickly, swung the dagger in her hand quickly, and easily killed 4 thunder slimes. Low-level monsters like slimes don't have magic crystals, and after being killed, only a pool of purple lightning is left behind. Task Progress 710. Lei Luo took Mia and continued to move towards the City of Sun. Near noon, the two passed by a stream with 4 water slimes downstream. Mia, let's go. Like before, Lei Luo rushed to the front to attract aggro and used his shield skill to take damage, while Mia followed behind to attack the 4 water slimes. The dagger cut through the slime's soft body, and 4 water slimes were killed by Mia. Complete the mission, reward new skills, super powerful attack. Lei Luo couldn't wait to open the system panel to see what the super powerful attack skill was. Host, Lei Luo. Max health, 100. Skills, healing LV, 1, shield LV, 1, super attack LV, 1. Equipment, none. Heal a single target for 100% of the host's maximum health. Shield, applies a shield to the host that can resist any form of attack. The shield strength is 100% of the maximum health. Super powerful blow, applies a buff to a single target, causing the target's next normal attack to cause additional damage. The additional damage value is 100% of the maximum health value. The cooldown time is 10 minutes. Sure enough, it's another auxiliary skill. System, can I give myself a super powerful attack buff? Lei Luo asked the system. The host cannot inflict a powerful attack on himself. Lei Luo smiled. His position was really just to support, and the buff could only be used by teammates. After a teammate obtains the Super Strike buff, the next normal attack can deal 2 damages, one for the teammate's own damage and the other for the additional damage. The additional damage value is equal to 100% of Lei Luo's maximum health value. Now Lei Luo's maximum health value is 100 points, which means that the additional damage that comes with a super powerful blow can just kill an ordinary person in seconds. After the favorability between Lei Luo and Mia reaches 100 points, they can gain 10,000 maximum health points. The power of the extra damage is enough to kill 100 ordinary people. This is a bit fucking perverted. After killing 4 water slimes, the 2 rested by the stream. Lei Luo sat on a stone by the stream and washed his feet. The cool stream water flowing through his toes was very comfortable. The surrounding woods were relatively quiet, with only sporadic sounds of insects and birds. When Mia saw the fish in the stream, her eyes suddenly lit up. She lay on the grass by the stream, with her butt raised high, her furry black cat ears erect, and slowly wagging her cattail, staring intently at the fish in the stream. He seized the opportunity, quickly extended his right hand, and grabbed a 2-pound fish. Master Lei Luo, I caught a fish. Mia waved the fish in her hand happily to Lei Luo. Catch a few more and we'll have grilled fish for lunch today. Okay, Master Lei Luo. Mia was responsible for catching fish, and Lei Luo was responsible for making a fire and grilling the fish. A bonfire was built by the stream, and Lei Luo gutted the fish caught by Mia and roasted it by the bonfire. Soon, the aroma of fish emanated. Lei Luo sprinkled some coarse salt on the grilled fish and handed it to Mia. Little cat, this is for you. Mia was stared at by Lei Luo's gentle eyes, and a strange feeling arose in her heart. She lowered her head shyly, stirred her fingers, and whispered, Master Lei Luo, you eat first. You caught the fish, so you eat it first. Lei Luo said with a smile. Then I'll be polite. Mia likes eating fish very much. She stopped being polite with Lei Luo, took the grilled fish, sat next to Lei Luo and started eating. She glanced secretly at Lei Luo who was grilling fish. Lord Lei Luo was not only very kind to her, but also had short golden hair and a handsome profile, which was very attractive. Mia's favorability towards the host +10. Chapter 6 Who is the Devil? After lunch, the two continued on their journey towards Thorn City. Walking out of the woods, there is an ordinary village in front. A winding road leads into the village. At the entrance of the village stands a windmill more than 10 meters high, turning slowly. Outside the village are vast expanses of lush green farmland, and farmers wearing straw hats are working in the fields. Quinn Village, the only way to reach Sand City. Lei Luo and Mia followed the path into Quinn Village. Clergymen have a high status in the religious country of the Kingdom of Wit. Lei Luo wore a white priest uniform, held a magic wand, and wore the emblem of the Holy See on his chest. From time to time, villagers greeted Lei Luo. Reverend Pastor, I am guilty. At this time, a middle-aged man with a sad face knelt down in front of Lei Luo. Believers of the Holy See would go to church regularly to pray to God for atonement. If there is no church, sins can be atonement to clergy such as pastors or priests. This wasn't the first time Lei Luo had encountered this kind of thing. He was a little impatient and said casually, "Tell me your crime in 800 words or less, in any style except poetry." A few days ago, my neighbor Marcus was away on a business trip, and his wife, Alandessen, asked me to go to her house to help fix the door. Alandessen is very beautiful and charming, and I actually had some evil thoughts about Alandessen. I am guilty, and I repent. Lei Luo placed his right hand on the man's head. Chao Zhe is a spirit. May the goddess of life forgive your sins. Really? Real. Very good. The little sense of guilt in his heart disappeared, and the man ran away happily. The church eliminates the guilt in people's hearts in the name of God, which is one of the reasons why many people are willing to believe in religion. Lei Luo and Mia walked through Quinn Village. When the two were about to leave the village, another fat woman in white ran over and blocked Lei Luo's way. "Reverend, please save my father." Lei Luo looked at the woman in white with an anxious expression, as if something urgent was going on. What happened to your father? My father was possessed by a demon last night. Please, Reverend, perform an exorcism on him. Exorcism is one of the priest's duties. The demons in the land of End often invade the bodies of ordinary people and use the human body as a vehicle to walk in the world. At this time, a priest is needed to perform exorcism. Formal priests or ministers of the church have been blessed by the goddess of life. Not only do they have longer lifespans than ordinary people, but their magic also has sacred properties that can restrain evil creatures such as demons. I'm just an apprentice priest. I haven't received the goddess blessing yet, so I can't exorcise demons. Lei Luo was able to become an apprentice priest of the Holy See because of his healing skills, which made the people of the Holy See mistakenly believe that he could perform healing magic, but in fact he did not know any magic at all. Reverend, please save my father. I beg you to do it. The woman in white was very anxious and her eyes were filled with tears. Mission: exorcise demons for civilians. Mission reward: 1 skill point. The system voice sounded in Lei Luo's mind. In that case, I'll give it a try. Although Lei Luo doesn't know magic, there is some holy water in his system warehouse, which has a certain effect in restraining demons. Thank you, Reverend. The woman in white expressed her gratitude to Lei Luo. Then, he took Lei Luo and the other two to the south of Qin village and came to an ordinary farmhouse. Roar roar. As soon as he entered the farmhouse, Lei Luo heard a series of beast-like growls coming from the cellar. My father was temporarily subdued and tied up in the cellar. The woman in white pointed to the cellar not far away. Take me in and have a look. In order to complete the system task, Lei Luo plans to meet this demon. Please follow me. The woman in white took Lei Luo and the other man into the cellar. The cellar is about 20 square meters in size. A middle-aged man was tied to a pillar in the cellar. His eyes were bloodshot, his mouth was full of fangs, and a pair of devil horns grew on his forehead. He struggled desperately to break free from the chains. In addition to the middle-aged man possessed by the devil, there were 2 other strong men standing in front to guard. The woman in white said to the 2 strong men, Uncle, second uncle, the pastor is here. Let the pastor exorcise the demon on my father. The priest was a professional exorcist. When the 2 men saw Lei Luo coming, they stepped aside to make way for Lei Luo. Lei Luo walked to the pillar and looked at the man tied to the pillar. He had devil horns and was crazy, obviously possessed by a demon. 2 villagers were able to tie him to a pillar, so he must be just a low-level demon, not very powerful. Roar! 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 Demons and priests are naturally hostile. The man possessed by the devil saw a priest appear in front of him. He roared wildly at Lei Luo, and the chains on his body rattled. The stench was so strong that it almost made Lei Luo faint. Lei Luo said to the woman in white and the 2 villagers, "This demon is too ferocious. The 3 of you turn around. I'm going to cast a tranquility spell to calm it down." Out of trust in the professional exorcist, the 3 of them immediately turned around. Lei Luo took out the magic wand from the system warehouse with a malicious smile on his face. Be quiet. Bang! Lei Luo grasped the long handle of the magic circle with both hands, swung it forward with force, and the top of the magic wand hit the demon's head. Roar! The demon felt pain and roared at Lei Luo even more fiercely, "Damn priest, you are dead." What a powerful demon! One tranquility spell can't calm him down. I need more. Bang! 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 Lei Luo swung his magic wand and hit the opponent's head hard, causing it to bleed and even breaking the demon's horns. Waves of pain came, and the demon possessed by the man was speechless. Who is the demon? After being hit more than 10 times with a club, the demon was knocked unconscious by Lei Luo. Lei Luo put away his magic wand and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Okay, he's quiet now. You can turn around. The 3 turned around and saw that the man who had been agitated just now was now quiet. The priest's magic is really powerful. As expected of a priest of the Holy See. The tranquility technique is so terrifying. The 3 of them were surprised and amazed. Lei Luo looked calm and said to the 3 people, "Keep a low profile, keep a low profile." Then, he took out a sealed porcelain bottle from the system warehouse. The bottle contained holy water specially made by the church, which had a certain inhibitory effect on demons. Lei Luo walked up to the man, pinched the unconscious man's mouth with one hand, and held the porcelain bottle with the other hand, pouring holy water into him. The holy water entered the man's body, and the demon possessed in the man's body was continuously burned by the holy water. The pain brought by the holy water was 1,000 times stronger than Lei Luo's tranquility spell, and white smoke came out of the man's body. Ah! The demon let out a heart-wrenching scream and had to leave the man's body. A red light flashed, and the next moment, a terrifying humanoid creature appeared in front of the 5 people. Its skin appears dark red, as if stained with blood. Huge wings extend from its back, and the wing membranes are like leather roasted by flames, with distinct veins on the surface. 2 sharp devil horns suddenly grew out of its forehead. Its dark red skin was covered with mysterious and hideous lines, and it had a long, thin devil tail with a barb dragging behind it. Damn priest! The demon stared at Lei Luo with his blood-red eyes. He had just been hit by Lei Luo more than a dozen times, and his hatred value was full. Finally it came out. Lei Luo applied the super attack buff to Mia, and white halos appeared on Mia's wrists. Mia, when you attack him, try to hit his vital parts and try to kill him with one blow. Yes, Lord Lei Luo. Mia nodded. Go to hell, priest. The demon rushed straight towards Lei Luo, and slapped Lei Luo's head with its long sharp claws. Shield. Lei Luo used the shield skill, and a light red energy shield appeared around his body. The demon's claws slapped the shield, shattering it with just one blow. The claws hit Lei Luo's body, knocking him out and hitting the wall of the cellar. The shield blocked most of the damage, and Lei Luo suffered some minor injuries. This lower-level demon was burned by holy water, but it still had such strong power. Just as the demon was about to attack Lei Luo again, Mia rushed to his side and slashed at the demon's head with a sword. The demon glanced at Mia from the corner of his eye, reacted quickly, and raised his right arm to block Mia's attack. The dagger hit the demon's right arm. The power of this blow was much greater than Mia's usual swings, severing the demon's right arm. The dagger continued to move forward, slicing off half of the demon's head, causing blood to spurt out. Chapter 7, Stroke the Catgirl's Tail. Am I that strong? Mia's eyes widened, her eyes full of disbelief that she could kill a demon in seconds. The demon's head split in two, lifeless, and its body fell heavily to the ground. Master Lei Luo, how are you? Mia and Lei Luo's favorability has reached 40 points. Seeing Lei Luo injured, her pretty face was full of worry. She put away her dagger and quickly ran to Lei Luo's side. Lei Luo sat up from the ground and turned his head to look to the right. The clothes on his right shoulder were torn by the devil's claws, leaving 3 bloody marks on his skin and blood flowing out. With her eyes full of worry, Mia leaned over and gently licked Lei Luo's wound with her tongue. Lei Luo felt the warmth coming from the wound, and a sense of ambiguity arose in his heart. He asked in surprise, Mia, what are you doing? Mia's pink face flushed, and she said shyly, when we orcs are injured, we lick the wound to speed up the healing process. I want Lord Lei Luo to get better soon. You don't have to lick my wounds. I can heal myself. Lei Luo reached out and touched Mia's head. Use the healing skill on yourself and the wound on your shoulder will heal quickly. Mia felt warm in her heart when her master touched her head, and she gently nudged Lei Luo's palm with her head. Task completed, reward 1 skill point. Host, please select the skill to upgrade. Lei Luo now has 3 skills, healing, shield, and super attack, all of which are first-level auxiliary skills. There are 2 main directions for skill upgrades, 1, increasing skill multipliers, 2, adding new mechanisms or effects to skills. Based on the idea that only by staying alive can one output damage, Lei Luo chose to improve his survivability and said to the system, upgrade my shield skill. Host consumes 1 skill point, shield skill upgrades to level 2. Lei Luo opened the system panel to see if there were any changes to the second-level shield skill. Host, Lei Luo. Max health, 100. Skills, healing LV, 1, shield LV, 2, super attack LV, 1. Equipment, none. Shield, a shield is applied to the host that can resist any form of attack. The shield strength is 100% of the host's maximum health, and it has a counter-injury effect. The shield skill level has been upgraded from level 1 to level 2, and a new anti-injury mechanism has been added. However, the system's skill description is very rough, and it is not known what the specific anti-injury mechanism is. System, how do I counter the damage? When the enemy attacks the host's shield, the shield's durability is consumed. At the same time, the enemy receives 100% full damage until the shield breaks. What if the enemy destroys my shield with 1 blow? The enemy receives 100% shield strength damage. 6. Lei Luo goes alone for level 6, in simple terms, it consumes shield strength to counterattack. The current 3 skills, shield strength, healing amount, and additional damage, are all related to maximum health. Lei Luo's health is too low now, he needs to quickly raise his favorability with Mia to 100 points and increase his health by 10,000. Reverend, thank you for saving my father. The woman in white expressed her gratitude to Lei Luo. Don't thank me, thank the goddess of life instead. Lei Luo did not accept the thanks from the woman in white. After all, he helped with the exorcism only to complete the system task. He also beat up the woman's father. The 2 men left the village. Before leaving, the woman in white gave Lei Luo some big potatoes to express her gratitude. After leaving the village, there is another dense forest area, with towering trees that block out the sun everywhere. Mia, who is slender and tall, is wearing a classic black and white maid outfit, which is looser than before. From time to time, she runs in front of Lei Luo, sniffs the wildflowers on the roadside, and reaches out to catch butterflies. Master Lei Luo, this is for you. Mia's beautiful face showed a gentle smile and she gave Lei Luo a bunch of wildflowers. Kittens are so cute. Lei Luo took the wildflowers from Mia, smelled the fragrance, and reached out to touch Mia's head. As a senior fan of animal-eared girls, Lei Luo really likes cat girls. The soft black fur on the cat's ears came into contact with the skin of my palm. The fur swept across the surface of my palm, feeling soft and comfortable with Mia's warm body temperature. After getting familiar with Lei Luo, Mia was no longer as reserved as before. She put her hands on her hips, a sharp fawn was exposed at the corner of her mouth, and her eyebrows were raised. She pretended to be angry and argued, "I'm not a kitten. I'm 19 years old and an adult." Lei Luo smiled and said, "In front of your master, no matter you are an adult or not, you are always a kitten." "Bite you, meow." Mia threatened. "Come on, bite me. If you can, I lose." Lei Luo pointed a finger at Mia arrogantly. I bite." Mia stretched out her elegant neck and bit Lei Luo's fingers. "Hee, I can't bite it." Lei Luo was quick-witted and quick-handed. He retracted his finger a second before Mia bit it, and Mia bit nothing. Mia's beautiful black cat eyes stared at Lei Luo, the bad guy, with resentment. Feeling Mia's resentful gaze, Lei Luo smiled. He had to pamper his own cat girl. He rolled up his sleeves and stretched out his arm. "Here, I'll give you another bite." After being teased just now, Mia looked at Lei Luo with distrust, worried that Lei Luo would shrink back again. She stretched out her hands and grabbed Lei Luo's elbows to prevent him from shrinking back again. "Then, take a bite." However, Mia's bite was very light, and her sharp fangs scratched the surface of Lei Luo's elbow skin back and forth a few times without hurting Lei Luo. After successfully biting Lei Luo, Mia smiled and puffed out her plump chest in triumph. The black cat's tail behind her stood up high. She quickened her pace and walked in front of Lei Luo. Mia was in a good mood. She saw a beautiful purple flower on a tree trunk not far away and pointed at it. "Master Lei Luo, that flower is very beautiful. Do you want it? I'll pick it for you." "Want to?" Lei Luo did not refuse Mia's kindness. The cat people are very good at climbing trees. Mia ran to the tree, climbed up the tree nimbly, picked the purple flower, returned to Lei Luo and gave it to him. "Kitten is awesome." Lei Luo took the flowers from Mia's hand and touched Mia's head affectionately. After receiving praise from her master, Mia rubbed her head against Lei Luo's palm, and her affection for Lei Luo continued to grow. Mia's favorability towards the host +10. Current progress 5100. Lei Luo's eyes fell on the cat's tail behind Mia. "Mia, can I touch your tail?" "Yes, but be gentle." Mia had never let a strange man touch her tail. Lei Luo was the first. With Mia's consent, Lei Luo stretched out his palm and grabbed Mia's cat tail. Being caught by a man's tail, Mia felt a strange feeling in her heart. Her delicate cheeks turned red and her eyes darted around like a frightened deer. Chapter 8, Make the Holy See Great Again. Because they were delayed for some time in the village exorcism, they could have reached Sun City in half a day, but Lei Luo and Mia arrived in the afternoon when the sun was about to set. The city of San is close to the western border of the Kingdom of Wit and is an important main city for trade with neighboring countries. High walls surrounded the entire main city, with soldiers standing on the walls and at the city gates. Caravans and travelers from afar entered the city of San through the city gates. Lei Luo and Mia mixed in with the caravan and the crowd and entered the city of Sun. Lei Luo had been to San City several times and knew the location of San City Cathedral. I hope that at this time, the people in the cathedral have not yet left work. Like the White Dove Town Church, the Sand City Cathedral is also a Gothic building with towering spires, colorful stained glass, and exquisite mythological reliefs. The statue of the Goddess of Life, carved from white jade, stands quietly in the center of the square in front of the church. Good luck! The cathedral is open. Lei Luo and Mia walked up the stairs and entered the cathedral. Lei Luo was familiar with the route and walked straight to the right side of the cathedral until he came to the door of an office. This is the cathedral's finance office, which is responsible for church financial reimbursement. The office door was open and a young woman was sitting in the finance office working. Boom! 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 Lei Luo knocked on the door, walked into the office, and greeted the young blonde woman, Ms. Aisha, long time no see. Lei Luo? Long time no see. The blonde woman knew Lei Luo because he had been there several times. I'm here to settle the bill again. Lei Luo had a sunny smile on his face as he took out the product receipt and the completed reimbursement form from the system warehouse. Over the past month, the total amount reimbursed by churches in other towns has ranged from a few gold coins to over 10. Your White Dove Town Church has already reimbursed over 200 gold coins, far more than churches in other towns. Is this reasonable? Elsa frowned and held her chin, feeling that the White Dove Town Church was just reimbursing funds indiscriminately. Lei Luo retorted, I have been reimbursing according to the church's procedures and regulations. It is legal and compliant. How can it be unreasonable? Elsa didn't argue with Lei Luo. She opened the cabinet next to her and took out Lei Luo's last expense report. Look at your last expense report. In order to repair the exterior wall of the church, we purchased a batch of bricks. The bricks you purchased were 1 silver coin each, while the bricks on the market were 2 copper coins each, a difference of 50 times. The bricks I purchased are not ordinary bricks, but bricks carved by master carvers using natural jade. They are full of artistic flavor and make the church more beautiful. In fact, Lei Luo just bought ordinary bricks and colluded with the brick sellers to let the brick sellers issue false receipts at high prices in order to embezzle public funds from the church. Oh, whatever you want. Elsa was just a financial officer. The reimbursement documents had the signatures of Lei Luo and Father Grain. If anyone from above held her responsible, it wouldn't be her fault. Let me see what you're claiming this time. Lei Luo handed the receipt for purchasing orc slaves and weapons and equipment to Aisha. Elsa looked through the documents, then glanced at Mia behind Lei Luo. Without saying anything, she started to reimburse Lei Luo for the purchase funds. Just as Lei Luo was waiting for reimbursement, a white-haired old man walked in from outside with a scepter. His face was full of wrinkles and he looked very old. He wore a jewel-studded bishop's crown on his head and a monocle in front of his left eye. When Lei Luo saw the old man, he recognized him immediately. He was Roderick, the bishop of the Cathedral of Sand City. He smiled and saluted, "Good afternoon, Bishop. Who are you?" The old man had never seen Lei Luo before and looked him over. "I'm Lei Luo, an apprentice priest from Beige Town." Lei Luo introduced himself with a smile. "So you are Lei Luo?" Roderick looked at Lei Luo in surprise. "Have you heard my story?" Lei Luo was slightly surprised that the Bishop of Sand City actually knew him, a mere trainee priest. "I heard that the reimbursement funds for your White Dove Town are abnormally high. Was it you who did this?" Roderick heard from Elsa that the cost of reimbursement in White Dove Town was more than 200 gold coins in the past 3 months, which was much higher than that of churches in other towns. Good news doesn't travel far, but bad news travels far and wide. Lei Luo spread his hands in a helpless manner. "There's nothing I can do. I really need so much money. What are you here to claim for reimbursement this time?" Lei Luo appeared in the finance office. Roderick could guess without asking that he was here to claim reimbursement of funds again. Without waiting for Lei Luo to answer, Aisha handed the reimbursement documents to Roderick at the speed of light. Roderick adjusted his monocle and carefully read the expense report, which contained a lengthy explanation of the reasons for purchasing the orc slaves. To put it in one sentence, there are only 2 people in the White Dove Town Church, Lei Luo and Father Green, and they are short of staff, so they bought an orc slave to do odd jobs. You are short-staffed in White Dove Town. You can hire temporary workers. A temporary worker only earns 3 gold coins a year. Do you really need to spend 100 gold coins to buy orc slaves? Roderick looked at Lei Luo with his cloudy old eyes, full of doubt. Your Excellency the Bishop, we must take a long-term view. If we hire an ordinary human worker, it will cost 3 gold coins per year, which is 150 gold coins in 50 years, which is no cheaper than an orc slave. Moreover, orc slaves are stronger than humans and can do more work. Calculating this way, isn't it more cost-effective to buy orc slaves? Lei Luo said righteously. As the saying goes, if you want to deceive others, you must first deceive yourself. As long as you are confident enough, you can turn black into white. Roderick was speechless. This reason was barely acceptable. He picked up another receipt for purchasing weapons and equipment and took a look at it. You buy slaves to do odd jobs, so why do you buy weapons and equipment for them? The orc slave is very powerful. Equipping her with weapons and equipment can help with exorcism. Lei Luo explained, today on the way to Sun City, I helped the villagers of Qin village exorcise a demon. It was with her assistance that we successfully killed the demon. Look, my clothes were torn by the demon. After saying that, Lei Luo showed Roderick the torn priest's robe, which still had blood stains on it. Roderick was a little surprised. How dare you, a trainee priest, perform an exorcism alone? The trainee priest has not received the blessing of the goddess, and cannot kill the devil with holy water alone. He may even be killed by the devil, which is very dangerous. Lei Luo clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming with the flame of faith. Exorcism is the duty of every priest. My dream is to become a true priest and make our holy see great again. Not bad, not bad. A brave young man with ideals and ambitions. Roderick couldn't help but nod slightly, feeling a bit of admiration for Lei Luo. The Holy See has the support of the royal family and major families of the Kingdom of Wit, and is wealthy. A few hundred gold coins are just a drop in the bucket for the Holy See. Roderick does not intend to pursue the matter of Lei Luo's random reimbursement of funds. I will send someone to Qin village to verify the situation. If you have indeed killed a demon, I will arrange for you to undergo the goddess's trial. If you pass the goddess trial, you will receive the goddess's blessing and become a formal priest. Thank you, Bishop. Lei Luo was secretly delighted. He was becoming a formal pastor and could claim reimbursements more happily in the future. Also, let's forget about the reimbursements you submitted today and previously. We'll be scrutinizing your reimbursements in the future, and any unreasonable ones will be rejected. Roderick immediately poured cold water on Lei Luo. All right. Not being able to claim reimbursements without restraint is equivalent to cutting off one source of income. Lei Luo's tone was tinged with disappointment. After Elsa processed the documents, she gave Lei Luo 100 gold coins and 50 silver coins. Chapter 9, Further Improvement of Favorability. It's getting dark. Lei Luo and Mia found a hotel to stay in San City. The dim candlelight illuminated the room, and only Lei Luo and Mia were in the room. Meow meow meow, it's delicious, so delicious. Mia sat on the stool, eating the bread that Lei Luo bought for her, wagging her cat tail happily. There is not much entertainment in the other world at night. After Mia finished eating the bread, Lei Luo took out a feather duster from the system warehouse and used it to play with Mia. The colorful feather duster seemed to have a strange magic that aroused the primitive desire in Mia's heart. She stared at the feather duster in Lei Luo's hand, and her eyeballs followed the movement of the feather duster. Lei Luo held the feather duster and shook it to the left, and Mia reached out to grab it. Lei Luo quickly moved the feather duster to the right, but Mia missed it and grabbed the feather duster in Lei Luo's hand to the right. Meow. Lord Lei Luo was so mean, he used the feather duster to tease her again. After missing several times in a row, Mia became anxious and stopped trying to grab the feather duster. She threw herself directly into Lei Luo's arms, grabbed Lei Luo's arm, and grabbed the feather duster in Lei Luo's hand along his arm. She said happily, finally caught it. Taking advantage of the opportunity when Mia threw herself into his arms, Lei Luo wrapped his arms around Mia's slender waist. Ah! Mia was hugged by Lei Luo, and she screamed and instinctively tried to break free from Lei Luo's arms. Dear little kitty, you can't run away. The cat girl's body is very soft, slender, and slim. Lei Luo hugs Mia, who is wearing a black and white maid outfit, as if he is hugging a piece of warm and soft jade, which is very comfortable. As an orc, Mia is much stronger than Lei Luo, a human. Although Mia showed great resistance, she struggled more than 10 times but failed to break free from Lei Luo's arms. Then, she gradually calmed down, leaned in Lei Luo's arms, and gently sniffed the scent of Lei Luo. Little cat, follow me from now on. I will give you delicious food and protect you. Lei Luo grabbed Mia's cat tail, moved close to her black cat ears, and whispered to her. After hearing Lei Luo's promise, Mia stared blankly ahead with her dark eyes, quietly feeling the feeling of being held in Lei Luo's arms. This feeling was reassuring. Mia's favorability towards the host plus 20. Current progress 70-100. After getting close to Lei Luo, Mia's feelings for him grew faster, and her favorability increased by 20 points. Lei Luo put away the feather duster, let Mia sit in his arms, hugged Mia's slender and soft waist, and kissed Mia on the forehead. Gentle catgirl, sweet and soft. Mia's blood pressure soared, her cheeks flushed and burning hot. She broke free from Lei Luo's embrace and stammered, Master Lei Luo, it's getting late. I'm going back to my room to sleep. Well, go to bed early. Lei Luo was also a little sleepy. The next day, Lei Luo and Mia came to a weapons store in Sand City. During the exorcism yesterday, I used tranquility on the demon and the top of the wooden magic wand was cracked. Although Lei Luo doesn't know magic, as a priest, he still has to buy a magic wand to pretend to be one. What kind of weapons would you like, Reverend? The weapons store clerk asked with a smile. Magic wand. Lei Luo replied. Please follow me. The clerk took Lei Luo to the back of the store, where a large number of wooden magic wands were hung on several rows of shelves. Is there a magic wand that's shaped like a hammer, or a magic wand that's shaped like a hammer? Lei Luo doesn't know any magic at all, so a magic wand in the shape of a hammer or a sledgehammer is convenient for using tranquility spells. Where can I find that magic wand? The clerk suspected that Lei Luo was just trying to make things difficult for him. There must be a magic wand made of metal. This one has it. The clerk dragged out a rectangular box from under the wooden shelf and opened it. On the hay lay a metal magic wand with a circular top and a black metallic luster. Lei Luo picked up the magic wand. It was heavy, probably about 30 or 40 kilograms. The tranquility spell cast by this weight is more effective, and Lei Luo is very satisfied. How much? 9 gold coins. It's so expensive? Can it be cheaper? Since he could no longer happily claim reimbursement for purchases, Lei Luo, who never bargained when buying things, had to bargain. That's the price, there's no way to go any lower, the clerk said helplessly. However, we're having a promotion right now. 20% off on purchases over 10 gold coins. You can buy some other weapons to make up the 10 gold coins. Then I'll take a look. Lei Luo was strolling around the weapon shop. After a while, he saw that the shop was selling bows and arrows. If you buy Mia a bow and then apply a super strong attack buff to Mia, Mia will use the bow to perform normal attacks, which not only have a long attack range but also great power. How much is this bow and arrow? Lei Luo asked, pointing at the black hard bow on the shelf. 5 silver coins for a bow, and 10 copper coins for an arrow. Take it down and let's see. The clerk took down the black hard bow. Lei Luo tried to pull the bowstring, but it was very hard and he couldn't pull it open even with all his strength. This high-strength hard bow has a long range and great power, and is a favorite of adventurers. As a priest, you certainly don't have the same powerful strength as an adventurer, said the clerk. Mia, you try it. Lei Luo gave Mia the black hard bow. Mia looks thin with arms and legs, but her strength is equivalent to that of 2 or 3 adult humans. She holds the bow with one hand and pulls the bowstring with the other, easily pulling the bow. Fuck, that's awesome. Lei Luo gave Mia a thumbs up. The orcs were indeed very powerful. He looked at the clerk beside him and said, I want this high-strength hard bow and 100 arrows. Okay, sir, a bow and 100 arrows, 15 silver coins in total, said the clerk. The purchase amount still did not reach 10 gold coins. Sir, would you like a magic armor-piercing arrow? The arrow is engraved with magic runes and has much stronger penetration than ordinary arrows. When the clerk saw that Lei Luo had bought a bow, he took the opportunity to sell him arrows. Magic armor-piercing arrows? Judging from the name, it seems to be an arrow specially designed to penetrate armor. The clerk took an arrow from the shelf. This arrow is obviously different from the arrows that cost 10 copper coins each. The arrows that cost 10 copper coins each had a simple structure, with a wooden body and an iron arrowhead. This magic armor-piercing arrow is made entirely of an unknown dark blue metal. There are a large number of magic runes engraved on the surface of the arrow body, and the arrowhead is extremely sharp. How much is this? 1 gold coin per one. Waji, so expensive? Ordinary arrows cost 10 copper coins each. This magic armor-piercing arrow is 1,000 times more expensive than an ordinary arrow. It's expensive for a reason. The magic armor-piercing arrow can penetrate the shell of a second-level iron-armored turtle. Its penetrating power is quite astonishing. Then buy one. Lei Luo wanted to collect 10 gold coins, so he bought a magic armor piercing arrow. Magic wand, bow and arrow, magic armor piercing arrows, a total of 10.15 gold coins. I'll give you a 20% discount, so that's 8.12 gold coins. Lei Luo had previously made up various excuses to embezzle public funds from the church, accumulated more than 50 gold coins, and took out 9 gold coins to pay. The clerk gave Lei Luo 88 silver coins in change. Lei Luo put all the magic wands and bows and arrows into the system warehouse, and took Mia for a stroll in Sand City. Father Green told Lei Luo that there was a place in Sun City that sold black stockings, and Lei Luo planned to go there and buy a few more black stockings for Mia. Chapter 10 Goblin robs the caravan and takes the opportunity to pick up the spoils. Lei Luo went to the shop that Father Green mentioned and bought a few black silks. Seeing that the shop also sold white silks, he bought a few more white silks. Then, he bought some cakes and snacks for Mia, left Sun City and returned to White Dove Town. The sun is shining, the lush green woods are covered with slanting shadows of branches, and the sounds of birds are echoing in the forest. Lei Luo walked towards Beige Town. Mia followed Lei Luo, holding a bag of pastries in her arms. She ate as she walked, with white pastry crumbs on the corners of her mouth. Lord Lei Luo, are you tired? I can carry you. The orcs are stronger than humans. Mia blinked her big watery eyes and saw that Lei Luo was sweating profusely. She thought about carrying Lei Luo back to Beige Town. No, how can a man let a girl carry him on her back? Lei Luo rejected Mia's kindness and walked back alone. All right. Mia glanced at Lei Luo's handsome face out of the corner of her eye. She was less than a meter away from Lei Luo. The long black cattail behind her was raised, touching Lei Luo's arm intentionally or unintentionally. Some cats are very cool, while others are very clingy. Lei Luo noticed Mia's little movements. Mia was obviously a clingy cat. At this moment, the pair of cat ears on Mia's head, which were slightly tilted forward, moved, and she heard a strange sound nearby. Master Lei Luo, did you hear any sound? Lei Luo stopped and listened carefully. The only sounds in the woods were the wind blowing through the leaves and the birds singing. What's that sound? I didn't hear anything. Cat people have more sensitive hearing than humans. Mia pointed to the woods in the east and said, there are screams over there. Screams? Lei Luo was stunned for a moment. Monsters often appeared in the wild woods. It was probably that someone was attacked by a monster. He wanted to see if he could help. If he could, he would help. If he couldn't, then forget it. Take Mia and walk towards the woods in the east. Walk more than 500 meters into the woods to the east, and you can clearly hear screams. Continuing to walk eastward for more than 1,000 meters, the screams became more obvious and there was a smell of blood in the air. Passing through the dense woods, Lei Luo and Mia hid behind the grass and looked forward. Wow! 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 Hundreds of ugly green-skinned goblins were attacking a human caravan. They had round bellies and were only as tall as 7 or 8-year-old children. They held simple homemade bone weapons in their hands. The fighting power of a single goblin may not be strong, but the goblin species excels in numbers and often fights in groups. The caravan was attacked by goblins, resulting in heavy casualties. With bloodthirsty gleams in their eyes, the goblins brandished their weapons and pounced on the remaining caravan guards like hungry wolves. A dozen guards leaned against a carriage, protecting it in the middle, holding swords to resist the rushing goblins. Fighting hard, the caravan guards killed and injured more than a dozen goblins, but 2 fists were no match for 4 hands, and they gradually couldn't hold on. A goblin jumped up, brandishing a bone knife and stabbed it into the throat of a guard. Blood gushed out like a fountain. The guard covered the wound with his hands in vain, making a gurgling sound in his throat, and then fell heavily to the ground, lifeless. Another goblin, under the cover of its companions, used its sharp claws to slash open the stomach of a guard. The guard's internal organs were scattered all over the floor. He struggled in pain, howled miserably, and gradually became motionless in despair. The guards fell one after another in a pool of blood, and the ground was littered with the corpses of humans and goblins. When the last guard fell, there were still 30 or 40 living goblins on the scene. Lei Luo and Mia lay in a pile of grass in the distance, not daring to move. He didn't want to provoke a large group of goblins. These goblins obviously had low IQs. They killed the entire caravan and only stole food, human corpses, and horse corpses. They did not carefully search the carriages for valuables. Of course, gold, silver, and jewelry are of no use to goblins. Lei Luo and Mia waited in the grass for a while. Mia, are they far away? Mia's cat ears twitched slightly as she listened to the goblin's footsteps. He's gone far away. Let's go see if there's anything valuable in those carriages. Aha! Mia was very excited, looking forward to picking up something valuable. The two men walked out of the bushes and came near the caravan. There were a total of 6 carriages in this caravan, and all the living people died. The bodies of humans and horses were taken away by the goblins, leaving only blood all over the ground. Lei Luo jumped onto a carriage with several large boxes in it. When he opened the lids, he found that the boxes were filled with some old clothes. I turned my old clothes upside down, but found nothing. Get off this carriage and jump onto another one. The second carriage was loaded with boxes of daily goods such as porcelain bowls and iron pots. These should be the goods that this caravan transported to Sand City for sale. These daily groceries did not appeal much to Lei Luo. He shook his head in disappointment and walked towards the third carriage. The third carriage was loaded with some exquisite handicrafts, but Lei Luo was also not interested. After searching 3 carriages in a row without finding anything valuable, Lei Luo couldn't help but wonder if this caravan was a poor caravan. Lord Lei Luo, please come here and take a look. Just as Lei Luo was guessing, Mia's voice came from the other carriage. Lei Luo jumped out of the carriage and walked into the carriage where Mia was. Mia was standing in front of a small red wooden box with exquisite patterns. The box had been opened and was filled with a box full of golden coins. Fuck, so many gold coins, we're going to be rich. Looking at the gold coins in the box, Lei Luo's eyes widened in surprise. Based on the size of the box, it is roughly estimated that there are 1,000 to 2,000 gold coins in the box. The 2-story wooden house where Lei Luo lives now is an asset of the church. It is a bit old and has no garden. With these gold coins, he could not only buy a small manor of his own, but also continue to buy beautiful slave girls from other races. Omega. Mia, I'll make you boiled fish when we get back. In a good mood, Lei Luo put a box of gold coins into the system warehouse and rewarded Mia. Thank you, Master Lei Luo. Thinking of the delicious boiled fish Lei Luo made last time, Mia excitedly wagged her cat tail. More than 10 minutes passed. Lei Luo and Mia searched all 6 carriages, but found nothing valuable except the box of gold coins. Continue walking towards Beige Town. It was already dark when we arrived at Beige Town. After walking for a whole day, Lei Luo slumped in a chair, his legs almost useless, just like running 1,000 meters in college physical test. Mia lit a candle, and the candlelight illuminated the living room. Then, she walked behind Lei Luo, placed her slender jade fingers on Lei Luo's shoulders, gently helped Lei Luo to massage his shoulders, and put her sweet lips to Lei Luo's ear and whispered softly, Master Lei Luo, will this make you feel more comfortable? Lei Luo grabbed Mia's wrist, her skin warm and delicate. He pulled Mia into his arms and wrapped his arms around her slender waist. This will be more comfortable. Feeling Lei Luo's kindness, Mia leaned quietly in Lei Luo's arms, her heart filled with peace. Mia's favorability towards the host +10. Task progress 8100. Favorability increased again. You only need 20 points of favorability to complete the system task. Chapter 11 Buying a Manor, Shadow Demon. In the morning, Lei Luo and Mia had breakfast and went to the White Dove Town Church. Although the trainee pastor usually has nothing to do, he still has to go to the church. In the colorful church lobby, Father Glenn is teaching the little boys in the youth choir to sing hymns in praise of the goddess of life. The clear and tender children's voices echo in the lobby. Good morning, Father Green. Lei Luo greeted Father Green with a smile. Father Green still enjoyed playing with the little boy as always. Good morning. Father Green had gray hair, wore a loose-fitting suit, a small white round hat, and had a kind face. Just now, Bishop Roderick used fixed-point teleportation magic to send a letter. He said that you are a brave apprentice priest. He plans to make an exception and invite you to participate in the goddess trial in half a month. If you pass the goddess trial, you will become a true priest. The probation period for a pastor is generally 3 years, and Lei Luo has been a probationary pastor for less than half a year. In the workplace, some interns choose to sell their bodies and souls and curry favor with their leaders in order to get hired early. At this moment, Green looked at Lei Luo with strange eyes, as if saying, Lei Luo, is there any dirty deal between you and Bishop Roderick? Father Green, please don't look at me like that. Bishop Roderick allowed me to become a regular employee early simply because he admires my courage. People with dirty hearts see everything as dirty. Lei Luo didn't want to explain too much to Grain, a guy who just liked playing with little boys. What is the goddess trial? I heard Bishop Roderick talk about the goddess's trial in Sand City, but I was so focused on settling the bill that I didn't ask him in detail. The goddess of life controls all life. The goddess trial is to test the strength of your vitality. The stronger your vitality, the more favor you will receive from the goddess. Vitality? Lei Luo frowned slightly. The average person's health points were estimated to be around 100 points. After he and Mia completed the task of improving their favorability, they would get a 10,000 health point bonus. I don't know if I can win the favor of the goddess. Where will I take part in the goddess trial in half a month? Sun City Cathedral. Okay. Lei Luo calculated the time and decided to participate in the goddess trial in half a month. By the way, Father Grain, do you know where I can buy a manor? Lei Luo counted the small wooden box he got when he came back yesterday. There were more than 1,800 gold coins in the box. With money, he naturally wanted to improve his living conditions and planned to buy a small manor. The manor was not only larger, but also had a garden and a farm, making it more comfortable to live in than the townhouses. Are you going to buy the estate? Father Green looked at Lei Luo in confusion. Lei Luo did not look like a rich man. That's right. Lei Luo affirmed. Go to the Sunshine Tavern east of White Dove Town. The owner of the Sunshine Tavern, Myron, has a wide network of contacts and may have information on this. Thank you, Father Grain. Lei Luo and Mia left the church and headed to the Sunshine Tavern east of White Dove Town. 10 minutes later, the two arrived at the Sunshine Tavern. Welcome. At the door of the noisy tavern, the tavern waiter greeted Lei Luo and Mia warmly. The tavern was a favorite place for mercenaries and adventurers. The strong smell of alcohol and sweat mixed together. Lei Luo didn't like the smell and fanned his nose with his hand. Where's your boss? I want to meet your boss. Please follow me. The waiter took Lei Luo and the others to the second floor of the tavern to meet the tavern owner, Myron. Boom boom boom. The waiter knocked on Myron's office door. Come in. A middle-aged man's voice came from the office. The waiter led Lei Luo and Mia into Myron's office. Myron smiled and stood up, greeting, Pastor Lei Luo, what can I do for you? Lei Luo is one of the only two clergymen in White Dove Town. Myron often goes to church to pray, so he knows Lei Luo. Lei Luo got straight to the point and stated his purpose. I want to buy a manor. I wonder if Mr. Myron has any resources in this area. I happen to have a manor for sale. I wonder if Pastor Lei Luo would be interested. Melon has a wide network of contacts, and many wealthy businessmen entrust their estates to Melon for help in selling them, but when there are buyers coming, Melon still gives priority to recommending his own estate. How's the location? It's by the lake, with a great view. It's a great location, but... Myron hesitated for a moment before continuing, it just has a few minor flaws. What little flaw? Lei Luo asked with a frown. That manor is not peaceful. Strange noises are heard every night. As a devout believer of the church, Myron put aside his usual unscrupulous nature and confessed to Lei Luo that there were drawbacks in the manor. Forget it, I'm not interested in this kind of haunted house. Lei Luo waved his hand to refuse. Myron was puzzled. Aren't you a pastor? Are you afraid of the devil? I'm just a trainee pastor. I haven't been officially promoted yet. The devil and all that is so scary. One of the tips for bargaining when buying things, don't show too strong a desire to buy. Lei Luo shook his head, pretending to be frightened, and was not interested in Melon's manor. Myron thought for a moment and said, how about this, a 10% discount? Lei Luo looked embarrassed and waved his hand to refuse, not interested. Myron, 30% off. Not interested. Lei Luo frantically tested Myron's bottom price. Being haunted is one reason, and on the other hand the manor is very valuable and not everyone can afford it. Some estates are listed for sale but remain unsold for several years. Myron was anxious to sell the manor. He had finally found a buyer, Lei Luo. If he missed this opportunity, he wouldn't know when he would meet a buyer again. Gritting his teeth, he said, 50% off. This is the lowest price. Now that you mention it, I'm quite interested. Lei Luo's attitude suddenly changed 180 degrees. Under the premise of a 50% discount, monsters and ghosts are not monsters and ghosts, they are just cute little cuties. Pastor Lei Luo is too realistic. Myron was speechless about Lei Luo's crazy expression change. Mission: eliminate the shadow demon in the manor. Mission reward: 1 skill point. The system's cold electronic sound rang in Lei Luo's mind. Lei Luo discovered that the system tasks seemed to be triggered randomly based on the current scenario and there was no pattern to speak of. Since the system said that it would eliminate the shadow demon in the manor, Myron said that the manor was not peaceful and it must be the shadow demon that was causing trouble. Little demons like shadow fiends are weaker in combat than ordinary humans, but are good at hiding. They often hide in old houses that have been uninhabited for a long time, waiting for an opportunity to sneak attack humans who enter the houses. If you can kill the shadow demon in the manor, you can not only get a manor at a 50% discount, but also complete the system task and get 1 skill point, which is a huge profit. Let's go take a look together this afternoon. If everything is satisfactory, I'll buy it. Okay, I'll send my private carriage to pick you up at the church this afternoon. Myron was delighted that Raylo had bought his estate. After leaving Myron's tavern, Lei Luo and Mia returned to the church to prepare some holy water in advance. Chapter 12: Killing the Shadow Demon. In the afternoon, Myron sent a private carriage to the church to pick up Lei Luo. Lei Luo and Mia got on a carriage and headed to the manor outside White Dove Town with Myron. Lei Luo and Mia sat side by side opposite Myron. Myron looked at Mia next to Lei Luo with his old eyes. She was very beautiful, with a slender waist and tall long legs. She was simply perfect. Lei Luo stared at Myron fiercely. "Old thief, why are you staring at my Mia?" Nothing. In order to avoid being mistaken for a pervert, Myron quickly withdrew his gaze and sat up straight. Mia was very happy to see Lei Luo defending her so much. The cat stretched its tail towards Lei Luo, wrapped around Lei Luo's arm, and stuck close to Lei Luo, its fur touching the skin, soft and warm. Mia's favorability towards the host +10. Task progress 9100. Feeling the cat's tail darting around, Lei Luo narrowed his eyes and looked at Mia beside him. "Mia, there's something wrong with you." Mia lowered her head shyly when Lei Luo stared at her, but she did not retract her tail and still wrapped it around Lei Luo's arm. Myron saw the intimacy between Lei Luo and Mia, and suddenly thought of something. His wrinkles deepened a little, and the expression on his old face immediately became extremely serious. "Reverend Lei Luo, as a believer in God, I must give you some advice." "What advice?" Lei Luo looked at Myron's serious expression, as if something bad had happened. Young people don't know the value of energy, but when they are old, they look at empty pens and shed tears. The orcs are very capable in that area, so young people should be cautious. Myron persuaded Lei Luo as someone who had experienced it. He had bought orc slaves before, but he indulged in them too much and is now impotent, so he kindly reminded Lei Luo. Lei Luo was a little speechless. He thought Melon had some profound remarks, but it turned out to be such vulgar words. Wu Suwei said, "How many chances do you have to fight in your life? If not now, when will you fight? While you are young, work hard to fight." Seeing that Lei Luo was obstinate, Myron didn't say anything else. Catgirl is very curious. Mia opened her big black eyes and looked at Lei Luo like a curious baby. "Master Lei Luo, what are you talking about?" "Nothing, don't ask nonsense, little kitty." The topic was the 8 emperors of Tai Chi, and Lei Luo had no intention of answering Mia. "Tell me." Mia hugged Lei Luo's arm and acted coquettishly, being very clingy. "I'll let you experience it for yourself in a few days." Having lived 2 lives, Lei Luo's thoughts are more insightful than those of ordinary people, and he does not intend to listen to Myron's advice. "Okay." Mia was content, resting her head on Lei Luo's shoulder. The carriage headed west towards Beigetown and came to the shore of a large lake with clear blue water. As for the area of the lake, a simple description is that when Xiahou Dun looked at Louis XVI, he could not see the end of it. A few minutes along the lakeside, there is a small manor surrounded by flower gardens. The flower beds are arranged symmetrically, and in the geometric flower beds, red roses bloom freely, as warm as flames. In the center of the garden, a fountain gurgles out clear spring water. The water droplets sparkle like diamonds under the sunlight, falling into the pool and splashing layers of ripples. The carriage stopped next to the manor. A winding gravel road led to the manor, with straight pine and cypress trees planted on both sides. Myron led Lei Luo inside. A typical Baroque-style building, its beige exterior glows softly in the sunlight, as if shrouded in a veil. Massive columns support the second-floor terrace, their capitals carved with delicate scrollwork and fine lines. The relief carvings on the pediment are exquisite, depicting mythological scenes. Passing through the arched door of the main house, one enters the spacious hall. The marble floor is as smooth as a mirror, reflecting the gorgeous crystal chandelier on the ceiling, refracting colorful light. There are many old oil paintings hanging on the walls. There is a beautiful and tranquil lake in front of this manor, and the interior decoration exudes luxury everywhere. If it weren't for the urgent need for working capital, Myron would not have sold it at a 50% discount. Lei Luo has prepared enough holy water to deal with the shadow demon in the manor. However, the shadow demon hides during the day and comes out at night, and will not come out during the day. Pastor Lei Luo, what do you think? Asked Myron. Yes, I want this manor. The original price is 1,400 gold coins, but with a 50% discount, it's only 700 gold coins. Good. Lei Luo had learned about the price of the manor before. A small manor like this cost between 1,000 and 2,000 gold coins. It was indeed cheap to buy it for 700 gold coins. Sign the contract. Myron took out the contract he had prepared in advance, in duplicate. Lei Luo took out a wooden box from the system warehouse and took out 700 gold coins from the box. Pay the money and get the goods. After signing the contract, Myron gave the title deeds and keys of the manor to Lei Luo. In this way, the manor belonged to Lei Luo. After Myron's carriage left, Lei Luo sat in the magnificent lobby and was very satisfied with the manor. Lord Lei Luo, when are we moving in? Mia asked. Pick up the dirt here and move it over. Lei Luo looked at the dark corner of the lobby with a cold gaze. Shadow demon liked to stay in dark corners the most. Lei Luo and Mia stayed in the manor from afternoon to evening. The time came to midnight. Lei Luo sat in the lobby of the manor. It was so quiet that he could hear Mia's heartbeat. The pale moonlight struggled to squeeze through the carved window lattices, cutting out strange shapes on the ground. The marble floor was icy cold, reflecting the eerie light and shadow of the oil paintings on the wall, as if one could see the faces of the deceased floating in it. The wide staircase leading to the second floor wound its way up through the darkness, disappearing into deeper darkness. The delicate carvings on the stair railings now resembled ferocious ghostly faces. Lord Lei Luo, I will protect you. Mia grabbed Lei Luo with one hand and held a dagger in the other. Although Mia's words were very brave, Lei Luo could feel that Mia's hands were shaking, and she was obviously afraid. He. Bursts of sinister, ghostly laughter could be heard all around. Here we come. Lei Luo raised his eyes slightly and saw that the figures in the murals on the walls around the lobby were twisting and wriggling. A dozen shadow demons with black wings flew out of the mural. They were about the same height as children of 7 or 8 years old, with black skin, a big grin, a mouth full of fangs, and a long, thin, hooked tail behind them. The lower-level shadow demon is a branch of the devil. It lives in the shadows and is weaker than ordinary people, but is good at sneaking into the shadows and avoiding attacks, making it very difficult to deal with. He, delicious human. A dozen shadow demons grinned and rushed towards Lei Luo and Mia. In order to protect Lei Luo, Mia stood up, raised her dagger, and slashed at the shadow demon that was rushing in front. When the dagger was about to hit the shadow fiend's body disappeared into the shadows, and the dagger passed through the shadow fiend's body, failing to cause any substantial damage to the shadow fiend. The moment the dagger pierced through the shadow demon's body, the shadow demon quickly materialized, and its sharp claws slapped Mia's arm, tearing the clothes on Mia's arm and leaving 3 long bloody marks on Mia's arm. Mia was very angry. She jumped 3 meters high and slashed at the shadow demon in the air with several swords. As soon as the blade touched the shadow demon, he quickly disappeared into the shadows, easily avoiding Mia's attack. Lei Luo took out a bottle of holy water from the system warehouse, poured it into his palm, and sprinkled it on the surrounding shadow demons. Wow! The shadow demons that rushed towards Lei Luo were caught off guard and were splashed by the holy water. Their skin was corroded and dissolved, and they let out shrill screams. Damn human priest, you are dead tonight. The shadow demons were enraged and roared. Holy water has some effect on shadow demons, but it cannot kill them. Shadow demons that are contaminated by holy water hide in the shadows to avoid the damage of holy water. At the same time, Mia was besieged by several shadow demons. Although Mia is much stronger than Shadow Fiend and has much quicker reactions, Shadow Fiend can hide in the shadows to avoid attacks and appear behind Mia from time to time to launch sneak attacks. Mia felt powerless, as if she had energy but nowhere to use it. This is why priests would rather deal with ordinary demons than shadow demons. These little guys can easily dodge physical and magical attacks, launch sneak attacks, and are quite difficult to deal with. Mia, come to me quickly. Lei Luo shouted to Mia. Oh. Mia quickly ran to Lei Luo's side. Shield. The shield skill can only be used by Lei Luo himself, but this is not a game world. Mia can also be protected by the shield if she runs to Lei Luo. A shadow demon went around behind Lei Luo and attacked the shield from behind. The shadow demon was not very strong. He slapped the shield with his claw but failed to break it. Lei Luo's health was not high and the shield was not strong either, so a crack appeared on the surface. When Lei Luo's shield is upgraded to level 2, it can reflect 100% of the damage. Just as cracks appeared on the shield, bloodstains appeared out of thin air on the shadow demon's body, and black demonic blood flowed out. Ha, you shadow fiends are no use. You can't even break my shield. Lei Luo sneered with a smile. A dozen shadow demons were burned by the holy water just now and were already very angry. Now they were mocked by Lei Luo, and their anger grew even stronger. They attacked the shield with their claws at an extremely fast speed. Every time a claw hits the shield, the shadow demon will suffer an equal amount of damage. Even if they hide in the shadows, they cannot avoid the damage reflected by the shield. Just like in the game, the squishy shooter hits the tank with anti-armor, but instead of killing the tank, he is almost killed by the anti-armor bullet. After a fierce attack, Lei Luo's shield was covered with cracks and was crumbling. More than a dozen shadow demons were also beaten black and blue by the damage rebounded from the shield, and black demon blood flowed all over the ground. They couldn't understand why they still got hurt even though they hid in the shadows. Chapter 13 Goblin Disaster. A severely damaged shadow demon loses the ability to retreat into the shadows. Lei Luo took out his long sword and without any hesitation, he killed each shadow demon with one sword, piercing the throats of those shadow demons. More than a dozen shadow demons were killed by Lei Luo one after another, and blood was all over the ground. Task completed, reward 1 skill point. The system sound rang out. Host, please select the skill to upgrade. Upgrade my healing skills. Lei Luo thought to himself. Host consumes 1 skill point, healing skill is increased to level 2. Lei Luo couldn't wait to open the system panel to see what effect the second level healing skill had. Host, Lei Luo. Max health, 100. Skills, healing LV, 2, shield LV, 2, super attack LV, 1. Equipment, none. Healing, heal targets within a 5-meter radius, with the healing amount being 100% of the host's maximum health. After the healing skill is upgraded to level 2, it changes from treating a single target to treating a range within a 5-meter radius, and the skill range is expanded. Just now, Mia was fighting with the shadow demon, and was attacked by the shadow demon on the back, leaving more than a dozen bloody claw marks and bleeding. Lei Luo stretched out his right hand and placed it on Mia's shoulder, using his healing skills on her. The bloody claw marks healed quickly, leaving no scars at all. It doesn't hurt anymore? Mia opened her eyes wide with a hint of disbelief in them. She touched her back and found that the wound had disappeared. Priests are good at healing and I have already cured you. Lei Luo said with a smile. Meow meow meow, thank you, Master Lei Luo. Mia happily waved her cat's tail. She found that Lei Luo was extraordinary. Not only did he have the ability to heal like an ordinary priest, he could also kill difficult monsters like the Shadow Fiend. Your clothes were torn by the Shadow Demon. I'll go to town and buy you some new ones tomorrow. The clothes were torn by the shadow demon, and Mia was like wearing a backless dress, with a large area of snow-white skin on her back exposed. Mia wanted to help Lei Luo save money, so she waved her hand and refused. I have learned needlework, so I can sew it myself. Master Lei Luo doesn't need to spend money. It won't cost much to buy a few maid costumes. This one is rotten and I'll just throw it away. After Lei Luo bought the manor, he had more than 1,400 gold coins left, which was less than 1 gold coin to buy a few maid outfits. After saying that, he took out an ordinary coarse cloth dress from the system warehouse and gave it to Mia, asking her to wear this coarse cloth dress temporarily and then go to the town to buy a new one for Mia tomorrow. Few slave owners were willing to buy new clothes for their slaves. Mia held the coarse cloth in her arms, smiled, and looked at Lei Luo with a strange look in her eyes. The manor returned to peace. Lei Luo and Mia each found a room to sleep in, and planned to move their belongings from the wooden house in town to the manor tomorrow. Stay one night at the manor. Early the next morning, Lei Luo put the corpse of a shadow demon in a sack and went to the church. Glenn was having breakfast in the back hall of the church. When he saw Lei Luo coming in with a sack, a hint of confusion appeared on his face. Lei Luo, what are you carrying? Lei Luo threw the sack in his hand to the ground, with an expectant smile on his face. I bought a manor yesterday. There were more than a dozen shadow demons living in the manor, and I killed them all. Does the church have any rewards for killing the shadow demons? Lei Luo killed a lower-level demon a few days ago and got the opportunity to become a regular employee early. This incident gave Lei Luo an illusion that he could get rewards by killing demons, and the more demons he killed, the more rewards he would get. Grain looked at the sack, which was already stained black by the shadow demon's blood. Exorcism is a priest's job, and there is no reward for it. All right. Green's words were like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing Lei Luo's expectations. Seeing Lei Luo's disappointed look, Green twitched his lips. Priests are all devout believers of the Holy See. Which priest would kill demons for profit? Lei Luo, your faith in the Holy See is not pure enough. No, my faith in the Holy See is as solid as a rock. Lei Luo touched his chest with a determined look. Grain was too lazy to argue with Lei Luo. His eyes fell on the corpse of the shadow demon. This shadow demon corpse is quite good. Can you give it to me? What do you want to do with the shadow demon's corpse? Lei Luo wondered. The careless burial of the shadow demon's corpse will pollute the soil. I will dispose of it harmlessly. Okay. The shadow demon's body was of no use to Lei Luo, so as a token of reciprocity, he gave the shadow demon's body to Grain, considering that Grain had often helped him sign reimbursements and embezzled public funds. Grain picked up the shadow fiend corpse and weighed it. Didn't you say there were more than a dozen shadow fiend corpses? Where are the others? Still in my manor. Pull them all over here and I'll dispose of them harmlessly. I'll bring it to you after I finish moving. Lei Luo left the church and Mia was waiting for him at the church door. How about it, Lord Lei Luo, is there a reward? Mia came over to ask, she also expected a reward from the church. Nothing. Lei Luo just wanted to give it a try. If there was a way, then there was a way. If not, then forget it. He took Mia to rent a carriage. There are horse-drawn carriages specially used for freight in the open space south of Beigetown. More than a dozen carriages are parked in the open space, and the carriage drivers are leisurely basking in the sun waiting for work. Lei Luo walked to a carriage and asked the driver, "My friend, how much is the rental price for this carriage for half a day?" It depends on which direction you're going. If it's a job heading towards Thorn City, I won't take it even if you pay me. The coachman leaned against the carriage wheel and said lazily, "Why don't you pick up the line from Sand City?" Lei Luo asked in confusion. In the past 2 days, there have been more than a dozen goblin attacks on caravans near Thorn City. Some people speculate that there may be a small or medium-sized goblin nest near Thorn City, which is quite dangerous. Compared to making money, life is more important, so many carriage drivers refuse to transport goods to Sand City. Lei Luo recalled that the day before yesterday when he was returning to Beigetown from Sand City, he encountered goblins robbing a caravan on the way. It turned out that this was not an isolated incident. Small groups of goblins are easy to deal with, but a goblin nest is more troublesome. A small goblin nest has at least 1,000 goblins, and a medium-sized goblin nest has more than 5,000 goblins, among whom there may be relatively powerful goblin warriors. A goblin nest appeared near the city of Thorn. The mayor of Thorn will probably have a headache for a while. I'm not leaving Thorn City. I'm renting a lakeside manor not far from town for about half a day. 3 silver coins, the coachman replied. Lei Luo paid 3 silver coins to the carriage driver, who drove the carriage and went to the town with Lei Luo to move. Chapter 14, Max out your favorability and receive 10,000 health points as a reward. Lei Luo rented a carriage and transported all his personal belongings to the lakeside manor outside the town, and then transported more than a dozen shadow demon corpses from the lakeside manor to the White Dove Town Church. Each shadow demon was only the size of a child and was packed in a sack. Lei Luo and Mia carried more than a dozen shadow demon corpses to the door of Grain's bedroom and asked Grain to dispose of them harmlessly. The kind-looking Grain stood at the bedroom door and looked at the sacks excitedly. Thank you for your hard work, Lei Luo. It's a small matter. Lei Luo finished moving and pulled these shadow demon corpses over at the same time, which was not difficult. Grain opened the bedroom door and prepared to drag the shadow demon's body into his bedroom. Lei Luo had been to Grain's bedroom several times before, and each time he only opened the door a crack wide enough for one person to pass through. Lei Luo had never seen the entirety of Grain's bedroom. Because the shadow demon's body needed to be moved today, Grain opened the bedroom door wide, and Lei Luo got a glimpse of the entire Grain's bedroom for the first time. There was a large bed in the bedroom, with 4 thick black pillars standing at the 4 corners. On the pillars were carved strange creatures that looked like snakes but were not snakes. The snakes' bodies were wrapped around the pillars, with a pair of wings on their backs, and thousands of black scales flashing with a faint dark light. There is a huge vertical snake pupil pattern on the ceiling, as if a snake monster is peeping at the entire room. Father Grain has a problem. Such a thought came to Lei Luo's mind. Before, Lei Luo felt that Green was different from the priests in other churches. Green signed and reimbursed all the reimbursements, whether reasonable or unreasonable. Now, the decoration style of Green's bedroom further confirms Lei Luo's guess. Who was that bastard who just said that my faith wasn't pure enough? Anything else? Seeing Lei Luo still standing there, Green spoke. Fine. Lei Luo took Mia away from the door of Green's bedroom. If Grain is a member of a cult and is planning to use the corpses of these shadow demons for sacrifice, can such a cult still be called a cult? What legitimate cult uses monster corpses for sacrifice? Don't they all use human sacrifice? Wouldn't a blood sacrifice of a major city or even a small town be more appealing? Of course, there is another possibility. Grain likes to play with little boys. The shadow demon corpses are about the same size as little boys, and he does some unspeakable things to the shadow demon corpses. Lei Luo and Mia leave the church. Mia, let's go to the tailor shop and buy you some maid outfits. Lei Luo said with a smile. Okay. Mia smiled, and her favorability with Lei Luo had reached 90 points. She was very close to Lei Luo, took Lei Luo's arm, and followed Lei Luo. The two walked into a tailor shop and could either order new clothes or buy ready-made clothes. What would you two like to buy? The owner of the tailor shop was a fat woman with a body like a pear. She was smiling and asked Lei Luo and the others enthusiastically. Buy some clothes for my cat maid. Lei Luo just finished speaking and added, the quality must be the best. The fat woman looked at Mia's slender noodle-like figure and said, please follow me. Lei Luo and Mia followed the fat woman to the innermost room of the tailor shop. Various ready-made clothes were hung on the shelves, including ordinary long skirts and maid outfits. These are the best clothes in our store. You can try them on for size first, the fat woman introduced. Then give it a try. Lei Luo sat next to her and let the fat woman take Mia to try on clothes. Soon, Mia came out of the fitting room wearing a light blue maid outfit. She had a slender figure and turned around twice, her skirt spinning, revealing her fair ankles. Master Lei Luo, what do you think? How much? Lei Luo thought this light blue maid outfit was pretty. The fat woman smiled and said, 6 silver coins. Yeah, not bad, I bought it. 6 silver coins were nothing to Lei Luo, so he just bought it. Mia went into the fitting room again to try on other clothes. Because of her good figure and beautiful looks, Mia looks good in any clothes. Lei Luo bought Mia 10 different styles of maid outfits and 10 different styles of long skirts in one go. They were of high quality and cost him 5 gold coins in total. Master Lei Luo, I'm sorry for the expense. Mia and Lei Luo walked out of the tailor shop, lowered their heads, and said embarrassedly. Lei Luo touched Mia's black cat ears and said with a smile, it's okay, just repay me well in the future. Repay? Is that what you're doing? Mia stole a glance at Lei Luo's handsome face, and a bitter picture unconsciously emerged in her mind. What am I thinking? Mia blushed, shook her head, and quickly stopped her evil thoughts. The two left Beigetown and walked a few minutes west of Beigetown, where they found a large lake. The breeze blows across the lake, making the ripples sparkle. Walking along the lakeside, there is soft grass under your feet, which is very soft to step on. Unknown wildflowers are scattered on the grass, adding a bit of beauty to the grass. Lei Luo and Mia sat on the grass by the lake, quietly enjoying the beautiful scenery of the lake. Mia, where is your home? The Catman Village in the Eternal Night Forest. The 3 human kingdoms, namely the Kingdom of Wit, the Kingdom of Sylvania, and the Kingdom of Akita, are distributed in the shape of a Chinese character. The Eternal Night Forest is located in the middle of the 3 human kingdoms. Because the forest in the center is too dense, blocking most of the sunlight, making the inside of the forest like night, it is named the Eternal Night Forest. Lei Luo knew that there were many orcs living in the Eternal Night Forest, and there must be many beast-eared girls. If he had the chance in the future, he would definitely go to the Eternal Night Forest to take a look. The lake and the forest were quiet, and the warm sunshine shone on Mia and Lei Luo. Mia was wearing a light blue maid outfit, her soft body leaning against Lei Luo, and the black cattail behind her rubbed against Lei Luo's back. Kittens are so cute. Lei Luo hugged Mia in his arms. The cat girl's soft and delicate body was intoxicating, and her faint body fragrance drifted into Lei Luo's nostrils. Mia did not resist Lei Luo. She curled up obediently in Lei Luo's arms, her long legs having nowhere to rest, and her big, bright black eyes blinking at Lei Luo. As a senior cat lover, Lei Luoka is very good at petting cats. Holding Mia's slender waist, he grabbed the base of the cat's tail with his big hands, gently pinched the skin at the base of the tail, then held the base of the tail and stroked it from the base to the tip of the tail. Mia moaned softly, her eyes shimmering. Mia's favorability towards the host +10. Task progress 100. Mission completed, maximum health +10,000. Host, Lei Luo. Max health, 10100. Skills, Healing LV, 2, Shield LV, 2, Super Attack LV, 1. Equipment, none. The health attribute increased from 100 points to 10,100 points. Lei Luo felt full of energy and extremely vigorous vitality. Although his strength did not increase, his endurance and toughness were greatly improved, and his durability was stronger. For example, I used to be exhausted after running 1,000 meters in college physical examination. Now I can run 1,000 meters without even breathing hard. So this is the effect after the health attribute is increased. A smile appeared on Lei Luo's lips, and a bold idea came to his mind. Chapter 15 Happy Playing with Mia. Lei Luo petted the cat by the leg for a while, then returned to the lakeside manor with Mia. The small manor was quite large, so Lei Luo and his companions spent most of the day cleaning up the bedrooms and living room, and would clean up the other empty rooms when they were needed. In the evening, Lei Luo made Mia her favorite boiled fish, and the living room was filled with the aroma of boiled fish. Mia sat at the table, holding a fork in one hand and a knife in the other. She picked up a piece of fish from the bowl with the fork and put it into her mouth. The tender and delicious fish made her taste buds excited. Meow, the boiled fish made by Lord Lei Luo is as delicious as ever. Mia, with a happy expression on her face, showed off the big pot of boiled fish. Just as Mia was concentrating on eating fish, Lei Luo quietly walked behind Mia and hugged her waist from behind with his arms. He leaned close to Mia's furry cat ear and whispered, "Kitten, how about coming to my room tonight?" "Ha? To your room?" Mia was suddenly hugged by Lei Luo, and her expression was slightly panicked. Feeling his body being restrained by Lei Luo's big hands, his heart began to beat wildly. "Are you coming?" Lei Luo's voice was soft and gentle, like a feather falling on Mia's heart. Mia could probably guess what Lei Luo was going to do. Thinking of her own slave status, she had some concerns. "Master Lei Luo is a priest of the Holy See. I am just a slave of a foreign race. I am not worthy of a great man like Master Lei Luo. The orc tribes are barbaric and backward, and human kingdoms often discriminate against them." Mia felt a little inferior about Lei Luo's invitation and did not dare to accept it. Lei Luo grabbed Mia's wrist and continued to whisper in Mia's ear, "No, I never treated you as a slave. You are my friend and my family." This. Mia's heart trembled slightly, she bit her red lips slightly, lowered her head and said nothing, ambiguous feelings spreading in her heart. Thinking about it carefully, during the past few days she had been with Lei Luo not only made delicious food for her, but also bought her new clothes and let her live in a comfortable big room. He really did not treat her as a slave at all. The slave owners of the Kingdom of Wit were known for their cruelty and perversion. No other slave owner would treat slaves as well as Lei Luo. Mia's fair face turned red like an apple. She twisted her fingers with both hands, still hesitant, but I don't have much experience, and I'm a little worried. I'm a little worried that I can't serve Master Lei Luo well." Mia's words apparently showed that she had no experience, but in fact she did not reject Lei Luo's request, which meant that she agreed. Lei Luo understood what he meant and bent down. He supported Mia's knees with one arm and wrapped the other arm around her slender waist, picking her up like a princess. "It doesn't matter if you have no experience. The master won't blame you. All right." The tips of her furry cat ears leaned forward, and Mia shyly buried her head in Lei Luo's chest, her body trembling slightly, feeling a little expectant and a little scared. Slightly. The next morning, warm golden sunlight shone into the room from the balcony. Mia was sleeping next to Lei Luo, with her eyes closed and her long eyelashes trembling slightly, as she woke up from her sleep. Two arms as white and tender as lotus roots hugged Lei Luo's waist, and her head rested on Lei Luo's chest. "Lord Lei Luo, good morning." "Cute cat, you will be my cat from now on." Lei Luo gently stroked Mia's smooth back and touched her cat tail. "I will serve Master Lei Luo well." Mia cooperated obediently with Lei Luo's touch, with her face pressed against Lei Luo's chest. Lei Luo got up and walked to the balcony of the master bedroom to stretch. Looking forward, he could see the beautiful scenery of the lake under the golden morning light. Mia put on a translucent lace pajamas, walked to Lei Luo with a charming cat step, and put her arms around Lei Luo's waist. Some cats are very aloof and will look down on you no matter whether you are poor or rich. Some cats are very clingy and like to pester their owners and act coquettishly to them. Mia is obviously a clingy cat. She likes to stick close to her owner and to Lei Luo. 5 days later in the afternoon, at the Beigetown vegetable market. Lei Luo bought some carrots and beef at the vegetable market and went back to make carrot and beef soup for Mia. Pastor Lei Luo, long time no see. A middle-aged man's voice came from the right. Lei Luo turned his head and saw the slave trader who had sold him slaves last time. He couldn't remember his name, but his pair of large front teeth like a groundhog were very impressive. Groundhog, long time no see. The slave trader didn't know what a groundhog was. It was probably a dialect from somewhere, so he didn't pay much attention to it. How was that Catman girl last time? Not bad. Lei Luo smiled. By the way, a friend of mine also wants to buy an alien slave. He asked me to ask if you have any high-quality alien slaves? We are all men, you don't have to hide. The slave trader was as shrewd as a mouse and saw through Lei Luo's thoughts at a glance. Hey. Lei Luo smiled. He still had some gold coins left after purchasing the lakeside manor. These days I have been indulging in Mia's gentle embrace and feeling very comfortable being served by her. If I can be so happy with just one beautiful girl of another race, then the happiness will be doubled if there are 2 of them. So, I plan to buy another beautiful foreign girl slave. But if you buy another one, aren't you afraid of being exploited? The orcs are much stronger than humans. The slave trader expressed doubts about Lei Luo's ability. Everyone dies, whether early or late, so don't be afraid. Lei Luo's vitality is 100 times stronger than that of an ordinary person, and his endurance is amazing. As expected of Pastor Lei Luo, I'm impressed. The slave trader suddenly admired Lei Luo's spirit of facing death with indifference. Even if it meant death, he would still educate and train the beast-eared girl. Let me tell you a little news. A rare high-quality item has recently arrived at the slave market in Sand City and they are looking for a buyer. What high-end stuff? Lei Luo asked curiously. Keep it secret. Go to shop number 77 on Slave Street in Sand City and ask. The slave merchant smiled mysteriously, whetting Lei Luo's appetite. Lei Luo was curious and decided to go to Slave Street in Sun City tomorrow to see what high-end goods they were. Chapter 16 Purification Skills. Lei Luo returned to the lakeside manor. Mia found a wooden stick more than 2 meters long from somewhere and sat at the dining table in the living room, concentrating on sharpening the stick with a knife. The black cat's tail was raised high behind her, making people want to catch it. Mia, what are you doing? Lei Luo walked over, put the carrots and beef he bought on the table, and looked at what Mia was doing curiously. Lord Lei Luo, you are back. Seeing Lei Luo coming back, Mia put down the stick and knife in her hands, smiled and greeted him warmly. Like a newlywed bride, she hugged Lei Luo's arm, tilted her head, and rubbed it against Lei Luo's shoulder. I think there are fish in the big lake in front of the manor. Let's make a fishing rod and go fishing in the lake. If you want to eat fish, I'll buy it for you. You don't have to catch it yourself. Lei Luo grabbed the cat's tail behind Mia and stroked it from the base to the tip, feeling smooth. Although he was not particularly rich, he could still afford to buy fish for Mia. Mia pricked up her black cat ears and said, fishing is fun. I've loved fishing since I was a kid. Whatever you want. Lei Luo is not a fisherman, and he does not understand the joy of fishermen. Let's go to Sun City tomorrow. Okay, I'll go wherever you go. Mia was as clingy as a cat, rubbing against Lei Luo. The next morning, Lei Luo and Mia set out for Sand City. Half a day passed and the 2 of them walked to the woods outside the city of San. In the past, if Lei Luo walked to the woods outside the city of Sun in one breath, his legs would probably be so tired that they would become weak. Now that his health has increased, he can still walk such a long distance with full energy. Lord Lei Luo, there is a smell of meat. In the woods, Mia tilted her head back and sniffed the air with her small nose. There was a tempting aroma of barbecue in the air. Lei Luo also smelled the aroma of barbecue, which even had a hint of burnt smell. Is anyone having a picnic in this remote place? Lei Luo was confused. Keep moving forward. Not far away, they saw several goblin corpses lying on the ground in the woods, their green skin baked black by the high temperature. White smoke was coming out of the charred body, indicating that it had been roasted not long ago. During this period, goblin nests appeared near the city of San and robbed passing caravans. The mayor of San City has issued a bounty order, calling on adventurers to find the location of the goblin nest. After finding the location of the nest, regular troops will be sent to destroy it. It is estimated that some adventurers were fighting with goblins and roasted these goblins with fire magic. Boom! Just as Lei Luo and Mia were observing the goblin's corpse, an explosion was heard not far ahead. Mia, let's go check out the front. Good. The two walked towards the direction of the explosion. In the woods ahead, there were several human corpses and a dozen goblin corpses lying on the ground. Two female magicians stood back to back, holding the long handles of their magic wands with both hands, surrounded by 30 or 40 green-skinned goblins. Due to excessive use of magic power, the two magicians were panting heavily, with fatigue on their faces. Taking advantage of the two's weakness, the goblins armed with bone knives and clubs rushed forward and charged at the two female magicians. The two had to gather their magic power again. As the spell was chanted, magic power gathered at the top of the magic wand, forming an exquisite magic circle pattern. Fist-sized high-temperature fireballs flew out of the magic circle and bombarded the rushing goblins. The goblin in the front couldn't dodge in time and was hit by the fireball. His skin was torn and he screamed in pain, jumping up and down. However, magic attacks of this intensity cannot kill goblins, but can only injure them. Quest: rescue the adventurers trapped by goblins. Quest reward: purification. Another new auxiliary skill. Lei Luo was secretly delighted. He took out a bow and arrow from the system warehouse and handed it to Mia. Mia, you stay here and provide remote output. I'll go rescue those two adventurers. Be safe, Master Lei Luo. Mia said with concern. She had sincerely acknowledged Lei Luo as her master. I'll be careful. Lei Luo walked forward quickly, while Mia climbed up a tree with a bow and arrow, shooting the goblins from above. Take my stone attack. Lei Luo picked up a stone and threw it at the group of goblins. The fist-sized stone drew a parabola in the air and hit a goblin in the crotch. Wow! Wow wow! The goblin clamped his legs together, brandished a big stick, and screamed in anger. Although I didn't know what he said, it must have been very dirty. Wow wow wow! Wow wow! Wow wow wow! Immediately afterwards, a large group of goblins rushed towards Lei Luo, waving their weapons angrily. The two magicians who were trapped just now breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Lei Luo in confusion. How could there be a priest of the Vatican here? Shield. Lei Luo used the shield skill, and a light red energy shield protected him inside. Now Lei Luo's health attribute is 10,100 points, and the shield strength is also 10,100 points. This shield is 100 times stronger than before. A goblin rushed to the shield waving a bone stick, swung the bone stick hard in his hand, and hit the shield, but there was no crack on the shield. Bang! The moment the bone stick hit the shield, the goblin suffered 100% damage rebound, and it felt like being hit by a club, and screamed in pain. Another goblin rushed to the shield, holding the bone knife in both hands, and slashed at the shield with all his strength. The attack was quite powerful, and a hair-thin crack appeared on the surface of the shield. The damage rebounded, and the goblin's chest was like being slashed by someone. He was directly chopped away, blood splattered, and a deep knife wound was left on his chest. Wow! Wow! The other goblins attacked Lei Luo with weapons, but their weapons hit the shield and bounced back, causing them to suffer varying degrees of damage. Some goblins were killed by their own hacking, some were seriously injured by their own hacking, and some were only slightly injured by their own hacking. Low-level goblins have low IQs. The slightly injured goblin didn't understand what was going on, so he stood up and continued to charge towards Lei Luo. Lei Luo stood there expressionless, watching the goblins outside the shield crashing into the anti-damage shield like headless flies, causing their heads to bleed. The goblins attacked fiercely and fearlessly, but were damaged by their shields and lost their ability to resist. The two magicians looked at this strange scene in confusion. Lei Luo was clearly standing in the shield without moving an inch, while the goblins were beaten and flew everywhere. It was really a weird scene. The battle was over and the clothes were not dirty. Lei Luo looked at the shield. Under the goblin's high-intensity attack, some cracks appeared on the surface of the shield, but not many. 10,100 points of shield strength, really durable. Lei Luo sighed in his heart, took out an iron sword from the system warehouse, removed the shield, walked to a seriously injured and dying goblin, and pierced its throat with a sword. The goblin died. I walked to another goblin, which was a female goblin. She was small in stature, had long green hair, an ugly appearance, and two small buns on her chest, which were much smaller than Mia's big thunder. Lei Luo was about to swing his sword to kill the female goblin when the two female magicians ran towards him, shouting, "Reverend, please don't kill it." "Why?" Lei Luo stopped his sword and was about to stab forward. Chapter 17 Lei Luo, I feel my three perspectives have been challenged. Two female magicians trotted over, and one of them took out a rope that had been prepared in advance and tied the hands and feet of the female goblin with it, making it unable to resist. "You plan to use it to find the goblin nest?" Lei Luo remembered that the mayor of Sand City had issued a bounty mission. Anyone who found the goblin's nest could get a reward of 300 gold coins, and anyone who provided clues related to the goblin's nest could get a reward of 80 gold coins. Now many adventurers go out of the city to search for goblin nests for rewards. One of the female magicians shook her head and said, "No, we're not here for the city lord's bounty. It's Master Joey's bounty. Capture a female goblin and bring it to Master Joey's mansion. Master Joey will reward you with 20 gold coins." "Ha?" Lei Luo was puzzled. He thought the two were going to use this female goblin to find the goblin's nest and complete the city lord's bounty mission, but it turned out to be for another bounty mission. But what did this wealthy businessman named Joey want from a goblin? He even specifically asked for a female goblin. "Mr. Pastor, thank you for saving us. We can give you 1/10 of the reward for this bounty mission." Another female magician walked up to Lei Luo and bowed to him to express her gratitude. Lei Luo was a little disdainful. "Huh, I saved you, and you only gave me 1/10 of the reward?" The female magician frowned. "How much do you want?" Lei Luo came in front of the female magician. He was a head taller than her. He looked down at her and raised his right hand in a grasping gesture. "I want them all." The female magician's pupils dilated slightly, and an expression of surprise appeared on her face. This guy in front of her was so greedy that he wanted to take the mission reward for himself. Another female magician tied up the goblin and said angrily, "Although you saved us, putting aside the facts, we are girls. Please show some gentlemanly manners and give us some." "Not a cent. Without morality, you won't be kidnapped by morality." Lei Luo's attitude is quite decisive. If he had not rescued them, these two women would probably have become the breeding ground for the goblins and would have given birth to children for them crazily. "You." The two female magicians were helpless. How could this man not be a gentleman at all? Lei Luo ignored the two of them, picked up his sword and attacked, piercing the throats of the seriously injured goblins. Soon, more than 40 goblins except the female goblin were killed by Lei Luo. Mission completed, reward skill, purification. Host, Lei Luo. Max health, 10100. Skills, healing LV, 2, shield LV, 2, super attack LV, 1, purification LV, 1. Equipment, none. Cleanse, clears all negative effects from a single target. The description of the purification skill is very simple, but you can only know its specific effect by actually trying it. At this time, Mia came over with a bow and arrow, dejected. "Lord Lei Luo, I'm sorry, I didn't shoot a single goblin." Just now, Mia was using a bow and arrow to attack from a distance on the tree. However, her archery skills were so poor that every arrow missed the target. Congratulations, she got the master achievement of human body outlining. "It's okay, just treat it as archery practice." Lei Luo patted Mia's shoulder and comforted her, "Take the female goblin with you, and let's go to Sand City." "Yes, Lord Lei Luo." Mia walked over and picked up the tied-up female goblin. The goblin was about the same size as a child and not heavy. She followed Lei Luo to Sun City. Oh. Looking at the two men's departing backs, the two female magicians sighed and turned around to collect the bodies of their dead companions. Joey is a famous salt merchant in Sand City and one of the richest people in Sand City. Many people know Joey's address. After Lei Luo and Mia entered the city of Sun, they asked the residents of the city and went to Joey's mansion. Arriving at the gate of the mansion, a butler walked up to the iron gate and asked Lei Luo through the iron gate, "This is Master Joey's mansion. What can I do for you too?" "Your master offered a reward for the capture of a female goblin, and I brought it to him." Lei Luo pointed at the female goblin in Mia's hand. The butler knew that Joey had issued such a bounty mission. He glanced at the goblin Mia was carrying, opened the small door next to him, bowed and made a pleased gesture, and said, "Come in." Lei Luo and Mia entered the mansion and, led by the butler, came to the reception room on the third floor of the mansion. Soon, the door of the reception room opened and a fat businessman walked in. He was not tall, but had a broad and fat body, and the fat around his waist was wriggling like waves. Lei Luo estimated that this fat man weighed at least 300 kilograms and had the innate Ma Chao holy body. Joey, with his fluffy golden curly hair, grinned at the unconscious female goblin, revealing his sparse yellow teeth. Ha ha, that's awesome. Master Joey, what do you want with the mother goblin? Lei Luo asked curiously. Life is so dull and monotonous, I need a little excitement. I've played humans, orcs, and dwarves, but I'm tired of them all. I've always wanted to try my hand at goblins, but there aren't any for sale in the slave market. I recently heard there's a goblin infestation near Thorn City, so I might as well catch a female goblin and give it a try. Joey cast an evil gaze upon the female goblin and licked his lips. I've only heard of goblins capturing human women to reproduce, but this is the first time I've seen humans playing with a female goblin. Lei Luo felt that his three views were challenged. He cupped his fists to Joey and said, Your Excellency's level of abstraction exceeds my imagination. I lose. Joey was very satisfied with Lei Luo's shock. He glanced at Mia beside Lei Luo and said, Since you and I are in the same boat, I'll give you an extra 2 gold coins as a reward. Who the hell is your kindred spirit? I'm a noble fan of animal-eared girls, and you're a pervert who doesn't even spare goblins. Lei Luo muttered inwardly. Joey raised his hand to signal the butler, Butler, go get 22 gold coins for this priest. Yes, Master Joy. The butler turned and went out to get the gold coins. After a while, the butler came to the reception room with a bag of gold coins and gave the gold coins to Lei Luo. Lei Luo and Mia left Joey's mansion and came to the street outside. It takes most of the day to walk from Beige Town to Sand City, and if you delay a little longer on the road, the sun is already setting in the west, and the dim afterglow casts long shadows on the buildings in the city. Lord Lei Luo, where are we going now? Mia asked. Find a place to stay and go to Slave Street tomorrow. Lei Luo's purpose of coming to Sun City was to buy the high-end goods that the slave trader mentioned yesterday. The two found a hotel nearby. Lei Luo asked the clerk for the most expensive and best room as he would also be teaching with Mia tonight. Chapter 18 Elves? After staying in the hotel for one night, Lei Luo and Mia went to Slave Street in Sand City. Slave Street was a place dedicated to the slave trade. Slave shops were lined up on both sides of the wide street. Iron cages of various sizes were placed in front of the doors of the slave shops. The tops of the cages were covered with gray tarpaulins, and the slaves were locked in the cages. In the Kingdom of Wit, anyone who owes money or commits a serious crime may become a slave. Prisoners of foreign wars could also become slaves. Therefore, the slaves here are still mainly humans. Lei Luo walked in the middle of the street and smelled the sour smell of sweat in the air. He cursed in his heart, thinking that these black-hearted slave traders were too reluctant to even give their slaves a bath in order to save money. May the goddess bless them all to go bankrupt. I heard from the slave traders in White Dove Town that there are rare high-end goods for sale at 77 Slave Street. Lei Luo turned his head to look at the house numbers of nearby shops, counted the house numbers, and found the shop at number 77 Slave Street. The shop was not big. Several young women were imprisoned in iron cages at the door. They were dressed in rags, had unkempt hair and dirty faces, but they looked pretty good. Lei Luo glanced at the iron cage and was not interested in human women. Real high-end goods would not be displayed outside. He walked straight into the slave shop and saw a beautiful woman in white sitting in front of the counter. Hello, sir, what can I do for you? The woman in white stood up, smiling. I heard that your store has rare high-end goods. I want to take a look. Lei Luo stood in front of the counter and explained his purpose. Yes, that's right, please follow me. When business came, the woman in white was very enthusiastic and took Lei Luo into the store. Go to the first floor stairs and follow them down to the basement of the store. The basement was converted into small rooms one after another. The environment was dim, and alien slaves were imprisoned in the small rooms. Some of them were wolf or snake slaves. Their eyes emitted a faint green light in the darkness, which was a bit creepy. Like the streets outside, the basement is also filled with a disgusting smell of sweat. In fact, because the air in the basement is not circulating, the smell of sweat here is even stronger. Lei Luo and Mia covered their noses and followed the woman in white. After walking a short distance, Lei Luo suddenly smelled a very faint floral scent mixed with the disgusting smell of sweat, which was refreshing and relaxing. Your boss also bathes and perfumes his slaves? With a flash of doubt in his eyes, Lei Luo asked the woman in white who was leading the way. In his impression, slave traders were all profit-driven guys who would not be kind enough to bathe slaves. You'll know soon. The woman in white did not answer Lei Luo's question, but kept it a secret. Okay. Lei Luo patiently followed the woman in white deeper into the basement. After walking another 10 or so meters, the three of them stopped in front of an iron gate. This is it. The woman in white took out the key, opened the heavy iron door, and walked in with Lei Luo. Behind the iron gate was a clean and tidy room of about 10 square meters, with some hay on the floor. The fragrance of flowers here is stronger than outside. A girl in coarse clothes is curled up in the corner. Her skin is very white, and her arms are hugging her knees. Her thick pink hair covers her like a quilt, and her long ears like those of an elf indicate that she is not human. This is the elves? Lei Luo looked at the pink-haired girl in confusion, with uncertainty in his words. Because the elves on the Tenoria continent mainly have black hair, white hair, and red hair, the girl's hair color is a rare pink. The woman in white beside her shook her head, not an elf. What race is that? Lei Luo asked curiously. There are many races in the Tenoria continent, including common races such as humans, succubi, goblins, dragons, elves, and orcs, but there are also some unknown minority groups. The woman in white, Flower Fairy Clan. Flower Fairy Clan? What kind of race is this? Lei Luo had never heard of this race. Thinking about the floral fragrance he smelled just now, it must have come from her. The woman in white explained, the flower fairies are one of the remaining races created by the goddess of life. They live in the Baiyuan Flower Sea in the north. Baiyuan Flower Sea is a piece of land in the north of Tenoria continent. Its area is larger than the three major human kingdoms. It is spring all year round and is full of various dangerous plants. It is both a beautiful fairy tale world and a dangerous restricted area that humans cannot set foot in. I see. It is not impossible for the goddess of life to master the laws of life and create a new race out of thin air. How much? Lei Luo was very interested in the beautiful girl from another race and planned to buy this flower fairy girl. Normally, a flower fairy can be sold for 5,000 gold coins, but this flower fairy is worth 1,000 gold coins. Lei Luo looked surprised. Why is it so cheap? Because she's dying. The woman in white said helplessly. Before Lei Luo came, more than one wealthy businessman had come here, wanting to buy this flower fairy girl. Those wealthy businessmen were powerful upper-class aristocrats. The slave traders did not dare to deceive the upper-class aristocrats and told them the truth. When the wealthy businessmen learned that the flower fairy girl was dying, they were not interested in buying her. Lei Luo held his chin and looked at the flower fairy girl. She looked healthy. Why did she die? Woman in white, look at her right arm. Only then did Lei Luo notice that there was a festering black spot on the right elbow of the flower fairy girl. The spot was very large, part of it was exposed, and part of it was covered by clothes. It might have spread to the entire arm. She has rot disease, a terminal illness for the flower fairy clan. The woman in white explained. In nature, plants can wither, die, and rot due to infection with diseases, and similar situations also exist among flower fairies. Lei Luo hesitated. He only had assets of more than 1,400 gold coins in total. Spending 1,000 gold coins to buy this dying flower fairy would definitely be a huge loss. System, can the purification skill purify the rot disease? Purification skills can purify rot. Products produced by the system must be of high quality. The purification skill is awesome. Lei Luo was secretly surprised, then pretended to be disgusted. She's almost dead, can you make it cheaper? I'll buy it if it's cheaper. I can give you another 20% discount. Okay, I want it. Lei Luo took out 800 gold coins and bought the dying flower fairy girl. Chapter 19, Improving Favorability with the Flower Fairy. Lei Luo walked up to the girl from the Flower Fairy clan and lifted her long pink hair from her forehead, revealing a pretty and elegant face. The three light red marks in the shape of petals between her eyebrows made her look different from ordinary women. However, her face was pale and bloodless, and she looked sick. He looks so sick, I guess he won't live long. What's your name? Lei Luo asked. The flower fairy girl raised her head slightly, her pink eyes looking at Lei Luo, her eyelids drooping, her eyes empty, and she said weakly, Flora. Flora, come with me. I'll take you out of here. Lei Luo has already paid the money, and now this flower fairy girl belongs to him. Flora stood up tremblingly. She was shorter than Mia, about 1.65 meters tall, with slender limbs, wearing tattered coarse clothes, bare white feet, and long pink hair hanging on the ground. In order to make it easier to walk, Flora rolled up her long hair and wrapped it around her waist, like a hemp rope. The four of them left the basement and came to a room on the third floor of the slave shop. In the room, the contract magician signed a slave contract between Lei Luo and Flora, making it impossible for Flora to resist Lei Luo. "Mr. Pastor, it's a pleasure to work with you." The woman in white smiled and stretched out her hand to Lei Luo. Thanks to Lei Luo for buying this flower fairy slave, their shop lost less money. Lei Luo shook hands with the woman in white, took Flora out of the slave shop, and came to the slave street outside. Quest: reach 100 points of favorability with Flora. Quest reward: 10,000 maximum health points. Lei Luo was stunned when he saw this system task. It was a favorability task and a 10,000 point maximum health point. Could it be that signing a contract with a slave would unlock a favorability task? The plants grow towards the sun, and the golden sunlight shines on Flora, making her feel very comfortable, and there seems to be a hint of color on her pale face. However, Flora was not happy. She glanced at the festering black spots on her right arm, her eyes full of worry. She was infected with the incurable disease of putrefaction, and her life was about to come to an end. "Sir, I'm dying, why did you buy me?" Flora, with a worried look on her face, asked Lei Luo in confusion. Lei Luo was about to tell Flora that he could cure the rot with his purification skills. However, when he thought of the favorability task issued by the system, he swallowed the words back. He looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, pretending to be deep and sighing, "Maybe it's fate. I felt a sense of familiarity the moment I saw you. A dark dungeon is not suitable for the flower fairies. Before you die, I want you to enjoy the warm sunshine and a moment of freedom. Even if it costs 800 gold coins, it's worth it." After hearing what Lei Luo said, Flora stared blankly at the man she had met by chance. He spent a huge sum of money to buy her when she was dying, just to let her enjoy the warm sunshine in the last stage of her life. This man is different from those rich businessmen who had coveted her body before. Flora's favorability towards the host plus 20. Task progress 2100. Flora's eyes sparkled. "My lord, what is your name?" "Raylo Simmons." Lei Luo replied, "Also, there's no need to use honorifics, just treat me as a friend." "Thank you, Master Lei Luo." Flora forced a smile from her bitter face. Being able to enjoy the sunshine in the last stage of her life and meet such a good person as Lei Luo, isn't it a kind of luck? She is already satisfied. "Flora, what would you like to eat?" Lei Luo asked. "First find out what Flora likes and dislikes, then improve your favorability with her." Flora shook her head. "We flower fairies just need to drink water and bask in the sun." "So easy to feed?" Lei Luo was surprised. "Of course, when there's no sunlight and water, you still need to eat. The flower fairies are intelligent life forms created by the goddess of life that are more advanced than humans. They can obtain energy both by eating food and by basking in the sun, which is equivalent to having two eating systems. Her name is Mia, she's a cat person. From now on, both of you will be mine." Lei Luo introduces Mia to Flora. "Sister Mia." Flora looked at Mia, who was taller than her, so she called her sister. Mia twitched her cat ears, not understanding why Lei Luo wanted to buy a dying person. This deal was obviously a huge loss. But this was Lei Luo's decision, and she couldn't say anything. Seeing Flora's fragile appearance, Mia asked, "Do you need me to carry you?" "No, I can walk by myself." After absorbing the sunlight, Flora recovered some strength and declined Mia's kindness. "Let's go back to White Dove Town." Lei Luo was satisfied with having obtained another beautiful alien slave girl. When his favorability with Flora was maxed out, Mia and Flora would be double the happiness. As he walked, he asked Flora, "Flora, is there anyone else at home?" Flora shook her head. "No, we, the flower fairies, were born from plants and have no parents." "I've never seen this before." It was the first time that Lei Luo heard that life could be born from plants. "But the plant that gave birth to you should be considered your parent, right?" Barely." Flora wasn't quite sure either. The flower fairies didn't have the concept of parents, and the plants that gave birth to them were merely tools for growth. Next time you go to Beiyuan Flower Sea to see your parents, bring them some fertilizer. Well, Flora didn't know how to answer Lei Luo. Not to mention whether she could live to that time. Lei Luo, a human being, could not enter the Beiyuan Flower Sea. The three left Sand City and returned to White Dove Town. Along the way, Lei Luo and his friends encountered several teams of adventurers, all of whom were looking for the location of the goblin's lair. Near noon, the three of them walked to a stream to rest. Flora sat on a rock by the stream, soaking her feet in the water. She untied her long pink hair that was wrapped around her waist and looked at Lei Luo. "Master Lei Luo, do you have a pair of scissors?" "There are no scissors, only a knife." "A small knife will do." Lei Luo took out a small knife from the system warehouse and gave it to Flora. Flora used the knife to cut off the excess long hair and threw it into the stream, leaving only waist-length hair. Then he bent down and washed his face in the stream to wash away the dirt on his face. Her face was pure and flawless, with a pair of beautiful and charming watery eyes, pink pupils, and 3 pink petal marks between her eyebrows. She looked like a flower fairy banished to the mortal world, even more beautiful than Mia. Flora lifted the sleeve of her right arm, and the black spots of ulceration spread almost all over her arm. There were pustules on the surface of the skin, and the pustules were full of black water. "Can your rot be cured? For example, cut off your right arm before the black spots spread to your whole body." Lei Luo asked. "It's useless. Even if I cut off my right arm, the rot still can't be eradicated. This is the curse that the god of filth has placed on our flower fairy clan." Flora shook her head in disappointment. Although she wanted to live and see this beautiful world again, from ancient times to the present, no flower fairy infected with rot disease could escape the fate of death. Chapter 20: Healing the Flower Fairy. The stream was clear, and the icy cold water flowed over Flora's white and tender feet. The long-lost feeling of comfort made Flora relax completely. Lei Luo sat to the right of Flora and looked at the festering black spots on Flora's arms. "Flora, I am an apprentice priest of the Holy Sea. I have learned a special spell that may be able to cure your rot." The special spell he mentioned is actually the purification skill. "It's useless." The slave trader asked a priest from the Vatican to try, but the priest's sacred magic couldn't dispel the curse of the god of filth. Flora said with a gloomy look. "No, my special spell is different from holy magic, so maybe it will be effective." "Then let's try it." As a last resort, Flora agreed to try Lei Luo's special spell. He rolled up his right sleeve, revealing his right arm covered with black spots. Lei Luo grabbed Flora's wrist and felt the warmth. It was the first time that Flora's wrist was grabbed by a man. Her body tensed up, she lowered her head shyly, and didn't dare to look into Lei Luo's eyes. "Then I'll start. Purification." Lei Luo uses the purification skill on Flora. The next moment, a light blue light appeared where Lei Luo's palm touched Flora's wrist. A powerful purifying force is injected into Flora's body, clearing away the negative effects in her body. The purifying power dissipated the curse of the god of filth, and the black spots on Flora's right arm dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this, Flora's eyes widened. The black spots are disappearing? The incurable rot disease that has plagued the flower fairy clan for thousands of years can actually be cured. How did this man in front of me do it? Lei Luo's purification skill is only level 1, and its purifying power is limited. The rot disease is a curse from the god of filth, which is much stronger than ordinary curses. After one purification skill, the festering black spot on Flora's right arm only disappeared in an area as big as a thumb. "I'm not very proficient in magic, I can only purify this much at a time." Lord Lei Luo is already very powerful. Flora's beautiful pink eyes sparkled, and she seemed to see the hope of life, and she looked a little excited. "Continue." Holding Flora's wrist, Lei Luo continued to use purification skills on Flora. The second time she used the purification skill, another powerful purifying force was injected into Flora's body, and a small piece of the black spot on Flora's right arm disappeared. "Thank you, Master Lei Luo, thank you, Master Lei Luo. Now she doesn't have to die." Flora was ecstatic and kept thanking Lei Luo. "Purify me. Purify. Purify." Lei Luo grabbed Flora's wrist, used the purification skill, and attacked Flora crazily. The purifying power continued to flow into Flora's body, and the festering black spots on Flora's right arm quickly disappeared. While using the purification skill, Lei Luo also used the healing skill on Flora, allowing new flesh to grow on the festering part of her right arm. After a high-intensity output, Lei Luo was exhausted and sweating profusely, while half of Flora's arm was restored to its original state, and her fair and tender skin was as smooth as jade. Flora blinked and was moved to see that Lei Luo was sweating profusely after treating her. Flora's favorability towards the host +20. Task progress 4100. Lei Luo and Flora's favorability progressed faster than Mia's, reaching 40 points in less than half a day. Master Lei Luo, please take a rest. Flora felt a little sorry for Lei Luo and used her sleeve to wipe the sweat from his forehead. It's okay, I can still do it. Lei Luo took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, while using purification and healing skills on Flora. With the help of healing skills, the original black ulcerated flesh fell off and new flesh grew on the arm. Although purification and healing skills do not have skill CD, you will still get tired if you use them too frequently. Half an hour later, the festering black spots on Flora's right arm completely disappeared. Lei Luo's upper and lower eyelids were fighting with each other, and he felt drowsy. Master Lei Luo, what's wrong with you? Lei Luo's technique is amazing. Flora is worried whether such an amazing technique will have any side effects on Lei Luo. Mia saw that Lei Luo was not in good condition and ran over. Master Lei Luo, are you okay? I'm so sleepy. I need to take a nap. Lei Luo couldn't hold on any longer and fell headfirst into Mia's arms. Mia placed Lei Luo's upper body on her knees and gently held Lei Luo's head with her arms. Flora placed Lei Luo's lower body on her knees, allowing him to have a good sleep. Flora was in a good mood at the moment. She looked at Mia with a smile and said, Sister Mia, what kind of person is Lord Lei Luo? Lord Lei Luo is very good. Following Lord Lei Luo, there will be delicious food every day. During the time Mia spent with Lei Luo, he fed Mia during the day and taught her at night. She had been completely conquered by Lei Luo and now her body and mind were completely devoted to him. When faced with questions from other girls, they naturally had to speak well of Lei Luo. Yeah, I noticed that too. Lei Luo had just worked hard to treat her rot disease, and Flora also had a good impression of Lei Luo. Would you like to join me in warming Lord Lei Luo's bed? Mia looked at Flora with a smile. She was already Lei Luo's person and wanted to drag Flora into the water. That's not good. Flora blushed slightly. She had only known Lei Luo for less than half a day, and their relationship had not yet reached the level of warming the bed. The two sat by the stream, chatting casually. Lei Luo slept in the arms of the two men, from noon to dusk, and the sunset dyed half the sky red. With his head held in Mia's arms, Lei Luo could only see half of the sky when he opened his eyes. The other half was blocked by Mia's evil thing. Everything has two sides. Being too big also has its disadvantages. When lying in Mia's arms, I can only see half of the sky. Lei Luo sighed in his heart and sat up. Lord Lei Luo, you're awake. How do you feel? Flora asked with concern. Full of energy. After sleeping for half a day, Lei Luo regained his energy and looked energetic. It's getting dark. Let's spend the night by this stream and return to White Dove Town tomorrow. Okay. Mia tilted her head and smiled gently. Before the sun sets, Flora goes to the nearby woods to collect firewood, Mia goes to the stream to fish, and Lei Luo builds a bonfire by the stream. As it got dark, the three of them sat around the campfire, with Flora sitting opposite Lei Luo. Mia, with an expression of enjoyment on her face, lay obediently in Lei Luo's arms, allowing Lei Luo to scratch her chin, touch her cat ears, and swing her black cattail flexibly. The cat lying in the owner's arms is the happiest cat. The appearance of the flower fairies is similar to that of the elves. Lei Luo smelled the floral fragrance on Flora, which was a bit like a rose. Are all flower fairies as fragrant as you? It depends on what kind of plant it is. Some flower fairies don't have a floral scent, while some do, Flora explained. Awesome. I don't need to buy perfume anymore. Whenever I want to spray perfume, I just stick it on Flora and it will naturally smell good. Flora, stay here and don't run around. Mia and I are going to the grove over there to look at the stars. Lei Luo pointed to the lush grove not far away. Oh. What is worrying is not the lack of wealth but the uneven distribution of wealth. Flora frowned. I don't understand why Lei Luo only took Mia and not her to go to the grove to watch the stars. Chapter 21 New Skill, Magic Enhancement. The next morning. The rot was cured, and the haze in her heart was swept away. Flora skipped in front of Lei Luo, barefoot, swinging her arms, and humming an unknown song. Lei Luo followed Flora with his magic wand and asked, Flora, how old are you this year? Hearing Lei Luo calling her, Flora turned around with a smile, put her hands behind her back, and walked backwards, saying as she walked, according to your human timekeeping method, it should be more than 200 years old. 6. Super Generation Increase. Lei Luo is only in his early 20s this year, and Flora is more than qualified to be his great-grandmother. Flora ran to Lei Luo and held his arm with both hands. Master Lei Luo, do you want to go to the sky to take a look? How do I get to heaven? Lei Luo looked puzzled. Flora walked around behind Lei Luo and put her two slender arms around his waist. I will take Master Lei Luo to heaven. Closing her pink pupils, the three faint petal marks between Flora's eyebrows emitted a faint pink glow. The next moment, two pairs of pink energy wings spread out from behind Flora. The translucent light wings have rose patterns on the surface, are as thin as cicada wings, and vibrate at a high frequency, creating a strong updraft. Flora held Lei Luo in her arms and flew to a height of several dozen meters. The airflow generated by the high-frequency vibration of the wings blew Lei Luo's golden hair. Lei Luo turned his head and glanced at Flora's two pairs of pink energy wings. He was secretly surprised that the flower fairies could actually fly. Flora hung her arms around Lei Luo's waist, hovering in the air, her long pink hair falling on Lei Luo's face. The unique floral fragrance of the flower fairies emanating from her hair was intoxicating. Master Lei Luo, thank you for curing my incurable disease. Flora is willing to follow Master Lei Luo forever. The flower fairies in the Beiyuan Flower Sea do not have the intrigues of human society. Lei Luo saved Flora, and Flora naturally felt that she should follow Lei Luo and be his slave. Lei Luo smoothed his short golden hair, like a yellow-haired scumbag in anime. As long as you follow me, I will protect you forever. Really? Lord Lei Luo. Last night, Lei Luo didn't take Flora to the grove to watch the stars, and Flora was a little unhappy. At this moment, hearing Lei Luo's promise to her, the little bit of unhappiness in her heart disappeared. Flora's favorability towards the host +10. Task progress 5100. Girls with simple minds are often easier to deceive. Flora's favorability is easier to gain than Mia's. Boom! Just as the two were suspended in the air, a loud noise was heard from the woods in the east, and a column of smoke and dust rose from the woods. Flora, let me down, let's go over there and see what's going on. Oh! Flora brought Lei Luo back to the ground. Mia was lying on the ground, her face tilted to the side, her cat ears pressed against the ground. Her hearing was sharper than Lei Luo's. In addition to the explosion, she also heard the sound of fighting. She stood up and said to Lei Luo, Master Lei Luo, there are people fighting over there. Let's go and take a look. Yes, Lord Lei Luo. The three of them ran towards the woods to the east. Meanwhile, in the woods to the east, a team of 3 adventurers is fighting goblins. The 2-meter-tall goblin warrior rushed to the front, carrying a huge stone axe on his shoulder and wearing simple leather armor. With protruding fangs, an ugly face, and bulging muscles, it is obviously stronger than the short ordinary goblins behind it. If ordinary goblins are compared to monsters, goblin warriors are the elite monsters in the goblin nest. The goblin warrior rushed up to the 3 men, swung his huge stone axe, and smashed it down. There was no way to avoid it. The young man in the adventurer team acted as the vanguard, holding a beast-patterned defensive shield and resisting the attack in front. The female magician behind chants a magic spell, preparing to release magic. Another female magician assists from the side to enhance the power of the other's magic. The goblin warrior's huge stone axe smashed into the defensive shield. Bang! The terrifying force smashed the defensive shield, and the young man vomited blood. He was knocked more than 10 meters away by the goblin warrior and hit a tree. While the vanguard was fending off the attack, the 2 magicians behind finished their magic chants and released their magic. Ha! Sand and rocks flew everywhere, and a green whirlwind appeared out of nowhere on the ground ahead. The more than 20-meter-high green whirlwind was like a washing machine, with a strong suction force. More than a dozen ordinary goblins and the goblin warrior were all sucked into the whirlwind and suffered continuous damage from the wind blades. The sharp wind blades can cut through flesh and even crush bones. After more than 20 seconds, the green whirlwind disappeared, and the goblins were minced into meat, leaving a pile of minced meat on the ground. Success! The 2 female magicians jumped up in surprise. Before the 2 could be happy for too long, a thick green arm stretched out from the pile of minced meat. The goblin warrior crawled out of the pile of minced meat, with only some shallow scratches on his body. The 2 female magicians were shocked. The goblin warrior's physical defense was so strong that even the enhanced first-level whirlwind magic could not kill it. Mission: assist the adventurer team to kill the goblin warrior. Mission reward: magic enhancement. Lei Luo and the other 2 came nearby, and the system task voice sounded in Lei Luo's mind. Lord Lei Luo, do you want to destroy that goblin warrior? Flora raised her right hand, and a ball of pink magical energy condensed in her palm. Need not. Lei Luo took a look at the magic power in Flora's right palm. This girl seemed to have some strength. However, now we need to complete the system task and assist the adventurer team in killing the goblin warriors, so Flora does not need to take action. All right. The magical energy in Flora's palm disappeared. Lei Luo walked to the young man. As long as he healed the young man, gave him the super attack buff, and killed the goblin warrior, he could complete the mission. He squatted down, put one hand on the young man's shoulder, and used healing skills on him. After a healing skill was used, the wounds on the young man's body showed no signs of healing. Ha! Why aren't you responding? Lei Luo was stunned. It was the first time he encountered a situation that could not be cured by healing skills. It was so strange. Lord Lei Luo, he seems to be dead. Flora reminded. Lei Luo touched the young man's heart and found that his heart had stopped beating and he had died. Healing skills cannot bring the dead back to life. At this moment, the two female magicians ran over in panic and shouted to Lei Luo and the others, "Run! That big guy is chasing us." Lei Luo turned his head and saw that the goblin warrior was already rushing towards him with a huge axe. There was no other way, so Lei Luo grabbed the wrist of one of the flat-chested female magicians and gave her a super powerful attack buff. White energy halos appeared on the female magician's wrists. Lei Luo said to the flat-chested female magician, "Hey, woman, go kill the goblin warrior." "I." The flat-chested female magician pointed at herself, her eyes wide open, and looked at Lei Luo in disbelief. "Brother, do you want to listen to what you are saying? I'm just an auxiliary magician. I have no strength and no offensive magic. You want me to kill the goblin warrior?" Lei Luo urged, "Yes, it's you. You have been strengthened. Go and deliver it quickly." "No, go and fight." "I'm not going." The flat-chested female magician rejected Lei Luo. This person must have some serious illness. He asked her, an auxiliary magician, to fight in close combat with the goblin warrior with a magic wand. "Go!" Lei Luo pushed her and moved her forward. Chapter 22 Flora's ability. Goblin warriors, the elite of the goblin lair, have the strength equivalent to a second-level human warrior. The flat-chested female magician holding a magic wand was pushed to the front by Lei Luo, less than 5 meters away from the goblin warrior. At such a close distance, the fishy smell hit her in the face, and she could even see the sweat hairs on the goblin warrior's skin. There is no way to escape, I can only fight." The flat-chested female magician waved her magic wand and fought against the goblin warrior. The wooden magic wand was swung out and collided with the stone giant axe. Click! With a crisp sound, the wooden magic wand was smashed by the huge stone axe. Finished! Pieces of wood from the magic wand flew everywhere. The flat-chested female magician stared with wide eyes at the stone axe that was bigger than her head and was coming towards her, her eyes full of despair. If you are hit by a stone axe, your brain will definitely splatter. The red and white exploded into a beautiful brain flower. The picture must be very beautiful. It seems quite nice to die so beautifully. Just as she was daydreaming, the second additional damage took effect, and an invisible force hit the stone axe. Bang! The stone axe was smashed to pieces by that terrifying invisible force. The invisible force shattered the stone axe but continued to move forward, hitting the goblin warrior. His strong body could not withstand such a powerful impact and he exploded into a ball of blood mist in an instant. Is this the power of a super powerful attack with extra damage? Lei Luo was a little surprised. After his health limit was raised to 10,100, it was the first time he witnessed the power of a super powerful attack. Ah! My power is so strong? The flat-chested female magician holding a half-broken magic wand blinked in disbelief. She was just an auxiliary magician, but she could kill a goblin warrior in one blow. Could it be that he awakened some special power in the desperate situation? Just like in the novel, the protagonist, trapped in despair, recalls the tragic experiences of his childhood and the bonds of friendship he formed with his companions, and roars, "I have a reason not to lose." Then his bloodline awakens, erupting with incredible combat power, instantly killing the enemy. Ha ha, I don't want to be a magician anymore. I want to wield a great sword and swing a giant hammer. Task completed, reward skill, magic enhancement. Awesome, I got a new skill. Lei Luo couldn't wait to open the system panel to check the skill details. Host, Lei Luo. Max health, 10100. Skills: Healing LV 2, Shield LV 2, Super Attack LV 1, Purification LV 1, Magic Enhancement LV 1. Equipment: None. Magic Enhancement increases the magic power of a single target by 100%, lasting for 2 minutes, with a cooldown of 2 minutes. This auxiliary skill can increase the magic power of the magician, doubling the magic power, and the duration is equal to the cooling time, which is equivalent to no cooling. Sure enough, products produced by the system must be high quality. Just when Lei Luo was secretly happy about getting a new skill, Mia pulled Lei Luo's clothes and pointed to the woods on the right. "Master Lei Luo, look over there." Lei Luo looked in the direction Mia pointed. In the woods on the right, a large group of green goblins were approaching. The noise of the battle just now attracted other goblins in the woods. Wow! Wow! Upon discovering humans, more than 100 goblins surrounded Lei Luo and his group. There are 3 goblin warriors among more than 100 ordinary goblins. With strong bodies more than 2 meters tall, they stand out among the ordinary goblins. Why are there so many goblins? Lei Luo was surprised at the large number of goblins. The goblin nest near Sand City is probably not a small goblin nest, but a medium or large one. "Flora, you protect Mia, I'll deal with those goblins." Lei Luo gently patted Flora's shoulder and used magic enhancement skills on her. This is? Flora suddenly felt that the magic power in her body had doubled. "Lei Luo, this is my ability. It can increase your magic power for a short period of time." "Thank you, Master Lei Luo." Flora gathered her magic power, and 2 pairs of light wings unique to the flower fairies appeared behind her, vibrating at a high frequency. She hugged Mia's waist and flew Mia to a height of more than 10 meters in the air. "This way you won't be attacked by goblins." Magic power gathered at his fingertips, and a large number of thorny rose vines broke out of the ground, forming a circle and protecting the 2 adventurers inside. Shield. Lei Luo activated his shield, and the light red energy shield wrapped him in it. He swaggered towards the goblins. More than 100 goblins attack Lei Luo frantically, waving clubs and bone knives and hitting the shield. With each blow, tiny cracks as thin as a hair appear on the surface of the shield, and damage is reflected back. Wow! Wow! Screams rang out one after another, and many goblins were blown away by the rebound damage. A goblin warrior held a thick stone pillar more than 3 meters long in his arms and spun his body at high speed on the spot. The heavy stone pillar was accelerated by centrifugal force and hit the shield heavily. The shield was as solid as a rock, standing still. A crack more than 10 centimeters long was made on its surface, and it bounced back the attack. The stone pillar goblin warrior was like being hit by a heavy object. His chest caved in, and he flew backwards. Another goblin warrior drew a big sword from behind him, gripped the hilt with both hands, and slashed at the shield with all his strength, leaving a crack more than 20 centimeters long on the surface of the shield. Lei Luo's shield strength is as high as 10,100 points, and it can cut a crack of more than 20 centimeters, which shows the strength of this goblin warrior. However, the harder it attacks, the greater the damage it suffers. The damage rebounded, and the greatsword goblin warrior's head was split in half by the sword. Lei Luo stood in the shield, too lazy to move. The goblins attacking the shield were blown all over the sky, and more cracks appeared on the shield. What exactly is this operation? The strange scene made the 2 adventurers look confused. Living things have the instinct to seek benefits and avoid harm. Although the goblin's IQ is not high, he also knows that Lei Luo is not easy to mess with. Unable to gain any advantage from Lei Luo, the goblins abandoned Lei Luo and rushed towards the adventurer team with their clubs in hand. The 2 members of the adventurer team were protected by Flora's rose vines. The goblin rushed to the vicinity of the rose vines. Dozens of rose vines sensed the approach of prey and crawled like snakes, entangling the goblin. Those goblins had just attacked Lei Luo, but were consumed by Lei Luo's anti-injury shield and were left with little health and weak in combat effectiveness. Now they were entangled by the rose vines and it was difficult for them to break free. The thorns on the flower vines pierced the goblin's skin and sucked its blood. Pale white roses bloomed on the rose vines. As they absorbed more blood, the pale white roses turned into a gorgeous blood red. As if receiving the fertilizer it needed to grow, the rose vines grew wildly and spread, covering a large area of the surrounding land and entangling more goblins. Little flower fairy, you are so powerful. Lei Luo looked at Flora, who was holding Mia in mid-air. Flora's fighting ability seemed to be quite strong. It's mainly because Lord Lei Luo enhanced my magic power, and these goblins were injured, so my flower vines can entangle them. Chapter 23. The flower fairy is really fragrant. More than 100 goblins turned into fertilizer for the flowers. Flora brought Mia to Luo's side. Mia's black eyes were filled with love. She held Lei Luo's arm, rested her head on Lei Luo's shoulder, and rubbed her black cattail against Lei Luo's back. She liked to stick to Lei Luo. Cats are so cute. Lei Luo kissed Mia on her fair face. Meow meow. Mia made a low sound in her throat with a slight tremor, the clipping sound a little female cat makes when asking for food to please its owner. Cat people only make such ambiguous sounds to those closest to them. Master Lei Luo, are you not hurt? There was a hint of worry on Flora's pink face. She was a little worried that Lei Luo would be injured in the battle. I'm fine. Lei Luo touched Flora's head. Her long pink hair was as soft as silk and had a faint floral scent. Flora was secretly delighted when Lei Luo touched her head. She narrowed her eyes, tilted her head back, and folded her long white ears back, enjoying Lei Luo's touch. Flora's favorability towards the host +10. Task progress 6100. The three continued walking towards Beige Town. In the afternoon, the three returned to Beige Town. A team of soldiers wearing silver white armor and holding spears are patrolling outside Beige Town. There is usually no military garrison in Beige Town, so why are there soldiers patrolling today? Lei Luo was puzzled and walked towards the patrol team and asked, "Sir, is martial law in Beige Town?" The soldier looked at Lei Luo and was quite polite when he saw that he was a priest of the church. Recently, goblins have been rampant. Many villages near Sand City have been robbed by goblins. Try not to leave the town unless necessary. Okay, thanks. Lei Luo didn't expect that the goblin disaster outside the city of Sand would actually spread to Beige Town, more than 20 kilometers away. The three of them walked into White Dove Town. There were more people on the streets than usual, and the residents were frantically shopping and stockpiling food. Whether on Earth or in another world, people's first reaction when faced with a disaster is to stockpile food. There was a long queue in front of the grain store, and a wooden sign with today's grain prices was hung next to the store door. The price of wheat rose to 10 copper coins per pound, a threefold increase. The price of rice rose to 12 copper coins per pound, a fourfold increase. The price of corn rose to 5 copper coins per pound, a threefold increase. However, even though the price has increased several times, there is still a shortage of supply and residents of the small town are rushing to buy it. Lei Luo remembered that there was not much food left in his manor and he might not be able to buy food later, so he also lined up at the back of the line to buy food. After queuing for half an hour, I bought 10 bags of expensive rice, enough to last for 2 or 3 months. When passing by the tailor shop, Lei Luo saw Flora wearing worn-out coarse cloth clothes. Flora and Mia had different body shapes, and Flora could not wear Mia's clothes, so he went into the store to pick out a few new dresses for Flora. After purchasing rice and clothes, the three left Beige Town and came to the lakeside manor not far from Beige Town. A wide avenue leads to the gate of the manor, with 2 rows of tall pines and cypresses planted on both sides of the avenue. Wow, is this Lord Lei Luo's home? Flora looked at the flower beds surrounding the manor in surprise. Flowers are blooming in the flower beds, green leaves and red flowers complement each other, and bees and butterflies are swarming. You are mine now, and this will be your home in the future. Lei Luo said with a smile. Aha! Flora nodded and walked to the flower garden. The fragrance of flowers was overwhelming and the buzzing of bees lingered in her ears. She closed her eyes and felt the fragrance of flowers and the chirping of insects. She felt like she was back in her hometown, the Beiyuan Flower Sea. Lei Luo walked to Flora and took out a pink dress from the system warehouse and gave it to Flora. Flora, go take a shower and change your clothes. Where do I wash it? Flora opened her eyes and took the pink dress. She was unfamiliar with the estate and didn't know where to bathe. Lei Luo, Mia, take Flora with you. Okay, Master Lei Luo. Mia took Flora to the manor's bathroom to take a bath. Lei Luo walked into the manor, put 10 bags of rice in the storage room, and then went to the kitchen to cook. There are no electric rice cookers on the continent of Tenoria, so Lei Luo can only cook the rice until it is half cooked, then drain it and steam it in a small steamer. While steaming rice, stir-fry green pepper and shredded pork. After the green pepper and shredded pork are cooked, beat 5 eggs and stew a pot of wild vegetable egg drop soup. Master Lei Luo, what are we having for dinner today? At this time, Mia smelled the fragrance, held the kitchen doorframe with both hands, and poked her head into the kitchen. Today's fragrance was not boiled fish, but it was not much different from boiled fish. Shredded pork with green peppers. Lei Luo pointed to a large plate of shredded pork with green peppers next to him. Mia moved closer to the plate of shredded pork with green peppers, staring at it and drooling. It's great to follow Lord Lei Luo. I can eat delicious food every day. Don't drool on the plate. Lei Luo reached out and pulled Mia's cattail to prevent her from getting too close to the plate. You've eaten it before anyway, so what's the big deal? Mia didn't care. She had already lived with Lei Luo and had in-depth communication with him. Lei Luo was speechless, as if there was nothing wrong with him. Seeing Mia's cute and lovely appearance, Lei Luo pretended to be angry and said, "You little kitten, you dare to contradict your master? Accept the punishment." He walked behind Mia, grabbed her waist with both hands, and prepared to charge. "Master Lei Luo, I'm done washing." Just as Lei Luo was about to punish Mia, Flora's gentle voice came from the kitchen door. Lei Luo let go of Mia and turned to look at Flora. Flora was standing at the kitchen door, looking pretty, wearing her newly bought pink dress. Her long pink hair was wet and hung down to her waist. After washing away the dirt, the flawless face was revealed with a faint pinkish hue, like a peach blossom, and every inch of skin on the body was as white and tender as tofu. Her pink eyes were like clear crystal, revealing curiosity and innocence, and her long black eyelashes flickered like the flapping of a butterfly's wings. She has long elf ears, a small and straight nose, and a rosy cherry mouth. The 3 shallow petal-shaped marks between her eyebrows made her look like a fairy among flowers. As expected of a girl from the flower fairy clan, she is as beautiful as a flower. Lei Luo secretly admired her in his heart. Attached photo, Flower Fairy. Lord Lei Luo. Seeing Lei Luo in a daze, Flora walked over to him and shook his arm. "Let us eat." Lei Luo came back to his senses. Even at such a close distance, he could smell the floral scent on Flora's body. Perhaps because she had taken a bath, her scent was purer than before. "Finally, I can eat." Mia became excited, wagging her cat tail happily, and left the kitchen with the plate of shredded pork with green peppers. Lei Luo handed the steamer basket filled with rice to Flora. "Flora, take the rice out and put it on the table." Oh. Flora left the kitchen carrying the steamer. Lei Luo walked to the cabinet, took out bowls, chopsticks, knives, forks and other tableware, walked into the living room and prepared to eat. Chapter 24 Lei Luo, it's just a fatal injury, it's nothing serious. After lunch, Mia went to the kitchen with a pile of bowls to wash them. Flora, wearing a pink long dress, skipped into the manor yard, concentrated her magic power, and a pair of pink translucent wings as thin as cicada wings appeared behind her. It flapped its wings, flew lightly to the wall of the manor, and began to bask in the sun. The flower fairies live facing the sun. The golden sunlight falls on Flora, and her long pink hair emits a faint glow, making her even more beautiful. Lei Luo walked to the foot of the wall and looked at Flora, who was sitting on the wall. He wanted to bask in the sun with Flora and tried to jump onto the wall. However, the wall was more than 3 meters high, and Lei Luo was just an ordinary person. He tried several times but failed to jump over it. Lei Luo covered his face. This was so embarrassing. It seems that having auxiliary skills alone is not enough. I have to learn some magic when I have time. Lord Lei Luo, let me bring you up. Seeing that Lei Luo couldn't get up, Flora flapped her wings and landed behind Lei Luo. The slender arms wrapped around Lei Luo's waist and flew him to the wall. Lei Luo sat steadily beside Flora and looked at her with a smile. "Thank you, Flora. Lord Lei Luo is my master, you don't need to thank me." Flora smiled. Her favorability towards Lei Luo reached 60 points, and she had already accepted Lei Luo as her master. "By the way, can your flower fairy tribe's hair also glow at night?" Seeing that Flora's long hair was emitting a faint glow, Lei Luo planned to carry Flora on his shoulders and use her as a flashlight when walking at night. Flora played with her long pink hair. It glows in the sun, but not at night. Flora's hair is similar to a solar flashlight. It will light up in the light and will never light up in the dark. All right. Lei Luo's evil plan to use Flora as a flashlight failed in the cradle. His eyes looked at the long white ears on both sides of Flora's head. He had touched Mia's cat ears before. They were furry and comfortable. He wondered what the long ears of the flower fairy tribe would feel like, so he asked shamelessly, "Flora, can I touch your ears?" This. Flora hesitated. For flower fairies, ears are a relatively sensitive part and cannot be touched by others, especially men. Seeing Flora's hesitation, Lei Luo didn't want to force Flora to do something she didn't like, so he laughed it off to ease the awkwardness. "Ha, forget it if it doesn't work." "Yes, Master Lei Luo, you can touch it as you like. Although I can't let any man touch me, if it's Lord Lei Luo, then there's no problem." Flora did not treat Lei Luo as an outsider. She took the initiative to put her head in front of Lei Luo and let Lei Luo touch her ears. He. Lei Luo stretched out his right hand and touched Flora's long ears. The snow-white ears were warm and smooth. The skin of the ear touched Lei Luo's palm, and the two different skin textures rubbed against each other. The wonderful touch was transmitted to Flora's brain through the tactile nerves. Several different emotions surged in her heart, and her rose-like pink face turned red. Flora looked shy and pitiful, and Lei Luo took the opportunity to hug her. "Master Lei Luo, why are you holding me?" Flora was already a little shy, and now that Lei Luo was hugged, her cheeks became even redder. "We human society values fairness. When we were climbing the wall just now, you hugged me. Now it's my turn to hug you. We are even now." Lei Luo explained seriously. "Is that so?" Flora used to live in the Beiyuan Flower Sea and didn't know much about the rules of human society. However, since Lei Luo wants to hug him, then let him hug him. Flora did not resist Lei Luo. Seeing that Flora did not resist, Lei Luo became more aggressive and simply pulled Flora's whole body into his arms, looking into Flora's eyes. Flora is slim and about 1.6 meters tall. In front of Lei Luo's 1.8 meter tall strong body, Flora's body is relatively petite, and Lei Luo can hold Flora in his arms. Lei Luo sat on the wall of the manor, with one hand around Flora's waist and the other around her legs, letting Flora sit on his legs. Through the thin gauze skirt, he could feel her warm skin underneath. The fragrance of flowers is intoxicating. The bodies of the flower fairy girls are fragrant and soft, just amazing. As a young girl beginning to fall in love, Flora felt a little embarrassed when Lei Luo looked at her. She lowered her head and did not dare to look into Lei Luo's eyes. "In the past, when I was basking in the sun alone, I felt very calm. Today, when I was basking in the sun with Lei Luo in my arms, on top of that calmness, I felt a unique sense of reassuring happiness, and I was full of hope for the future." Flora was immersed in this feeling of happiness, her head unconsciously leaning lightly on Lei Luo's chest, her arms around Lei Luo's waist. With almost zero distance contact, ambiguous feelings spread in the hearts of the two, and Flora's favorability towards Lei Luo continued to increase. Flora's favorability towards the host +10. Task progress 7100. Hearing the system sound, Lei Luo knew that Flora did not resist his offensive behavior. He kissed Flora lightly on the forehead, and the fragrance of roses filled his mouth. Whoosh! Just when Lei Luo was secretly happy, a sound of breaking wind was heard in the woods outside the manor. A sharp arrow shot from a distance, hitting Lei Luo's back and penetrating his chest. Blood stained the white priest's uniform red, and Lei Luo looked down at the arrow stuck in his chest. He was confused and asked, "What the hell?" If an ordinary person was shot through the chest by a sharp arrow, he would be seriously injured if not killed, and even the priest's healing magic would not be able to save him. But Lei Luo's health is extremely high, he is full of vitality, he doesn't feel any pain, and there is nothing inside him. He feels a bit like a centipede that is dead but still alive. "Master Lei Luo?" When Flora saw the sharp arrow in Lei Luo's chest, she covered her face with her hands, terrified and felt like the sky was falling. "It's just a fatal injury, it won't cause any trouble." Lei Luo had a calm expression on his face. He pulled out the sharp arrow from his chest and threw it away. The moment the arrow was pulled out, blood gushed out like a faucet. Flora quickly stretched out her hand to block the bloody hole in Lei Luo's chest to stop the blood from flowing. Treat! Lei Luo used his healing skills on himself, healing himself to 100% of his maximum health. The bloody holes on his chest and back healed instantly, without even a scar left. "All right?" Flora was shocked that Lord Lei Luo's self-healing ability was so strong. "Let me see which idiot attacked me." Lei Luo turned and looked at the woods outside the manor. 100 meters away, a green goblin was standing there with a bow and arrow in his hand. Just now, the goblin discovered Lei Luo on the wall, mistook him for prey, drew his bow and shot an arrow, hitting Lei Luo in the back. Lei Luo frowned. The soldiers patrolling Beige Town were right. There were goblins near Beige Town. "Damn goblin, how dare you attack Lord Lei Luo?" Flora was furious and murderous, flapping her wings and flying towards the goblin archer. Magic power gathered at his fingertips, and a rose vine broke out of the ground, strangling the goblin archer in an instant. Chapter 25, Defeat the Goblin Lair. I didn't expect that the goblin disaster has spread to the vicinity of Beige Town. It's really a bit uncomfortable. There are troops stationed in White Dove Town, so it will not be attacked by goblins. Lakeside Manor is located outside of White Dove Town and has no military protection, so you have to find ways to defend the manor yourself. Lei Luo thought of Flora's rose vine. The rose vines summoned by Flora are extremely aggressive. They can entangle goblins, absorb their blood as fertilizer, and grow wildly. Flora, can your vines enclose the manor? Flora looked around the entire manor, a troubled expression on her pretty face. Master Lei Luo, my strength is limited. I can enclose the manor and the flower gardens outside it, but the farmland over there is too large to be enclosed. In addition to the manor house, this lakeside manor also has a large piece of farmland next to it, about 10 acres. Flora wanted to fence off the farmland as well, but she was a little unable to do so. Just fence the manor house and the flower gardens, and leave the farmland alone. There aren't any crops in the fields, so there's little point in fencing them off. Okay, Master Lei Luo. Flora vibrated her wings at a high frequency and flew to a position several dozen meters above the lakeside manor. She raised her fair jade arms as if lifting something, gathered powerful magic power in her palms, and summoned the rose vines with all her strength. In a moment, a large number of thorny rose vines broke out of the ground around the lakeside manor, densely packed, intertwined, forming a rose wall on all sides. A flower wall more than 2 meters high surrounds the lakeside manor, with only a gap at the exit of the manor for easy entry and exit. The rose vines grew lush green leaves and bloomed pink and white rose flowers. Flora can control these rose vines so that they only attack goblins. After doing all this, Flora flew back to Lei Luo and threw herself into his arms. Well done. Lei Luo was very happy, not only because the manor was protected from being invaded by goblins, but also because Flora took the initiative to throw herself into his arms. Flora looked at Lei Luo with her beautiful pink crystal eyes, a bit worried. It's no problem to resist ordinary goblins, but if we encounter a goblin warrior like last time, we may not be able to resist it. It's okay. It's good enough to be able to resist ordinary goblins. Lei Luo was very satisfied with Flora's rose wall and did not force her. 5 days passed, and the goblin disaster near Beige Town became more and more serious. People often heard that a certain village was attacked by goblins, and the villagers were killed or captured by goblins. During these 5 days, Lei Luo patrolled around the rose wall every morning. Every morning, more than a dozen goblin corpses that had been strangled and drained were added to the rose wall. If it weren't for the protection of the rose wall, these goblins would have definitely broken into the manor and caused damage. I don't know when this goblin disaster will end. On the morning of the 6th day, Lei Luo woke up from his sleep, full of energy. I sleep with a delicate cat girl in my arms every night, and my sleep quality is excellent. At this time, Mia poked her head out from under the quilt, with a pair of furry black cat ears slightly tilted forward. She lay on Lei Luo's chest and rubbed Lei Luo's chin gently with the tips of her cat ears. Lord Lei Luo, good morning. Mia gently hugged Lei Luo's strong body, and stayed close to him. As time went by, they fell in love and their feelings became deeper. Cute little kitty. Lei Luo's big hand slid down Mia's smooth back, grabbed Mia's cattail, and stroked it wildly. Mia's sensitive cattail was grabbed by Lei Luo, her eyes were a little blurred and her breathing became heavy. The morning sets the tone for the day, so the two played for a while. Half an hour later, the two put on their clothes and skirts, left the bedroom, and went to the manor lobby to eat. In the magnificent lobby of the manor, Flora had already cooked a pot of porridge, waiting for Lei Luo and Mia to get up and have breakfast. The aroma of rice wafted in the air. Master Lei Luo, breakfast is ready. Flora sat at the dining table, wearing a pink dress embroidered with roses. She was about 1.6 meters tall. Although she didn't have Mia's tall and sexy figure, she had the gentle and lovely look of a beautiful girl from a small family. Seeing Lei Luo and Mia coming to the lobby of the manor, Flora showed an innocent smile on her face. Let's eat. Lei Luo took Mia to Flora, sat between Flora and Mia, gently put his arm around Flora's slender waist, and kissed her on the face. After cultivating their feelings over the past few days, Flora and Lei Luo's relationship has become closer and closer. Her favorability towards Lei Luo has reached 90 points, and she is only 10 points away from the maximum favorability. Flora did not resist Lei Luo's intimate behavior, but just blushed slightly. After breakfast, the three left the manor and headed to the White Dove Town church. As an apprentice priest in the church, Lei Luo is only responsible for the church's publicity work. He has very little time. He just needs to show up in the church every morning to let Father Green know that he is still there and has not been captured by the monster. 2 carriages were parked in the small square in front of the church. Soldiers took the goblin corpses off the carriages and carried them into the church one by one. Why are you moving the goblin corpses into the church? Lei Luo asked a soldier. Good morning, Pastor Lei Luo. Priest is a respected profession in the kingdom of Wit, and the soldier saluted and greeted Lei Luo. Then he replied, Father Grain said that littering the goblin corpses would pollute the land, so he asked us to bring them to the church so he could render them harmless. Another harmless treatment? Lei Luo raised his eyebrows, thinking of the shadow demon's corpse last time. Father Green also said that the shadow demon's body should be rendered harmless, and asked Lei Luo to move the shadow demon's body to the front of his bedroom. This time, there were 2 large carts of goblin corpses, and the number of shadow demon corpses was greater than the last time. Could it be that old man from Grain cooked the corpses of the goblins and shadow demons in a hot pot? After all, in this world, even mother goblins are slept with, so it doesn't seem unacceptable for someone to eat goblin hot pot. By the way, Pastor Lei Luo, the adventurers have found the goblin's nest. The city lord is gathering men and preparing to send troops to attack the goblin's nest. If you are interested, you can go and take a look. The soldier said to Lei Luo. The Lord of Sand City once issued a bounty mission, asking adventurers to find the goblin's nest. 10 days later, the adventurers found the goblin's lair. Oh? Found the goblin nest? Lei Luo's eyes lit up. Finding the goblin's nest meant that the goblin disaster was about to end. Quest, participate in the goblin lair raid, quest reward, taunt. The system voice sounded in Lei Luo's mind. The so-called taunt is to force the enemy to attack yourself, which is a common skill in the game. Lei Luo currently has 5 auxiliary skills, this is the 6th one. Chapter 26 Advanced Magic Items Demon Swallowing Bottle. Shall we join the goblin nest raid? Lei Luo plans to participate in the attack on the goblin nest. However, before that, I should ask Mia and Flora if they want to go together. Flora shook her long white ears, and a hint of determination flashed across her pink pupils. No matter where Master Lei Luo goes, I will follow and protect him. Me too. Mia bit her lips, clenched her fists, and showed a stubborn look on her pretty face, which was extremely cute. Very good, they are all my little darlings. Lei Luo held Mia in his left hand and Flora in his right hand. There is no cuter foreign girl in this world. He asked the soldier, friend, where can we participate in the goblin nest raid? The residence of the Lord Mayor of Sand City. Thank you very much. Lei Luo thanked the soldiers and walked into the church with Mia and Flora. In the back hall of the church, Grain was directing the soldiers to place the goblin's body at the door of his bedroom. The corpses of green-skinned goblins, as big as children, were piled up 7 or 8 meters high. The ground was covered with bright red blood, and the smell of blood filled the entire back hall of the church. Those who know it think it is a sacred church, but those who don't think it is a slaughterhouse. Good morning, Father Green. Lei Luo greeted Green. Lei Luo, I need to deal with these goblin corpses. You will preside over the prayer ceremony for the believers today. Grain, who was busy counting the goblins, didn't even bother to look at Lei Luo. Actually, I'm here to ask for leave from you. Lei Luo said. Ask for leave? Are you going on a long trip? Only then did Green stop what he was doing and turn to look at Lei Luo in confusion. The mayor of Sand City has found the goblin's nest and is preparing to send troops to destroy it. I will go to help. Lei Luo said. Grain was stunned for a moment, then suddenly thought of something. He turned and went into the bedroom, pulling out a palm-sized black cloth bag with purple runes painted on its surface. This magic item can hold monster corpses. Follow the city lord to clear out the goblin nest. There will surely be many goblin corpses on the battlefield. Bring me some back. What do you want with so many monster corpses? Throwing away monster corpses will pollute the environment. I will dispose of them harmlessly. Harmless disposal? Really? Although I don't know how Grain will dispose of them harmlessly, it's not a big deal to pick up some goblin corpses. Lei Luo did not refuse Green. He took the magic item that could hold the monster's corpse from Green. He looked at the purple runes on the black cloth bag and didn't recognize any of them. How do you use this thing? Just chant the spell and approach the corpse of the monster you want to capture. It's quite convenient. This black cloth bag has a similar function to Lei Luo's system warehouse, and both can store items. Grain leaned close to Lei Luo's ear and told him the spell to activate this magic item. Do you remember it? Lei Luo stood there for a while, thinking about it, scratching his head. The spell is too long, I can't remember it. Grain leaned close to Lei Luo's ear again and repeated the spell in his ear. Do you remember it? The profound and obscure spell went in Lei Luo's left ear and out his right ear. Lei Luo looked confused and shook his head. I didn't remember it. Grain patiently repeated it in Lei Luo's ear for the third time. Do you remember it? Lei Luo had a blank expression on his face. I still haven't remembered it. Grain was a little mad. Why are you so stupid? Lei Luo was helpless. What can I do? Is it my fault that I don't have a heaven-defying memory talent? The activation spell of this magic item is about the length of half an 800-word essay, and it is full of incomprehensible magic spells. It is like listening to a book from heaven, and you can't remember it even if you listen to it 3 times. Hey you guy. Grain sighed, feeling somewhat disappointed with his friend. He returned to the bedroom and took out a small black bottle and handed it to Lei Luo. This magic item can also absorb goblin corpses. It's easier to use than the previous one. Just open the bottle and aim it at the goblin corpse. Hey, Father Grain, why didn't you take out such a convenient thing earlier? Lei Luo took the small black bottle with a smile. The bottle mouth was blocked with a wooden stopper. A winged flying snake pattern was engraved on the bottle body, and a large number of runes were engraved on the bottom of the bottle. This magic item is more precious than the previous one. Don't lose it. Green originally wanted to give Lei Luo a cheap piece of equipment to pick up corpses on the battlefield, but Lei Luo had a bad memory, so he had to give him a high-end equipment. Okay, got it. Lei Luo put away the black bottle. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the advanced magic item, the demon swallowing bottle. At this moment, a system prompt sounded in Lei Luo's mind. So this small bottle is called the demon swallowing bottle? Lei Luo opened the system panel and checked the relevant properties. Host, Lei Luo. Max health, 10100. Skills, Healing LV, 2, Shield LV, 2, Super Attack LV, 1, Purification LV, 1, Magic Enhancement LV, 1. Equipment, Demon Swallowing Bottle. Demon Swallowing Bottle, a high-level magic item originating from the Snake God cult, which can trap monsters of level 3 and below. Snake cult? Lei Luo had never heard of this religion. There is a huge snake pupil pattern on the ceiling of Father Green's room. This advanced magic prop originated from the Snake God cult. Lei Luo guessed that Green might be a believer in the goddess of life on the surface, but was actually an undercover agent of the Snake God cult. Should I report Green to the Vatican? Green was so ready to help sign the expense report, so reporting Green seems a bit unethical. Even when Green was performing a sacrificial ritual, he would use the corpses of monsters like shadow demons or goblins. Father Grain, I'm leaving. Well, go early and come back early. Grain smiled and waved his hand, continuing to count the goblin corpses. Lei Luo left the church and headed to the open space outside White Dove Town. There were some carriages parked in the open space outside White Dove Town. Lei Luo rented a carriage and took it to Sand City. It takes most of the day to walk to Sand City, but only half a day if you take a carriage. Of course, because of the serious goblin disaster near Thorn City, the carriage driver was worried about encountering danger on the road and was reluctant to go to Thorn City at first. Finally, Lei Luo used his money power to successfully persuade the carriage driver to take him to Sand City. Chapter 27, Maximizing Favorability with Flora. The city of San was bustling with people on the streets. Lei Luo came to the gate of the mayor's mansion in Sand City. A conspicuous red notice was posted on the bulletin board next to the mansion. The content of the notice was roughly that the city lord was going to send troops to attack the goblin nest and recruit a group of priests to help treat the wounded. After the attack, each priest would receive a reward of 5 gold coins. Hello, I want to go with the city lord to attack the goblin nest. Lei Luo said to the guard of the city lord's mansion. The guard took a look at Lei Luo, who was wearing a white priest's robe and was obviously a priest of the Vatican. He said respectfully, "Please come in and register in the 3rd room on the 2nd floor." Lei Luo and the other 2 entered the city lord's mansion and came to the 3rd room on the 2nd floor. Sitting in the room was a middle-aged man with luxurious clothes and a thin face. Walking up to the skinny man's desk, he said, "I'm an apprentice priest at the White Dove Town Church. I'd like to join the city lord in attacking the goblin nest." Trainee priest? Can you do it? The city lord recruited priests mainly to have them help with treatment and reduce the casualties among the soldiers. The healing magic of an apprentice priest is definitely not as powerful as that of a formal priest. The skinny man questioned Lei Luo's ability. Of course I can. Do you want me to show you? Lei Luo said calmly. Then you can perform. The The skinny man sat behind the desk, his hands on the desk, watching Lei Luo's performance calmly. Lei Luo took out a dagger from the system warehouse. Just like a magician showing magic props to the audience before a performance, Lei Luo pretended to show the dagger to the skinny man by holding the handle of the knife in one hand and the tip of the knife in the other. Seeing the dagger in Lei Luo's hand, the skinny man guessed that Lei Luo was going to cut his own finger and then use healing magic to heal the injured finger. Because 2 trainee pastors had signed up before and did the same thing. "I'll only perform once, watch out." As soon as he finished speaking, Lei Luo suddenly stepped forward and grabbed the skinny man's hand that was placed on the desk. He slashed at his palm, blood gushed out, and a 5-centimeter long bloody wound appeared on his palm. "Ah! You!" The skinny man screamed in pain. "I just thought Lei Luo was going to cut his finger to perform healing magic." Unexpectedly, Lei Luo actually cut his palm, and the cut was so big. Lei Luo noticed the skinny man's anger and calmly put down his hand, signaling him not to be angry. "You want to see my healing magic, but it's not me who wants to see it. Of course, you will be the guinea pig." "Skinny man, oh you old fool. Treat." Lei Luo used his healing skill on the skinny man, healing him for 100% of his maximum health. After a while, the wound on the skinny man's palm healed. "The treatment is alright." The anger on his face eased slightly. Although the skinny man was angry at Lei Luo's behavior, he felt that Lei Luo's treatment methods were indeed good. He healed a 5-centimeter long bloody wound in an instant. The army needed such talents. He asked in a cold voice, "What's your name?" Lalo Simmons." The skinny man wrote down Lei Luo's name and the church he belonged to in the booklet and said, "Gather at the east gate of Sand City 3 days from now. By the way, where is the goblin's lair this time? Since we are going to attack the goblin nest, we must at least know where the goblin nest is. 20 miles east of Sand City, there's an abandoned underground maze. The goblin's lair is inside that abandoned maze." The adventurers searched for a long time before they finally found that damn place. The skinny man said impatiently that he didn't want to look at Lei Luo, the plague god, anymore. There are many ancient ruins or labyrinths on the continent of Tenoria, and treasures are often preserved in the ruins or labyrinths. When the treasures in the maze are taken away, it becomes an abandoned maze with no value. Generally speaking, goblins live in caves. This time, the goblin's lair is in an abandoned maze, which is different from previous goblin's lair. The skinny man added indifferently, "This goblin's nest is probably a medium-sized one. Be prepared. The goblin species has a strong reproductive ability. It may start as a small goblin nest, which will multiply into a medium-sized goblin nest in a very short time. There are more than 5,000 goblins in a medium-sized goblin nest. There are not only ordinary goblins, but also goblin elite monsters, which are quite dangerous." Lei Luo didn't care. He was just a priest. He just had to follow the regular army and treat the wounded. He didn't have to fight the goblins head-on. After leaving the city lord's mansion, Lei Luo and the other 2 came to stroll on the streets of Sand City. Flora stopped when she passed a 3-way intersection. Pulling the corner of Lei Luo's clothes, he said, "Master Lei Luo, let's go see the flowers." Lei Luo turned his head and looked at the street next to him. This street was the famous flower market in Sand City, and all the shops on both sides of the street were flower shops. "I have nothing to do anyway, so I said, let's go and take a look." Flora walked into the flower market street, looking around like a curious baby. There were not many varieties of flowers here, but there were many new varieties that were not found in the Beiyuan flower sea. Walking to a pot of light blue orchids with 3 white stamens on the light blue flowers, Flora's eyes showed surprise. "Wow, what a beautiful orchid. This elf lady really knows what she's doing. This is our store's most valuable white stamen vanilla orchid," the shop owner said with a smile. The flower fairies look very similar to the elves, and without spreading their wings, they can easily be mistaken for elves. "How much?" Seeing that Flora liked it, Lei Luo planned to buy it. 10 gold coins, said the boss. "Oh my god, it's so expensive? Can it be cheaper?" Lei Luo didn't expect that such a pot of flowers would cost as much as 10 gold coins. "It's always been this price, it won't get any cheaper. Rare flowers have always been expensive, and the flower shop owner has no intention of lowering the price." "Master Lei Luo, forget it." Flora realized that this orchid was very expensive and didn't want Lei Luo to spend money. "It doesn't matter. As long as you like it, I'll buy it for you no matter how expensive it is." Lei Luo was never stingy with his women. He took out 10 gold coins and bought this pot of white stamen vanilla. Thank you, Master Lei Luo. Flora had a faint smile on her lips, love and happiness intertwined in her heart. Flora's favorability towards the host plus 10. Task progress 100. Mission completed, maximum health plus 10,000. Host, Lei Luo. Max HP, 20100. Skills, Healing LV, 2, Shield LV, 2, Super Attack LV, 1, Purification LV, 1, Magic Enhancement LV, 1. Equipment, Demon Swallowing Bottle. With his maximum health exceeding 20,000, Lei Luo felt that his blood and energy were vigorous, his vitality was stronger, and his toughness and endurance increased. Attached photo, Flower Fairy. Chapter 28. Let us enjoy the flowers together. As it got darker, there were fewer and fewer people on the street, so the three of them found a hotel in Sun City to stay in. How many rooms do you need, three of you? The female clerk put her hands in front of her and asked politely. 2. Lei Luo and Mia live in one room, and Flora lives in a room alone. The female clerk pulled out 2 keys from under the counter. 3 silver coins each, 6 silver coins total for the 2 rooms. After paying, Lei Luo took Mia and Flora to the 3rd floor of the hotel and found the 2 rooms corresponding to the 2 keys. The 2 rooms are next to each other, separated only by a thin wooden wall, about 3 centimeters thick, and the quality is much worse than that of the houses in the lakeside manor. Fuck, what a profiteer! Lei Luo knocked on the wooden wall, making a thud-thud sound. The 2 rooms are clearly one room, separated by a simple wooden wall. This kind of crappy hotel costs 3 silver coins for 1 night. Hearing Lei Luo's complaints, Flora held the pot of white stamen vanilla and looked at Lei Luo. Master Lei Luo, should we find another hotel to stay in? Lei Luo turned his head to look out the window. The moon was rising and the sky was getting dark. Forget it, let's just stay here and find another hotel tomorrow. Flora was given a key and asked to live next door, while Lei Luo and Mia lived in the same room. There was only one clean and tidy big bed in the huge room. After a busy day, Mia was very excited to finally have a good night's sleep. The black cattail swung left and right, and she took off her black and white maid outfit and threw it casually on the ground, revealing the white silk underwear underneath. She tiptoed to the bed with light steps and lay down lazily on the big bed with her soft and delicate body. Mia is about 1.7 meters tall and has a slim figure, comparable to a fashion and sexy model, but her appearance far exceeds that of a model. Cats are generally lively and active. Mia lay on the soft bed, her legs slightly bent, her body leaning back, her waist bent into an S shape, twisting and turning on the big bed, her posture enchanting and charming. Cat, do you have ADHD? You can twist around so much. Lei Luo reached out and grabbed Mia's slender waist to prevent her from twisting on the bed. I like Lord Lei Luo the most. Mia had read the random reply, her dark eyes were filled with love. She took the initiative to stick to Lei Luo, rubbing her cheek against Lei Luo's cheek. Slightly. Flora went to sleep in the next room and put the pot of white stamen vanilla on the windowsill. Time passed by minute, and before I knew it, it was midnight. Flora was awakened by the noise from the next room. Listening to the charming voice, an inexplicable emotion rose in her heart. Her eyes fell on the pot of white stamen vanilla on the windowsill. The 3 white stamens swayed gracefully in the night breeze, and the light blue petals exuded a cool beauty under the bright moonlight. The radiant petals unfold like butterfly wings, shimmering with the soft glow of mother of pearl. The layers of folds intertwine light and darkness in the moonlight, like waves laden with stardust. The central white pistil is shrouded in a touch of goose yellow, and the lustrous nectar trembles slightly in the moonlight, as if liquid moonlight suspended between the pistils, attracting moths to flutter their thin wings and linger. Moonlight streams down each slender leaf, its veins clearly visible, like silver threads woven by the moonlight. The edges of the leaves, saturated with moonlight, glow with a hazy halo, creating a wondrous transition between light and dark with the surrounding shadows. The white stamen vanilla under the moonlight is so beautiful, how can I not share it with Lord Lei Luo? This was the thought that came to Flora's mind. He stood up and walked to the windowsill, picked up the pot of white stamen vanilla, left the room, and came to the door of Lei Luo's room next door. Boom! 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 Flora knocked on the door of Lei Luo's room. The door opened and Lei Luo stood at the door in his shorts. He looked at Flora, who was holding a pot of orchids, and a hint of doubt appeared in his eyes. Flora now is very different from the daytime. For some unknown reason, her snow-white skin has turned into a delicate pink, and her face is absolutely beautiful, like a blooming rose. Is there anything wrong? Lei Luo asked Flora. Flora glanced past Lei Luo into the room and saw a mosaic in the room. She quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Master Lei Luo, I may have come at the wrong time. Lei Luo, no, you came at the right time. The last battle just ended. Flora handed the orchid in her arms to Lei Luo and said, the moonlight is beautiful tonight. This pot of white stamen orchid is very beautiful under the moonlight. I want to appreciate the flowers with Master Lei Luo. Flower viewing? Sure, I love flower viewing the most. Looking at the beautiful Flora in front of him, who looked like a blooming rose, Lei Luo grabbed Flora's slender wrist and pulled her into the room. Chapter 29, Crusade. In the early morning, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the hotel room. Flora's skin had turned from the pink and tender state of last night back to snow white. A faint smile played on the corner of her mouth, and her messy hair made her look broken and beautiful, like a flower that had experienced a storm. After Mia and Flora woke up, Lei Luo and the other two left the hotel and came to the streets of Sun City. Lord Lei Luo, where are we going now? The petite Flora shook her long white ears and held the pot of white stamen vanilla in her arms. Buy some food. Although he had eaten some rose nectar, Lei Luo was still a little hungry. Hearing about food, Mia sniffed the air like a dog. She looked towards a bakery not far away and her eyes lit up immediately. She excitedly took Lei Luo's arm and said, Master Lei Luo, the bread in that bakery smells so good. Let's go buy some bread. Let's go buy some bread. As soon as Lei Luo finished speaking, Mia ran towards the bakery, eager to eat the delicious and soft bread. Is she really a grown cat girl? Looking at Mia's back as she rushed out, Lei Luo felt that Mia sometimes looked like a child. Especially when I teased her with a feather duster. She clearly said she was not interested in the feather duster, but she took the bait as soon as I teased her. Looking at Flora on the other side, Flora, do you want some bread? I can get some energy from the sun and don't need to eat. Flora had a sweet smile on her pretty face, and she was very happy to be able to save money for Lei Luo. Lei Luo held his chin with one hand, frowned, and looked thoughtful. You flower fairy people are really easy to support. Even though cattle and horses work, they still need food to fill their stomachs. But the flower fairies are different. They can survive by basking in the sun, saving even the money for food. Thank you, great goddess of life, for creating our flower fairy tribe so perfectly. Flora said gratefully. Lei Luo suspected that the goddess of life created the flower fairies in order to use them as slaves, although he had no evidence. Before I knew it, 3 days had passed. Outside the east gate of San City, the San City defense forces were lined up in neat rows, about 1,000 people in total, their silver-white armor shining in the sun. These soldiers were divided into different types of soldiers. Some soldiers held spears, some soldiers had bows and arrows, some soldiers carried shields, and some soldiers had swords hanging around their waists. At the front of the city defense army formation was Bert Hercules, the Lord of Thorn City, riding a tall horse. He was wearing elbow armor, breast armor, shoulder armor, knee armor, and a helmet. His entire body was wrapped in silver white armor, leaving only his face exposed, and a sword hung at his waist. He was followed by 2 adjutants on horseback. In addition to the San City Defense Force, there were several magicians wearing magic cloaks and several priests wearing white priest robes under the shade of trees not far away. Crushing a goblin nest is equivalent to a small-scale war, requiring both long-range support from magicians and logistical treatment from priests. When Lei Luo and the other two arrived outside the east gate of San City, the city defense army had already assembled and was ready to set out to attack the goblin's nest. Mia, it's all your fault for staying in bed. We're almost late. Lei Luo complained to Mia next to him. He and Flora had gotten up very early, but the lazy cat didn't want to get up early, so he kept tossing and turning in bed with the quilt, and didn't go out until noon. He. Mia playfully stuck out her tongue at Lei Luo. After spending a long time with Lei Luo, she became more relaxed. Hey, this way. A middle-aged priest with an easygoing appearance waved to Lei Luo and the other two. Lei Luo quickly took Mia and Flora over. You are the only one missing. The middle-aged pastor said to Lei Luo. Lei Luo looked at the people under the shade of the tree. Besides him, there were 6 other priests, all male, over 30 years old. Everyone is here. I am Edwin Gunk, pastor of the Quinn Village Church. I am in charge of overseeing the pastor's operations. The easygoing middle-aged priest introduced himself. During this expedition, our priest's primary mission is to heal the wounded soldiers in the rear. Of course, if you know offensive magic and have extra mana, you can also support the front lines alongside the magicians. Okay. New. Lei Luo and several others nodded. Set off. At this time, the Lord of Sand City drew his sword, shouted loudly, and rode his horse at the front of the team. More than 1,000 soldiers followed the Lord of Sand City and headed towards the abandoned maze in the east on foot. Lei Luo and 7 other priests followed at the end of the army. "Friend, why do you have 2 alien slaves?" A slightly plump priest came up to Lei Luo and asked curiously. The other priests were alone, but Lei Luo brought 2 beautiful girls from other races, which inevitably aroused curiosity. Lei Luo walked forward without looking around. "Exorcism is too dangerous. Is it a problem to buy him as a bodyguard? Although the pastor has a relatively high income, he can't possibly afford 2 beautiful girls of different races, right?" The slightly plump priest glanced at Mia and Flora. One was a catman and the other seemed to be an elf. They were very beautiful and worth a lot of money. Lei Luo still looked straight ahead. "I am a rich second-generation aristocrat, I have money and I am willful." The slightly plump pastor was surprised that this young man was actually the second generation of aristocrats. He smiled flatteringly and said, "Young master, since you are so rich, can you give me some?" "Considering that we are both pastors." "You're fucking stupid." For this old rogue who wants to get something for free, Lei Luo's words are the quintessence of Chinese culture. An army of more than 1,000 people marched through the woods. The soldiers were wearing heavy armor and their footsteps were so heavy that the birds and beasts in the woods were frightened and fled in all directions. After half a day's journey, we were about to reach the abandoned maze. Wow! Dozens of green goblins suddenly rushed out from the nearby woods and attacked the city defense army. The city defense soldiers are not only well trained, but also wear heavy armor and are stronger than these ordinary goblins. Before the dozens of goblins could get close to the team, dozens of soldiers holding shields and dozens of soldiers holding spears rushed out and cooperated with each other. Every 5 shield soldiers formed a circle to form a 360-degree circular fortress. The spearmen stood inside the fortress and attacked the goblins with spears. This offensive and defensive combat formation is somewhat similar to the ancient Chinese Mandarin duck formation. In less than 10 minutes, dozens of goblins were wiped out, and only a few city defenders suffered minor injuries. The injured city defense soldiers came to the back of the team and asked the priest to help treat them. Lei Luo looked at the goblin corpses on the ground that were stabbed into a hornet's nest by spears, remembered Green's commission, and took out a small black bottle from the system warehouse, the demon swallowing bottle. He opened the cork and pointed the bottle mouth at the goblin's corpse. A strong suction force burst out from the demon swallowing bottle, instantly sucking a goblin's corpse in. Lei Luo took the demon swallowing bottle and collected more than 20 goblin corpses. Chapter 30, 1.4 billion people, 1.3 billion evil cultivators. The closer you are to the goblin nest, the more goblins there are. The city defense army of more than 1,000 people kept killing small groups of goblins along the way. Those ordinary goblins were only the size of 7 or 8-year-old children, with round bellies, short arms and legs, and wielding crude weapons in their hands. In front of the fully armed city defense troops, they were like chickens and dogs, and were vulnerable. Along the way, the city defense forces killed hundreds of goblins, and both sides of the road were littered with goblin corpses. However, the city defense forces did not dare to relax. These were just stragglers of the goblins, and the real main force of the goblins had not yet appeared. Lei Luo followed the team and used the demon swallowing bottle to frantically collect goblin corpses. He soon collected 200 or 300 goblin corpses. Father Green would probably be grinning from ear to ear knowing there were so many goblin corpses. In the dense woods, the group continued to move forward. At the same time, some goblins had already run back to their nest to inform other goblins that the human army was coming. Although ordinary goblins have low intelligence, there are powerful individuals with high intelligence in the goblin nest who can command other goblins. A large number of goblins swarmed out of the abandoned maze and headed outside the nest to intercept the city defense forces. Among them were even many goblin warriors over 2 meters tall. In the woods 1 kilometer away from the goblin's nest, Bert Helix, the Lord of Thorn City, pulled the reins of his horse, raised his hand, and signaled the army behind to stop. The heavy footsteps disappeared, and the more than 1,000 city defense troops stopped where they were. There are shadows in the woods ahead. A large number of goblins rushed over. Archers, get ready! Magicians, get ready! Bert Helix roared, using bows and long-range magic to consume the goblins' first wave of attacks. Hundreds of archers came to the front of the team, drew their bows and shot arrows. Dense arrows flew out. Because there were too many goblins, they didn't even need to aim and could hit the target with random shots. Under the protection of the shield soldiers, the magician raised his staff and chanted magic. A magic light array with a diameter of several meters appeared on the ground. A huge fireball fell from the sky and exploded among the goblins. The soil flew everywhere and the high temperature burned many ordinary goblins to death. However, although bows and magic can kill ordinary goblins, they have little effect on those goblin warriors with thick skin and flesh. Those big goblin warriors were like heavy tanks, rushing to the front, some waving stone hammers, some waving big swords, and heading straight for the city defense forces. After a round of long-range consumption, Bert, the Lord of Sand City, saw that the time was almost right. He squeezed his legs against the horse's belly and led the infantry to charge, kill. When the commander takes the lead in the charge, it often boosts morale. Seeing the high-ranking city lord taking the lead, more than 1,000 city defense soldiers were excited and rushed towards the goblins with great momentum. Every 5 shield soldiers formed a mobile fortress to form a formation to resist the enemy. Bert, the Lord of Sand City, is a 3rd-level warrior. Although he does not know magic, his strength, defense, agility, speed and other attributes are far beyond those of ordinary people. He is a hexagonal warrior. He leaped up, left his horse, and slashed at the goblin warrior in front with his sword. The goblin warrior, who was over 2 meters tall, raised his shield to block Bert's attack. The cross sword hit the shield, and the powerful force caused the shield to crack, and the goblin warrior was chopped away dozens of meters. Another goblin warrior swung a sledgehammer to attack Bert, smashing it down. Bert raised his elbow to block the sledgehammer attack. The sledgehammer hit Bert's elbow, and the force was transmitted through Bert's body to the ground, causing a large number of cracks to appear on the ground around his feet. Go to hell, you monsters! Bert thrust his elbow forward, knocking the heavy hammer goblin warrior over. With lightning speed, he arrived in front of the goblin in the blink of an eye and cut off the other's head with a sword. Is this a 3rd-level warrior? This was the first time Lei Luo saw a 3rd-level warrior fighting. The upper limit that the people of Tenoria can achieve is much higher than that of the people on Earth. Through unremitting exercise, they can strengthen their physical fitness and train all aspects of their body functions to a terrifying level. But the training process is very arduous and most people cannot endure such hardship. Just like mental labor and physical labor, most people would choose mental labor and would rather become a magician than a warrior. Under Bert's leadership, more than 1,000 city defense troops engaged in a melee with countless goblins. Lei Luo and several other priests watched the battle from behind. What a pity! Lei Luo saw the goblins falling down in large numbers and shook his head with regret. What's a pity? Hearing what Lei Luo said, Edwin, the pastor of Quinn Village Church, asked in confusion. It's a shame to kill these goblins. Goblins are killing civilians and robbing caravans. How can it be a pity to kill goblins? Even Edwin, who was easygoing, felt a little angry when he heard what Lei Luo said. I can't imagine what kind of saintly bitch would sympathize with the goblins. You misunderstood. Lei Luo explained, what I mean is, instead of killing these goblins, we should capture them and use them as laborers to cultivate farmland. When the goblins get old and can no longer work, we can dry them up and make them into goblin jerky, and feed them to the young goblins. When the young goblins grow up and can work again, they will be made into jerky when they get old, and fed to the next batch of young goblins. This cycle will continue, maximizing the benefits for the goblins. When Edwin heard Lei Luo's plan, his eyes twitched. When the old goblin dies, it is made into jerky and fed to the young goblins, and the cycle repeats. My friend, do you want to listen to what you are saying? Even the devil is not as evil as you. Are you really a good person? Edwin asked weakly. Human nature is good. I was originally a good person, but I stayed on Earth for too long and was led astray by the people there. There is a joke circulating on the Chinese internet: if spiritual energy is revived, there will be 1.3 billion evil cultivators among the 1.4 billion Chinese people. There are only 3 realms in cultivating immortals: the Ant realm, the fellow Taoist realm, and the senior realm. All right. Edwin didn't know who the Earthlings were that Lei Luo was talking about. He thought they were probably a group more evil than demons. The battle in the woods became increasingly fierce, and wounded soldiers were sent in one after another. Reverend, please help us heal. An injured soldier carried another soldier who was more seriously injured to Lei Luo's side. Treat. Lei Luo used his healing skills, healing the 2 soldiers within a 5-meter radius with 100% of their maximum health. The injuries were instantly healed. So soon? The 2 were surprised. It would take an ordinary pastor several minutes to treat a lightly injured person, but this young pastor healed them both in an instant. Certainly. Products produced by the system must be of high quality. Lei Luo's healing skills are more powerful than healing magic. Thank you, Reverend. The two men saluted Lei Luo to express their gratitude, then turned around and returned to the battlefield. Chapter 31. We are all pastors, why are you so outstanding? The green-skinned goblin warrior, more than 2 meters tall, gripped the hilt of the greatsword with both hands and spun on the spot, using the centrifugal force generated by the rotation to increase the power of the slash. Bang! A sword struck the shield, and the powerful force instantly destroyed the mobile fortress composed of 5 shield soldiers. The 5 shield soldiers and the spearmen inside were blown away by the huge force. Wow! Wow! In an instant, a large number of ordinary goblins shouted excitedly like old perverts seeing beautiful women. Holding homemade bone knives, stone axes, and other weapons, they rushed forward and attacked the soldiers frantically. The soldiers were overwhelmed by the goblins. More than 1,000 city defenders fought a melee with the goblin army, outnumbered by the enemy. Blood flowed everywhere, broken limbs flew everywhere, it was like a giant meat grinder. Pastors Lei Luo and others were treating the injured city defense soldiers at the bottom of a reverse slope a few hundred meters away. Dear Reverend, can you please hurry up? I need to return to the battlefield and fight as soon as possible. The soldier, covered in blood, urged the priest Edwin, complaining that Edwin's treatment was too slow. Healing magic is only this fast. What else can I do? Edwin placed his hands on the wounds of the injured soldiers and concentrated his magic power. The bloody wounds were wrapped in green fluorescence and were healing little by little. It takes Edwin about 3 minutes to treat a wounded soldier, which is far slower than the speed at which the wounded soldiers are brought in. After the soldier's wounds healed, another soldier covered in blood was brought to Edwin. Edwin panted and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Using healing magic consumes magic power, and treating 8 wounded people in a row made him a little exhausted. Looking up at the top of the reverse slope, wounded soldiers were climbing down one after another. Blood mixed with dirt and dust into dark red mud, sticking to the soldiers' bodies, with only 2 eyes exposed. Edwin's eyes showed a hint of confusion. There were so many injured soldiers coming for treatment, so why was there no crowding or queuing? He looked around and finally found the answer from Lei Luo. More than 20 injured soldiers were sitting on the ground within a 5-meter radius around Lei Luo. Lei Luo released his healing skills, causing area healing within a 5-meter radius around him. The wounds on more than 20 soldiers healed instantly. Ordinary people have about 100 health points, and these soldiers have higher health points than ordinary people, maybe 200-300 points. However, Lei Luo can heal 20,100 health points in one breath. Not only is the amount of healing sufficient, but it is also a range skill with extremely high healing efficiency. Thank you, Reverend. It's amazing. He healed instantly. I've never seen such an amazing pastor. With Pastor Lei Luo treating us in the rear, we can't die. We can't die at all. More than 20 soldiers thanked Lei Luo, cleaned the blood and dust off their bodies, picked up their weapons, and returned to the battlefield. The next batch. Lei Luo said to the wounded. Another 20 or so wounded sat next to Lei Luo, with Mia and Flora maintaining order. Despair. With a snap of his fingers, Lei Luo released his healing skills, and the powerful healing power spread out to a radius of 5 meters around him. The wounds of more than 20 soldiers were healed. The next batch. The smell of blood and the smell of soil mixed into a very unpleasant smell, stimulating Lei Luo's olfactory nerves. In order to annihilate the goblins, Lei Luo endured the smell and treated the soldiers. More than 20 soldiers sat next to Lei Luo, and Lei Luo treated their wounds. Of course, not all injuries can be cured. Those with broken arms and legs or serious injuries cannot be cured. Seeing this scene, Edwin smiled bitterly. 99% of the wounded were cured by Lei Luo. No wonder there was no crowding and queuing here. It seems that these pastors are just here to make up the numbers. Pastor Lei Luo, we are all pastors, why are you so outstanding? Edwin asked Lei Luo. Lei Luo recalled how he had to work hard to improve his maximum health and gain favor with 2 beautiful girls from other races. He then uttered a motivational slogan, God will not let down anyone who works hard. I work harder than you. I see. Edwin suddenly realized that Lei Luo was such a hard-working person. He should take Lei Luo as an example and work harder in the future. Lei Luo is like the resurrection fountain in the game, healing the wounded as they come. At the same time, on the battlefield, Bert, the Lord of Sand City, chopped off the head of a goblin warrior with a sword. His silver-white armor cracked and he suffered several minor injuries. He glanced around casually and saw that the city defense soldiers were fighting hard. Strange, Wernicke, I remember quite a few soldiers were injured. Why isn't their combat capability weakened much? Bert looked puzzled and asked the adjutant beside him. Just now, while he was fighting, he was observing the fighting situation of the soldiers. Some soldiers were injured, and the fighting effectiveness of the injured soldiers must have been weakened. The actual situation is that the combat effectiveness of the entire team has not weakened much. The adjutant next to him, named Wernicke, replied, Lord, there's a priest named Lei Luo in the back. He has amazing healing skills and can treat more than 20 soldiers at a time. Many soldiers have been healed and returned to the battlefield. So powerful? Bert was surprised that there was such a talent in Thorn City. In a team battle, having a super nurse who can continuously restore health can give the team a great advantage. Adjutant, well, other priests pale in comparison to that Reverend Lei Luo. Okay, I must meet him after the battle is over. Half of the goblin army had been wiped out, and Bert continued to lead the soldiers in battle. A few hundred meters away at the bottom of the reverse slope, other priests were panting due to excessive magic consumption. Lei Luo's healing skills did not consume magic, and he stood there idly stroking the cat's tail, as if nothing had happened. Some goblins followed the wounded soldiers to the reverse slope and saw humans at the bottom of the reverse slope. They waved their clubs and rushed towards Lei Luo and the others. Mia, go and kill them. Lei Luo said to Mia. Yes, Lord Lei Luo. Mia drew the dagger from her waist and rushed towards the goblins. The cat people had the fastest reaction speed among all races. They easily dodged the goblin's attack and accurately cut the goblin's throat with the dagger, killing it with one blow. Mia jumped and moved sideways among a group of goblins. Her movements were agile and she showed off her skills. In less than a minute, she killed 7 or 8 goblins. However, there were too many goblins, and Mia couldn't kill all of them. Some goblins still rushed to the bottom of the reverse slope. Lei Luo put one hand on Flora's shoulder and used the magic enhancement skill on Flora, increasing Flora's magic power by 100% for 2 minutes. The rest of the goblins are up to you, Flora. No problem, Master Lei Luo. Flora felt the magic power in her body bursting out. She stretched out a finger, and pink light bloomed at the fingertips. A large number of rose vines broke out of the ground and entangled the goblins. The thorns on the rose vines pierced the goblin's skin, absorbed the goblin's blood as fertilizer, and further grow and spread, killing more goblins. Chapter 32 Your abacus beads are about to fall on my face. After half an hour of fierce fighting, more than 3,000 goblin main forces were wiped out by the city defense forces. In the woods, blood was flowing everywhere and goblin corpses were lying on the ground. The city defense army lost only more than 100 people and won a great victory. As for the reasons, firstly, the defense forces of Sand City are well equipped and well trained. Secondly, Lei Luo is responsible for treatment in the rear and continuous blood recovery. Bert, the Lord of Sand City, who was wearing silver armor, wiped the blood off the cross sword with a white cloth. He had originally expected that the battle would result in the loss of 300 to 400 people, but the death rate was far lower than he expected. He sheathed his sword and suddenly remembered something. Lei Luo. Where is the priest named Lei Luo? Lei Luo played an indispensable role in killing so many goblins at such a low cost. Down the slope over there, Lord City Lord. The adjutant pointed to the reverse slope a few hundred meters away. Bert strode toward the slope, and when he reached the bottom he called out, Who's Lei Luo? I. Lei Luo was using the demon swallowing bottle to collect the goblin corpses. When he heard someone calling his name, he raised his hand. Bert took off his silver helmet, revealing a tough, thin, sallow old face. He walked in front of Lei Luo, smiling as brightly as he could. Dear Pastor Lei Luo, thank you for your help. You are like the fertile soil under the beautiful garden in spring, constantly supplying vitality to my soldiers. Lei Luo put away the demon swallowing bottle and waved his hand calmly. Lord City Lord, your metaphor is very good. No more metaphors next time. You have made great contributions. This city lord can give you 2 rewards. Clear rewards and punishments are the basic principle of Bert's management of the city defense army. Lei Luo should be rewarded for his great contribution. Oh? Surprise flashed in his eyes. Lei Luo had not expected the Lord of Sand City to be so generous. A smile appeared on his face. What are the 2 rewards? The first reward is 1,000 gold coins, Bert said. Lei Luo was surprised. He was indeed the lord of a major city, so he could drop gold coins. Thank you, Lord City Lord. But there is a condition. What conditions? Right now, we're just eliminating the goblins outside. There are still goblins hiding in the abandoned maze. We need to enter the maze and completely eliminate the goblins. We'll need your assistance from now on. Bert hopes to use 1,000 gold coins as a reward to make Lei Luo work harder for the city defense army. I am willing to serve the city lord. Lei Luo has not yet completed the task of conquering the goblin nest, and then completed the system task. Bert nodded, very satisfied with Lei Luo's attitude. The second reward is that if you do well, this city lord will personally sign and approve your joining the glorious city defense army, allowing you to realize your life ideals and values in the city defense army. Are you surprised? A powerful priest like Lei Luo is what any army dreams of. Bert wants to take the opportunity to pull Lei Luo into the defense forces of San City to enhance the army's logistical support capabilities. What a surprise! Lei Luo pursed his lips in disdain. The beads of Bert's abacus were about to fall on his face. It turned out that being the city lord was no easy feat. He pointed at his handsome face and asked Bert, "Lord City Lord, look at what's on my face?" Bert's face was full of question marks. What? Lei Luo, your abacus beads. Bert. Rejected by Lei Luo, Bert looked a little regretful. How many people dream of joining the city defense army? Are you sure you're not interested? Lei Luo's eyes were filled with a hint of disdain. I'm a priest, a clergyman of the Holy See. You want me to join your city defense army? Resigning from the position of pastor and joining the city defense force is tantamount to resigning from the position of civil servant and joining the 996 assembly line to work as a screwdriver. Oh. Bert sighed. The social status of priests was indeed higher than that of the city defense soldiers. He did not force Lei Luo and said to the adjutant beside him, "Let the soldiers gather and go to the abandoned maze to eliminate the remaining goblins." Yes, Lord City Lord. The adjutant went to assemble the soldiers. The group continued to move eastward, and after walking another kilometer, the entrance to the maze appeared in front of them. It is unknown when this abandoned maze dates back to. The entrance is built halfway up the mountain. Four huge stone pillars support the ruined palace. The exquisite and modeled patterns on the stone pillars tell of the antiquity of this maze. The ruined palace buildings are built against the mountain, leading to an underground maze inside. Some goblin archers stood in front of the ruined palace, shooting arrows at the city defenders down the hill. The shield soldiers held 2-meter-high lion-patterned shields and stood in front. The dense rain of arrows fell on the shield, making clanging sounds. Wow! Wow! After a round of arrow rain, hundreds of goblins rushed out of the abandoned maze and attacked the city defenders. The city defense soldiers rushed forward and fought with the goblins. Just now in the woods, the main force of the goblins has been eliminated. These goblin soldiers are no match for the city defense army and were eliminated by the city defense army in less than 10 minutes. Stepping on the goblin corpses, the city defense forces rushed into the abandoned maze. Lei Luo followed the city defense army and kept collecting goblin corpses with the demon swallowing bottle. He had collected about 500 or 600 bodies, but the demon swallowing bottle did not seem to be full. I don't know how many goblin corpses this bottle can hold at most. Entering the first level hall of the abandoned maze, the area is about the size of a standard football field. Lifelike murals are carved on the surrounding rock walls, but because they are too old, the murals have weathered. There are also many goblins here. The city defense forces fought with those goblins, and there were shouts of killing everywhere. Lei Luo took Mia and Flora to an inconspicuous corner and waited for the wounded to be brought over. At this time, Lei Luo noticed that there were many human corpses piled up randomly not far away. These mummies had pale faces, bulging eyeballs, and died in a very miserable way, as if something had drained all their blood. Lei Luo frowned slightly. He heard that this goblin disaster was a little different from previous ones. The goblins not only robbed food, but also looted many villagers. Could those mummies be the villagers the goblins had kidnapped? Did the goblins bleed them like pigs before eating them to avoid the smell of meat? These monsters are quite particular about the meat they eat. Chapter 33, Flip a Coin, a cure for difficulty in making choices. All the injured soldiers went to Lei Luo for treatment. Edwin and 6 other priests sat not far from Lei Luo, chatting idly. Although it is unpleasant to be ignored, on second thought, being a waste seems not bad as I can get rewards from the city lord without doing any work. Lei Luo stood among a group of injured soldiers and treated them. While doing so, he asked one of them, "Friend, how many floors does this abandoned maze have?" According to the information provided by the Adventurers Guild, there are 3 floors in total. The soldier replied, "This maze has been explored by adventurers before, and the Adventurers Guild of Sand City has preserved a maze map." Before setting off, the city defense forces went to the Adventurers Guild to ask for the maze map. 3 floors? Not much. There are not many levels in the maze, and the city defense army has a maze strategy map. Lei Luo estimates that the crusade will be over soon. After more than 10 minutes, all the goblins on the first floor of the abandoned maze were wiped out, and the city defense soldiers went to the second floor of the maze. "Mia, Flora, let's follow." Lei Luo and the other 2 were very behind the city defense soldiers. After passing through a passage, a huge pool appeared in front. The city defense troops had a strategy map and were familiar with the route. They jumped into the pool one after another. After falling into the water, they did not splash, but disappeared into the pool. Lei Luo and Mia Flora jumped into the pool hand in hand. The water in the pool was an illusion and did not feel cold and wet. After entering the pool, the space around him twisted and he arrived at the second level of the maze. The passage on the second level of the maze is 10 meters wide and 10 meters high. There are torches on both sides of the passage, so the environment is not dark. Where are the city defense troops? Lei Luo looked around and saw that there was no sign of the city defense troops in the passage except for some wandering goblins. The pool just now seemed to be a teleportation array, separating them from the city defense forces. Have no idea. Mia and Flora shook their heads. Lei Luo realized that they had lost contact with the city defense forces. Wow! 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 The goblins on the second floor discovered that there was a human invasion and immediately entered combat mode, shouting and rushing towards Lei Luo and the other 2. Mia drew the dagger from her waist and fought with the goblin stragglers who were rushing towards her. Shield. Although the shield skill can only be used by Lei Luo himself for the time being, if you are very close to Lei Luo and are wrapped in the shield, you can also be protected by the shield. Lei Luo hugged Flora, and the light red energy shield protected them both. A dozen green-skinned goblins rushed to the shield. They had long noses, bulging eyes, and disgusting ugly faces. They waved their clubs and attacked the shield fiercely. Bang! 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 The club hits the shield but cannot break it. At the same time, the goblin attacking the shield will receive damage equal to the shield's value. More than a dozen goblins were blown away by the rebound damage. On the other side, Mia dodged left and right among a group of goblins, nimbly avoiding their attacks, swinging the dagger in her hand continuously, either piercing the goblin's throat or piercing the goblin's heart. Her movements were clean and neat, killing 7 or 8 goblins. A goblin warrior carrying a huge axe rushed towards Mia and chopped her down with the axe. The cat people reacted quickly. Mia leaned back and did a backflip on the spot, bending her waist almost 360 degrees, easily avoiding the goblin warrior's giant axe. Bang! Goblin warriors are elite monsters with immense strength. The giant axe hit the ground, cracking the stone slab and creating a large hole with a diameter of 2 meters. Mia leaped forward lightly, and before the goblin warrior could raise his giant axe again, she rushed to the goblin warrior and thrust the dagger forward, aiming at the goblin warrior's heart. The goblin warrior had thick skin and flesh, and Mia's dagger only penetrated half an inch and failed to pierce the goblin warrior's heart. Mia was slightly startled. Can't stab it? Feeling the pain, the goblin warrior became furious. He no longer tried to lift the heavy axe, but instead clenched his fist and punched Mia. Mia reacted quickly and moved forward to block with her dagger. The fist as big as a sandbag landed on the dagger, bending it. Mia was also blown more than 10 meters away by the huge force and fell to the ground. Lei Luo ran over and helped Mia up. Are you hurt? No. Mia felt warm in her heart when she heard the concern in Lei Luo's words. She looked at the dagger bent at a 90-degree angle in her hand and frowned. What a pity, this sword is useless. It's okay, I'll buy you a better one when I get out. Lei Luo didn't care about the dagger, as long as Mia was okay. The goblin warrior rushed over again with his huge axe. Lei Luo patted Mia's shoulder and applied the super strong attack buff to Mia, and the next normal attack would cause damage equal to 100% of Lei Luo's maximum health. White halos appeared on Mia's wrists. Kill it, Mia. Lei Luo said to Mia. Mia glanced at the white halos on her wrists. After being with Lei Luo for so long, she knew that this was Lei Luo's ability, which could make her next attack extraordinarily powerful. Looking at the goblin warrior who was getting closer and closer, Mia left Lei Luo's arms and rushed towards the goblin warrior without fear. The goblin warrior swung his giant axe, and Mia, with her full agility, easily dodged the attack by turning sideways, jumped flexibly twice on the long handle of the giant axe, and punched the goblin warrior. Lei Luo's maximum health is 20,100 points, which is 201 times that of an ordinary person, and the additional damage is quite terrifying. Bang! The goblin warrior's body was torn into pieces and was killed instantly by Mia's punch. Too strong. Mia jumped up in surprise. The thrill of instantly killing a powerful enemy of a higher level is exciting. After a battle, the three of them eliminated the goblins in the passage. The reason why a maze is called a maze is because of its complex terrain. Lei Luo didn't have a map of the maze and couldn't figure out the direction. He looked at the passage in front and then at the passage behind, but both led to unknown darkness. After hesitating for a while, I decided to move forward. 3 people walked in the maze passage. After passing through this section of the maze, a 3-way intersection appeared in front of them. Lei Luo asked the 2 people beside him, Mia, Flora, which way are we going? Mia, left. Flora, go right. The 2 said in unison, one said to go left and the other said to go right. Lei Luo was a little confused. Flip a coin, heads goes left, tails goes right. Flip a coin to cure decision-making difficulties. Lei Luo took out a gold coin and threw it into the air. The gold coin spun in the air for more than 10 times and fell into Lei Luo's hands. With the gold coin facing up, go to the maze passage on the left. Chapter 34, New Pathway. The dim firelight illuminated the 10-meter-wide maze passage, and Lei Luo and the other 2 walked forward slowly. After walking more than 300 meters, there is no road ahead. It is a dead end. It's actually a dead end. Mia drooped her cat ears, looking a little disappointed. Just now at the fork in the road, her intuition told her to go left. Now, it turns out that her intuition was wrong. The road ahead was blocked, so Flora looked at Lei Luo and said, Master Lei Luo, let's go back and take the road on the right. Etc. If a player encounters this kind of maze dead end in the game, they usually go back and take another path. But this is not a game. Lei Luo walked to the wall at the end of the dead end and knocked on it. There was no hollow sound, only a solid one. No matter what, it is necessary to give it a try. It doesn't cost much to give it a try anyway. Mia, come here for a moment. Here I come. Mia came to Lei Luo's side. Lei Luo took out an ordinary iron sword from the system warehouse and gave it to Mia, applying the super strong attack buff to Mia. White halos appeared on Mia's wrists. Try to chop this wall with your sword. Mia gripped the hilt with both hands, raised the sword, and prepared to swing it. Lord Lei Luo, please step back. Lei Luo stepped back a few meters. Mia swung the iron sword in her hand and slashed at the wall. Boom! With a loud bang, the powerful force of the super strong blow directly blasted through the wall at the end of the dead end, and smoke and dust billowed. Lei Luo and the other 2 quickly covered their mouths and noses and squinted their eyes. When the smoke and dust cleared, a new maze passage appeared in front of the 3 people. Wow, it's a new passage. Flora said in disbelief. It's really a different world. Lei Luo just asked Mia to attack the wall with the mentality of giving it a try, but he didn't expect that there was really a road behind the wall. Let's go in and take a look. Although the abandoned maze has been explored thoroughly by previous adventurers and most of the treasures have been taken away, there may still be treasures that were missed by previous adventurers. Lei Luo and the other 2 walked into the new maze passage. The torches on the walls on both sides of the passage automatically lit up one after another, illuminating the maze passage. After the 3 of them walked in the passage for half an hour, the space in front suddenly became clear. A huge dusty stone hall appeared before the 3 people. 4 stone pillars stood in the 4 corners of the square stone hall. The stone pillars had been cracked and deformed. In the center of the stone hall stood a statue of a person that was beyond recognition. The ground was littered with broken stones from the statue. On the stone wall at the end of the stone hall is a huge stone door more than 10 meters high. A pattern similar to the sun is carved between the 2 doors of the stone door. The treasure may be hidden behind that stone door. The 3 of them walked towards the stone gate. However, before Lei Luo and the other 2 could approach the stone gate, the 2 doors of the stone gate opened from the inside to the outside, and a huge creature walked out of the stone gate. It was an oversized goblin, with a sturdy build, nearly 10 meters tall, and green skin. From a distance, it looked like the Hulk in the movie, holding a huge battle axe in its hand. "Human, you've trespassed into Lord Dylan's territory. You're dead." A hoarse, rough sound came out of the giant goblin's mouth. Lei Luo looked at the giant goblin in confusion. Ordinary goblins have low IQs and cannot speak at all. Even elite monsters like the goblin warrior cannot speak. This giant goblin can talk and is most likely the boss of the goblin nest. But who is the Lord Dylan it is talking about? "You two stand back, I'll handle it." Mia could practice with those goblin monsters just now, but this goblin boss is too dangerous, so Lei Luo will take action first to test the opponent's strength. "Be careful, Master Lei Luo." Mia and Flora stepped back. "Shield." Lei Luo released the shield skill, a red energy shield appeared around his body, and he strode towards the giant goblin. "Come on, beat me to death, hit me here." Lei Luo pointed at his temple, deliberately provoking the giant goblin. "Die, tiny human." Provoked by Lei Luo, the giant goblin became furious and swung its giant axe at Lei Luo. Lei Luo stood there, neither dodging nor evading, allowing the giant goblin to attack him. Lei Luo, who is only 1.8 meters tall, looked small in front of the giant goblin that is 10 meters tall. The giant goblin swung his axe like he was playing golf, and hit the shield with one axe. The terrifying force fell on the shield, and a large number of cracks immediately appeared on the surface of the shield. Lei Luo was chopped and flew backwards, hitting the wall of the stone hall. Lei Luo was a little surprised. With his maximum health of 20,000 points and super high resilience, he was as steady as a rock when ordinary goblins and goblin warriors attacked him. This giant goblin was able to actually knock him away, and his shield was full of cracks and was crumbling. One can imagine how powerful the giant goblin's axe was just now. As Lei Luo was knocked away, an invisible force rebounded onto the giant goblin. Puff! The giant goblin's chest was like being hit by an axe, and a deep wound appeared out of nowhere. He flew backwards and landed in front of the stone gate with a sun pattern, blood gushing out of his chest. This! The giant goblin collapsed on the ground, his ugly and rough face horrified. He didn't know what means Lei Luo had used to cause him such great harm. "Master Lei Luo, how are you?" Flora and Mia ran to Lei Luo and supported him on the left and right. "I'm fine." Lei Luo stood up. Protected by the shield, he was not injured. The giant goblin has a much higher IQ than ordinary goblins. Realizing that Lei Luo is not easy to deal with, it turns around and prepares to escape. Lei Luo took out a bow and an arrow from the system warehouse and gave them to Mia, applying the super attack buff to Mia. "Mia, don't let it run away. Shoot it for me." When the giant goblin saw the ordinary bow and arrow in Mia's hand, a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. The ordinary bow and arrow could not hurt it at all. He was too lazy to dodge and turned around to flee into the stone gate. Mia drew her bow and shot an arrow. The moment the giant goblin stepped into the stone gate, the arrow hit the giant goblin directly in the back. Bang! The giant goblin's body was not torn into pieces like the previous goblin warriors. Instead, an arrow pierced its chest, leaving a bloody hole with a diameter of 1 meter. A feeling of powerlessness came over him, and the giant goblin widened his eyes and looked down at the huge hole in his chest in disbelief. "I don't understand why ordinary arrows can be so powerful." A mouthful of blood spurted out, and the huge green body fell heavily to the ground. Mia killed the giant goblin with one arrow, and she had the illusion that she had become an unparalleled strong person. However, Mia still had an idea in her mind that this powerful ability was given to her by Lei Luo, and she herself did not have that strong strength. Just now, the giant goblin mentioned Lord Dylan. It seems that there is an even more powerful boss in the goblin's lair. "Mia, you and Flora go behind, I'll go ahead and explore the way." As an auxiliary, Lei Luo went to the front to occupy the vision and walked towards the stone door. Chapter 35 Upper Vampire Clan. As soon as he entered the stone gate, a strong smell of blood hit him in the face, almost choking Lei Luo to death. After walking a short distance forward, a huge pool of bright red blood appeared in front of Lei Luo, and a steady stream of thick blood was flowing into the pool from the surrounding stone grooves. So much blood? Lei Luo thought of the civilian mummies he had seen on the first level of the maze, and thought they might be related to this pool of blood. In addition to the huge blood pool with a diameter of 100 meters in the center, there was a middle-aged man standing beside the blood pool. He was wearing purple clothes, of medium build, with ordinary looks, short brown hair, a magic wand in his hand, and a badge awarded to adventurers by the Adventurers Guild hanging on his chest. "Who are you?" The man in purple looked a little surprised when he saw Lei Luo. This place is a hidden chamber in the maze, very secluded, and guarded by a level 3 goblin general outside. Under normal circumstances, no one should be able to break in here. Lei Luo had read the random reply, I am the successor of socialism. Who are you? What are you doing here? The appearance of a human in the goblin's lair indicates something is wrong. Second level magic, heart-eating curse. The man in purple didn't waste time talking to Lei Luo Duo. He raised his magic wand to condense his magic power, gave up chanting, and released the magic directly. A faint black light emanated from the top of the magic wand, shooting across the entire space and landing on Lei Luo and the other two. Lei Luo has strong vitality. Even after being hit by the black magic light, he is still alive and well and does not feel any pain. However, things are not going so well for Mia and Flora. Mia fell to the ground with a look of pain on her face, her hands covering her chest, her body curled up. The heart pain coming from her heart was unbearable. Flora's situation was similar to Mia's. She was also holding her chest in pain, sweat breaking out on her forehead. Treat. Lei Luo pulled up the wrists of the two and used his healing skills. However, the treatment skills were of no use at all, and the pain of the two people did not ease. Seeing that Lei Luo was fine, the purple-clothed man couldn't help but frown, his eyes full of confusion. Strange, you were hit by my heart-eating curse magic, how come you are fine? Curse magic? Lei Luo was stunned for a moment. It turned out that Mia and Flora were cursed. He quickly grabbed Mia and Flora's wrists and used purification skills on them one after another. A powerful purifying force was injected into the two people's bodies, instantly clearing away the curse magic on them. Their painful expressions eased and they both sat up. Seeing that the two were fine, Lei Luo breathed a sigh of relief. He had to say that Keishi's purification skill was awesome. My curse magic has been broken? The man in purple sounded surprised. Curse magic is a kind of magic that is difficult to break, just like a lock and a key, each curse magic has a corresponding anti-curse magic. How can the other party break his curse magic if there is no magic to break the curse? Prepare to die, my brother. Lei Luo showed a malicious smile on his face. Mia, catch him for me. Yes, Lord Lei Luo. Mia had just been attacked by the curse magic of the man in purple, and she was feeling very angry. He ran quickly along the edge of the blood pool and rushed towards the man in purple. Lightning magic. The man in purple was a magician who was not good at close combat. When he saw an orc rushing towards him, he knew he was no match for the orc, so he quickly released magic to protect himself. He leaned the magic wand on the ground. A large number of blue arcs as thin as hair crackled and radiated in all directions, causing continuous damage and paralysis to targets within a radius of 20 meters. Mia was in the range of the electric arc. The black cat hair on her tail and ears stood up, her whole body was numb, and she knelt on one knee, unable to move. Seeing that Mia was controlled, Lei Luo also rushed towards the man in purple and rushed into the range of the blue electric arc. A blue electric arc as thin as a hair fell on Lei Luo. Lei Luo was extremely resilient and could move freely in the blue electric arc. The man in purple felt a pang in his heart. Not only could this person remove the heart-eating curse magic, but he could even ignore the paralyzing effect of the lightning magic. It was simply outrageous. Just as the man in purple was surprised, Lei Luo strode to his side, snatched the magic wand from his hand, interrupted the spell, and the blue arc disappeared. Meow meow meow. Mia regained her ability to move, and suddenly jumped up, grabbed the purple-clothed man's arms with both hands, then pressed one knee against his back from behind, pressing him to the ground. Mia was so strong that she pressed the man in purple so hard that he couldn't breathe. Gently, gently, my arm is about to break. The purple-clothed man's face flushed red, fearing that Mia would tear his arm off. Mia, don't kill him. Lei Luo still had something to ask the man in purple. Mia relaxed a little. Lei Luo took out a knife from the system warehouse and patted the purple-clothed man's face with the knife. Tell me, who are you? What are you doing here? The purple-robed man took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, his flushed face softening a little. Dylan Anders, a magician. Lei Luo nodded. The Lord Dylan that the Goblin General mentioned just now should be this person. Why are you, a human, hanging out with a bunch of goblins? Lei Luo was a little confused. The giant goblin outside just now called Dylan sir and seemed to be loyal to him. Monsters like goblins only treat humans as food, so how could they be loyal to humans? Dylan's life was in Lei Luo's hands, so he didn't dare to hide it. I have a magic item that can control goblins. All the goblins in this maze are under my control. Ha! So it was you who caused the goblin disaster near Sand City. Lei Luo was a little surprised. Before coming here, I thought this goblin disaster was a natural disaster, but I didn't expect it to be a man-made disaster. No, why are you, a human, controlling goblins to attack human villages? Dylan glanced at Lei Luo. Although he didn't want to say it, he had no choice but to point to the blood pool next to him and said, "Collect the blood and release the upper vampire sealed here." Upper vampire? What does that mean? I once obtained a treasure at an auction that had been circulated from this maze. The hidden message within that treasure said that a very powerful upper vampire was sealed beneath this maze. As long as the seal was broken, the treasure could be used to control the upper vampire. I'll first control the goblins to attack the village, then disguise myself as an adventurer and reveal the location of the goblins' lair to the city defense forces, luring them to the maze to exterminate the goblins. All the blood from the battle between the city defense forces and the goblins will be gathered here. Lei Luo turned his head to look at the blood pool next to him. The city defense army was fighting with the goblins, and blood was flowing into the blood pool from the stone troughs around it. The blood pool was almost full. Where is the treasure that can control the upper vampires? Hand it over. Lei Luo ordered. This is my property, not yours. Dylan looked fierce and reluctant. Seeing that Dylan was not behaving well, Mia grabbed Dylan's arms with both hands and pulled hard, almost tearing his arms off. Ah! It's going to break, it's going to break. Dylan begged for mercy in a sobbing voice, "It's in my magic wand. It's in my magic wand." Mia didn't push any further. Lei Luo picked up Dylan's magic wand and asked, "Where?" Dylan's face was full of bitterness. Tap the ground 3 times with the top of the magic wand. Lei Luo turned the magic wand upside down and tapped the ground 3 times with the top of the wand. A small secret compartment popped out on the wand, containing an exquisitely crafted golden bracelet. This is a control bracelet. Wear it and you can control the upper vampire that is sealed here. Dylan was disheartened. He planned for 3 whole years to get this superior vampire. This is like getting married. Dylan worked hard to find a matchmaker, pay the betrothal gifts, and hold a wedding banquet. Finally, when it was time to enter the bridal chamber, Lei Luo entered the bridal chamber. Chapter 36 Evil Vampire Princess. You have killed so many people. This is truly a heinous crime. As an apprentice priest of the Holy See, I will judge you on behalf of the goddess of life. Lei Luo asked Mia to drag Dylan to the edge of the blood pool. Mia grabbed Dylan's arms from behind and pressed him against the edge of the blood pool, with his neck sticking out over the edge to make it easier to bleed him. Dylan was terrified. Wait, friend, I've given you all the magic tools to control the upper vampires, and you still want to kill me? Lei Luo smiled coldly, so what if you give it to me? I didn't promise not to kill you. Ah? Dylan was a little confused. He had just begged for mercy from Lei Luo, thinking that if he gave the treasure to Lei Luo would let him go. Lei Luo is so unsportsmanlike, but I still want to kill him. Die. Without giving Dylan any chance to explain, Lei Luo took out his sword and cut Dylan's throat like killing a chicken, letting the blood gush out and float into a pool of blood. Dylan struggled twice and quickly lost his life. After killing Dylan, Lei Luo stood in front of the blood pool, quietly waiting for the seal to be lifted. In order to collect enough blood, Dylan made special modifications to the abandoned maze, and blood from anywhere in the maze would flow into this blood pool. As long as the blood pool is filled, the seal on the blood clan can be lifted. As the city defense forces fought with the goblins, blood from the battle continued to gather, and the water level in the blood pool rose rapidly, soon filling the entire pool. At this time, the blood began to merge into the magic circle engraved on the walls around the blood pool, and the blood level began to drop rapidly until the entire pool of blood was completely absorbed by the magic circle. At the bottom of the blood pool, a seal array emitting white light appeared, and a cross-shaped magic sword was inserted diagonally in the middle of the seal array. The next moment, the cross-shaped demon sealing sword shattered, and the sealing formation at the bottom of the blood pool also broke. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire abandoned maze shook violently. Along with the horrifying magical fluctuations, a red energy beam with a diameter of 100 meters shot up into the sky from the bottom of the blood pool. The strong airflow shockwave made their clothes rustle, and Lei Luo and the other 2 quickly retreated a distance. Ha ha ha, it finally came out. The arrogant and sharp voice of the girl rang out in the red light, spreading throughout the stone hall. Hiss! Lei Luo heard the voice and found that this upper vampire seemed to be a female. The red light column with a diameter of 100 meters gradually shrank, and a petite figure appeared in the sight of Lei Luo and the other two. She was less than 1.6 meters tall, with frosty white hair tied into two ponytails decorated with bat-shaped ornaments, and she wore a Gothic-style dark red dress. That beautiful little face had skin so white that it was almost transparent, eyebrows that were as dark as distant black and slightly raised, long eyelashes that fluttered like butterfly wings, and below them were a pair of evil blood-red pupils that revealed an innate nobility and arrogance. A pair of black fleshy wings behind her, similar to bat wings, flapped slowly, maintaining her balance in the air. Attached photo, Blood Clan. This. Lei Luo looked at the petite figure in the air, and 8 words emerged in his mind, starting from 3 years and up to the death penalty. Breaking through the seal, the vampire girl was ecstatic and her eyes fell on Lei Luo. Human, you saved me? Lei Luo admitted directly, that's right. Licking her lips with the tip of her tongue, the vampire girl grinned, her smile carrying a hint of evil. Thank you for saving me. In return, I will grant you the opportunity to become a vampire and allow you to have a long life. Regardless of whether Lei Luo agreed or not, the black bat wings behind him moved and he instantly appeared in front of Lei Luo. Thank you so much, damn. Lei Luo complained in surprise. He didn't want to become a vampire who couldn't stand the sun. I'm a kind-hearted vampire who knows how to repay kindness. No need to thank me. Ha! Lei Luo had a face full of question marks. Before he could react, a pair of white and tender hands pressed down on his shoulders and threw him to the ground. The petite body lay on Lei Luo, and her cherry mouth revealed 4 white fangs, biting Lei Luo's neck. The fangs pierced the skin of Lei Luo's neck, and blood gushed out, with a huge amount of bleeding. Being pressed under the petite and soft body of the vampire girl, Lei Luo had a funny smile on his face, which seemed to be quite good. The vampire girl rolled her throat, sucked Lei Luo's blood in big gulps, and gave Lei Luo the vampire's first embrace. Lei Luo's vitality is extremely strong, and the vampire girl is surprised to find that the quality of Lei Luo's blood is unusually high. The vampire girl lay on Lei Luo, biting his neck tightly and indulging in the wonderful taste of blood. Evil vampire, let go of Lord Lei Luo. Asshole, let go of Lord Lei Luo. Mia and Flora, who were standing by, were extremely angry when they saw Lei Luo being attacked, and rushed forward together to save Lei Luo. The vampire girl was enjoying the sucking and didn't want to be disturbed by Mia and Flora. However, it was Lei Luo and the other two who rescued her, and she didn't want to kill Mia and Flora. Her magic power surged, and a blood-red energy shield appeared around her and Lei Luo, blocking Mia and Flora. Like an incompetent wife, Mia and Flora desperately beat the blood-red shield outside the shield. With their strength, it was difficult to break the shield, and they could only watch Lei Luo being sucked blood by the vampires. Lord Lei Luo. Flora lay in front of the shield, with Lei Luo very close to her, but she couldn't save him. She was so anxious that tears came out. Mia said nothing, clenched her fists and attacked the blood-red shield. Because she attacked too hard, her fists were covered in blood. It's just a fatal injury, it won't be a problem. Lei Luo comforted Flora and Mia outside and told them not to worry. However, even as he said this, Lei Luo clearly felt the blood draining from his body at a rapid rate. He raised the control bracelet on his right wrist and said, "Hey, vampire, as your master, I command you to get off me." The vampire girl didn't react at all and continued to lie on Lei Luo and suck his blood. Lei Luo frowned and looked at the golden bracelet on his wrist. Dylan had just said that this thing could control vampires, so why was it useless? Or was it that he was opening it the wrong way? Although Lei Luo's health is 200 times that of an ordinary person and his blood bar is extremely thick, the vampire girl has been sealed for 100 years and has a huge appetite, sucking away a lot of Lei Luo's blood. Treat. Lei Luo used his healing skills on himself, and his health bar, which was about to be emptied, was instantly filled to capacity. Suck it, you'll be stuffed to death. Lei Luo's healing skills have no CD, and as long as he is not killed instantly, he can recover health infinitely. Before I knew it, half an hour had passed. The vampire girl sucked it and knelt on Lei Luo's chest, her blood-red pupils flashing with excitement, as if she had discovered a treasure. Human, your blood is so wonderful. Lei Luo was about to say something when he suddenly felt something was wrong with his body. His eyes slowly turned from black to blood red, and his short golden hair also began to turn blood red from the roots. The vampire girl noticed Lei Luo's changes and said with a smile, "This is a sign that you have become a lower-level vampire." After becoming a lower-level vampire, you will not only have power beyond that of ordinary people, but also a long lifespan. This is a gift for you. The upper vampires have two ways of transforming humans. One is to transform humans into lower vampires with independent consciousness, whose strength and lifespan far exceed that of ordinary people. The other is to transform humans into bloodthirsty monsters without independent consciousness, which is not much different from being dead. The vampire girl chose the first approach because she really wanted to turn Lei Luo into a vampire with a long lifespan. Purification. Lei Luo used the purification skill on himself to remove all negative effects from his body. In an instant, the blood-red color in his eyes disappeared and his hair turned golden again. Ha! Why did the transformation stop? The vampire girl looked at Lei Luo with confusion, having never encountered such a situation before. Get out of my way. Lei Luo pushed away the vampire girl sitting on his chest and sat up. The vampire girl was a little confused about Lei Luo. This human was actually not affected by the vampire's first embrace. Chapter 37. The more you resist, the more excited I am. The blood-red shield shattered, and Mia knelt beside Lei Luo, her face full of worry. Master Lei Luo, are you okay? Fine. Lei Luo took Mia's hands. In order to save herself just now, Mia beat the shield with all her strength, and the skin on her hands was broken. Lei Luo uses his healing skills on Mia. The wounds on Mia's hands healed quickly. Lord Lei Luo, I'm so glad you're okay. Flora, with tears in her eyes, also knelt beside Lei Luo. She had just seen Lei Luo being sucked blood by the vampires and thought that Lei Luo was dead. Lei Luo helped Flora wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes, touched her head, and told her not to worry. At this moment, the vampire girl stood up, folded her black bat wings, puffed out her not-so-voluptuous chest, and placed her hands on her hips, full of pride. I am Callista Clarissa, the 6th-ranked noble of the vampire clan. If you three rescue me, I will grant you the opportunity to become my slaves, something others only dream of. Who wants to be your slave? I belong to Master Lei Luo. Mia opened her arms, stood in front of Lei Luo, and grinned at Callista. This vampire is so powerful that he is willing to protect Lord Lei Luo even at his death. What a ferocious little kitten. I like you. You can be my pet from now on. The vampire girl smiled happily. What day is today? I'm so lucky. Not only did he break the seal and regain his freedom, but he also met a human with exquisitely delicious blood and a funny little kitten. After hearing the vampire girl's self-introduction, Lei Luo remembered that this kind of exclusive magic prop with directionality requires naming to issue orders. The control bracelet didn't work just now, and it was likely that the vampire girl's name was not mentioned. Callista Clarissa, I command you, get down. As soon as these words were spoken, the control bracelet on Lei Luo's wrist emitted a golden light, and the golden bracelet on Callista's wrist also emitted a golden light. The two control bracelets were activated, echoing each other, turning into golden energy and merging into the bodies of both parties. The arrogant Callista suddenly stiffened and fell to the ground uncontrollably. Oh, damn, how could I forget about this? Callista had just broken through the seal and was so proud of herself that she forgot that in addition to the seal, she was also under another set of shackles, the control bracelet. Bastard human, take off your control bracelet now, or I will kill you. Callista, lying on the ground like a toad, looked at Lei Luo with squinted eyes and roared at him. Lei Luo smiled and ignored Callista's threat. He slowly walked to Callista, squatted down, and pinched Callista's little face. Ha, catching a wild vampire is awesome. You are the wild one, your whole family is wild. The veins on Callista's forehead bulged. She supported herself on the ground with both palms as if doing push-ups, trying her best to break free from the restraints of the control bracelet and support her body little by little. However, before her body could support 10 centimeters, Lei Luo sat on her back and pressed her back to the ground. Don't think about resisting. The more you resist, the more excited I will be. You pervert. Callista's pretty face pressed against the cold floor. Hearing Lei Luo's evil laughter, I felt that this human was not a good person. Vampire, I give you two choices. Either work for me obediently, or die. Lei Luo could see that this vampire named Callista was quite powerful. If we can recruit her, it will be a great help. Most importantly, she is a wild white-haired, red-eyed vampire. Absolutely not. Although Callista is small in stature, she is stubborn and strong. Are you kidding me? How can the 6th noble among the vampires work for humans? This human being is really whimsical. Lei Luo smiled coldly. If that's the case, then go to hell. Put your hands around your neck. The control bracelet took effect, and Callista, who was lying on the ground, strangled her own neck with her hands out of control. Harder, harder. Lei Luo ordered. Callista strangled herself with both hands, the force increasing until she almost broke her neck. Callista was certain that if she didn't surrender, this human would really use the control bracelet to kill her. She said intermittently, I surrender, I surrender. Wei Zai was Wei Junjie, that's right. Lei Luo said with a smile, loosen your neck. Callista released her hands from her neck, gasping for air, and nearly died. Lei Luo's but left Callista's back, stood up, and released the control bracelet from restraining Callista. Callista suddenly felt her whole body relax, regained her mobility, and got up from the ground. Lei Luo looked at Callista. She was less than 1.6 meters tall, wearing a Lolita-style red long dress, with slightly protruding chest, white hair in twin ponytails, ruby-like pupils, and an unhappy expression on her young face. With such exquisite dress, she looks like the heroine of anime, or the boss who can defeat the CG in the last level of anime. The little thing is quite cute. Lei Luo smiled and touched Callista's head. Don't touch me, you pervert. Callista narrowed her bloodshot eyes and looked at Lei Luo as if he was trash. However, if you dare not resist, after the control bracelet is activated, it will have an effect similar to a slave contract, and if you have murderous intentions towards the master, you will be retaliated against. Lei Luo let go of Callista and said, come on, let's go out first. The four of them left here and walked out of the maze. Mia and Flora glanced at Callista from the corner of their eyes from time to time, keeping a wary eye on her. Vampires are not good people, let alone the upper vampires who are ranked 6th among the vampires. We must be careful and vigilant. Human, what is your name? In the maze passage, Callista asked Lei Luo as she walked. Lei Luo, you can call me Master or Lord Lei Luo. No, I still prefer to call you a pervert or a scumbag. Although Callista agreed to work for Lei Luo, she still had a sense of arrogance. Lei Luo. I didn't know how far I had walked in the maze when I heard a burst of dense footsteps ahead. A group of people appeared in front of Lei Luo and his 3 companions. The leader was Bert, the Lord of Sand City, followed by many city defense soldiers. After a fierce battle with the remaining goblins, they were all covered in wounds and blood. Lei Luo, why did you suddenly disappear just now? Bert looked at Lei Luo, then at the 3 beauties beside Lei Luo. He remembered that when he entered the maze, there were only 2 foreign beauties around Lei Luo. How come there are 3 now? What do you mean I suddenly disappeared? Your people got separated from me, and I could only wander around in the maze. Lei Luo complained. Is that so? Bert smiled awkwardly, the goblins in the abandoned maze are almost cleared out. Give us some treatment. Lei Luo treated the injured city defense soldiers. Vampires are very sensitive to the smell of blood, and fresh blood can stimulate their appetite. However, after Callista had sucked the rich and delicious blood of Lei Luo, the bloody smell of the city defense soldiers in the air seemed bland and tasteless, and she had no appetite at all. Chapter 38, Raising Vampires and Being Close to Them. Lei Luo, this girl seems to be a vampire? Bert, who was well informed, looked at Callista. Her long snow-white hair and blood-red pupils were obvious characteristics of a vampire. In the human concept, vampires are extremely evil beings, and anyone bitten by a vampire will become a bloodthirsty monster. Therefore, human society cannot tolerate vampires, and everyone has the right to kill them. While treating the soldier, Lei Luo explained nonchalantly, she's not a vampire, she just has pink eye. And what about the white hair? Bert asked again. I have a bad personality and can't get married. I'm so worried that my hair has turned white. Lei Luo explained casually. You've got pink eye, and your hair has turned white from worry. I'm going to kill you. Callista, who was less than 1.6 meters tall, raised her eyebrows, pouted angrily, bent down slightly, thrust her head forward, and headbutt Lei Luo on the kidney. The headbutt was not very powerful, it was just a symbolic protest against Lei Luo's slander. See, I told you she had a bad personality. In response to Callista's headbutt, Lei Luo chose to fight violence with violence and hit Callista on the head with a knife. Callista held her head in her hands, stared at Lei Luo with resentment in her eyes, and said nothing more. Bert is not stupid, so he doesn't believe Lei Luo's nonsense. This girl with red eyes, white hair, and twin ponytails is most likely a vampire. However, seeing Callista's deflated look, Bert judged that Lei Luo had subdued the vampire girl. During this operation to suppress the goblin's nest, the casualty rate of the city defense army was greatly reduced with the help of Lei Luo. Lei Luo was very kind to the city defense army, so Bert chose to turn a blind eye. After healing hundreds of wounded city defenders, the troops continued to clear out the remaining goblins in the maze. After several hours of fierce fighting, the goblins in the abandoned maze were basically cleared out. It was already the next morning when everyone left the abandoned maze. Mission completed, reward skill, taunt. Lei Luo opened the system panel to check the skill attributes. Host, Lei Luo. Max HP, 20100. Skills, Healing LV, 2, Shield LV, 2, Super Attack LV, 1, Purification LV, 1, Magic Enhancement LV, 1, Taunt LV, 1. Equipment, Demon Swallowing Bottle. Taunt, raise the middle finger and taunt a single target within a 50-meter radius, forcing the target to attack you. You actually need to raise your middle finger to release the taunt skill. This method of releasing skills is outrageous yet reasonable. Quest, reach 100 points of favorability with Callista. Quest reward, max HP plus 10,000. Current progress, 10,100. It is both a favorability mission and a health bonus. The third time Lei Luo received the task of capturing girls issued by the system, a mysterious smile comparable to Mona Lisa appeared on his face. The strongest auxiliary system in the system world may not be the most awesome system, but it is definitely the system that understands the host the most. Lei Luo used threats and inducements on Callista, and then attacked her with a knife. Callista did not have a good impression of Lei Luo, so her initial favorability was 10 points. Forget it, favorability and other things can be cultivated slowly, there is no rush. Lei Luo and his 3 companions followed the city defense forces to Sanjian City, received a reward of 1,000 gold coins at the city lord's mansion, and then left Sanjian City and returned to Beige Town. It was already noon when we walked back to San City from the abandoned maze. We stayed in San City for a while. Not long after leaving San City, the sun was setting. Aren't you vampires afraid of sunlight? Lei Luo watched Callista walking in the sunshine, and nothing happened. Humph, only low-level vampires are afraid of sunlight. For a high-level vampire like me, it's no problem at all. Callista said disdainfully. 6. Lei Luo walked alone, a 6, and walked forward without looking around. Hey, human, I'm hungry. Callista's delicate little face was expressionless as she pulled at the corner of Lei Luo's clothes. Lei Luo has a no-CD healing skill that can restore blood infinitely. There is no loss in letting Callista suck some blood. He rolled up his right sleeve and stretched his right arm in front of Callista to let her suck blood. No, I don't want to bite here. Callista pushed Lei Luo's right arm away and looked at Lei Luo's neck. I like to bite there. The carotid artery in the neck has a higher blood pressure, and when you take a bite, you can enjoy the pleasure of bursting. Lei Luo found a random rock to sit on and opened his arms towards Callista. Come on. Callista liked Lei Luo's blood very much. A smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. She quickly threw herself into Lei Luo's arms, hugged Lei Luo's waist with her arms, tilted her head, and revealed 4 fangs in her rosy cherry mouth. She bit Lei Luo's neck tightly, biting through Lei Luo's carotid artery. Blood gushed out, and she sucked Lei Luo's blood madly. Attached photo, fangs of the white-haired vampire. Lei Luo didn't feel any pain when he was shot through the chest before, and he didn't feel much when Callista bit him and sucked his blood either. It was just that at the moment his skin was pierced, he felt a little stinging like a mosquito bite. While Callista was sucking blood, Lei Luo opened his arms and hugged the petite vampire. His palms touched her blood-red gothic dress, and he could almost feel her soft body under the fabric. Their bodies were in almost zero-distance contact, and there was no smell of blood on Callista's body, but a strange fragrance different from Mia and Flora. Her slender and soft waist is not much different from Mia Flora's, but she does not have Mia Flora's plump chest, and her chest is a little flat. That petite body gave Lei Luo the illusion that she was on the verge of death penalty. Ah! It feels so good. It was as if ice and numbness were added to Lei Luo's blood, and the more Callista inhaled, the more she became addicted. Lei Luo stroked the soft long hair on Callista's back with his big hands, and grabbed her white ponytails with both hands. It must be said that it was quite comfortable to be hugged by the vampire, and not as cold as the rumors said. Mia and Flora saw Callista in Lei Luo's arms, enjoying his hug, and couldn't help but come over, one sitting on Lei Luo's right and the other sitting on Lei Luo's left. Mia hugged Lei Luo's arm and leaned gently against his side. Flora hugged Lei Luo's other arm, rested her head on Lei Luo's shoulder, and her long pink hair fell on Lei Luo. Lei Luo was squeezed in the middle and felt that his life had reached its peak. Callista had a big appetite and quickly sucked away nearly 1/3 of Lei Luo's blood. Treat. Lei Luo used his healing skills on himself and his health was instantly full. With an expression of enjoyment on her face, Callista let go of Lei Luo's neck and looked at him with her ruby-like eyes filled with joy. Human, your blood is so sweet. I would call it the most delicious food in the world. Callista's favorability towards the host +5. Current progress 5/100. Ha, I'll stuff you to death. Lei Luo's healing skill has no CD, can continuously restore health, and can even kill Callista. Callista bit Lei Luo's neck and sucked his blood, from sunset to dark, until she was full. Influenced by the upper vampires, Lei Luo's eyes turned scarlet, showing signs of transformation into a vampire. He used the purification skill directly on himself to remove all negative effects from his body. The scarlet in his eyes disappeared instantly. The four of them built a bonfire under a big tree in the woods. Lei Luo leaned against a big tree, holding Callista in his arms. Mia leaned on his left shoulder, Flora leaned on his right shoulder, and the four of them fell asleep together. Chapter 39, Dealing with the Disobedient Vampires. In the early morning, a red glow appeared in the eastern sky. As soon as Lei Luo opened his eyes after a comfortable sleep, he saw Callista sitting in his arms, her round blood-red eyes staring at his face, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, as if she was admiring a perfect work of art. I know I'm handsome, but you don't have to look at me like that, right? Lei Luo felt a little uneasy when Callista stared at him. He. Callista gave a wicked smile as if she had succeeded in doing something evil. Hey, what did you do to me? Lei Luo couldn't help but frown when he saw the smirk on Callista's face. It seemed like this guy was hiding something from him. Nothing. Callista smiled again without further explanation. There must be something hidden from me. Lei Luo moved his limbs and twisted his neck. His body was normal and there was nothing unusual. I touched my crotch again and the thing was still there. Lei Luo frowned. Hey, what on earth did you do to me? I won't tell you. Callista shook her white ponytails, left Lei Luo's arms with her petite body, walked to the front, and stretched. Just when Lei Luo was puzzled, Flora woke up, saw Lei Luo's face, narrowed her pink eyes, and smiled slightly. Master Lei Luo, your face. My face? What happened to my face? Lei Luo was bewildered. Flora smiled faintly. Do you have a mirror? You can see for yourself. Lei Luo quickly took out a mirror from the system warehouse and looked at his face. At some point, someone painted some strange patterns on his handsome face with charcoal. 2 dark circles were drawn around his eyes, a bird was drawn on the left side of his face, a crab was drawn on the right side of his face, and a fish was drawn on his forehead. The painting skills were very poor, at the same level as that of a kindergarten kid. Does it look good? Callista put her hands on her hips and looked at Lei Luo with a smile. Last night, while Lei Luo was asleep, Callista was bored and picked up some charcoal from the campfire and created art on Lei Luo's face. Evil vampire, accept your punishment. This guy, Callista, seems very lively. Lei Luo suddenly stood up and walked in front of Callista. He stretched out his hands, pinched Callista's face, pinched Callista's little face into the shape of a hamster, and rubbed it madly. Callista's little face changed into various shapes in Lei Luo's hands. After torturing Callista for a while, Lei Luo let her go and wiped the graffiti off her face with paper and dew. Damn humans! Callista, who was ravaged by Lei Luo, clenched her fists and wanted to beat Lei Luo up, but Lei Luo had a control bracelet and she was no match for him. After wiping off the graffiti, Lei Luo came under the tree and pinched Mia's cat ears. Cat, let's go. Lord Lei Luo, I want to sleep for a while. Mia, sleepy-eyed, leaned against the tree trunk, hugging her furry cat tail, not wanting to get up. When Mia first became Lei Luo's slave, out of fear of the slave owner, she disguised herself carefully, fearing that she would do something wrong and anger Lei Luo and be whipped. However, after spending a long time with Lei Luo, Mia discovered that Lei Luo really treated her as a family member. She felt relaxed and happy being with Lei Luo, and her bad habit of staying in bed was also exposed. Get up quickly. Lei Luo stretched out his index finger and poked Mia's waist. Lord Lei Luo, let me sleep a little longer. Mia closed her eyes and rubbed her head against the tree trunk, unwilling to leave. You lazy cat. There was no other choice, so Lei Luo pulled up one of Mia's arms, carried her on his back, and let her sleep on his back. Mia's charming face showed a happy smile, her arms around Lei Luo's neck, a pair of evil big white rabbits pressed on Lei Luo's shoulders, her slender legs were tightly clamped around Lei Luo's waist, and her cattail was wrapped around Lei Luo. I haven't been back to the manor for a few days. There must be a lot of fallen leaves in the manor. When I go back later, I will clean up the manor. Lei Luo assigned Mia today's tasks. Okay, Master Lei Luo. With her long hair falling on Lei Luo, Mia leaned on Lei Luo's back and continued to sleep. Lei Luo carried Mia on his back and walked towards White Dove Town, with Callista and Flora following beside him. By the way, Callista, how old are you? Lei Luo asked Callista, wanting to get to know her better. Callista was still angry about being ravaged by Lei Luo just now. It's not gentlemanly of you to ask a woman's age in such a presumptuous way. Lei Luo curled his lips. I didn't say I was a gentleman, tell me quickly. Callista bared her teeth at Lei Luo like a dog, then replied, more than 500 years old. Lei Luo remembered that Flora was over 200 years old, and Callista was twice as old as Flora. Sure enough, a two-dimensional girl can be 200 years old or 2,000 years old, but she can never be 40 years old. So, who sealed you in that abandoned labyrinth? The other party sealed Callista in the maze and left behind a control bracelet that could control Callista. Obviously, they had no intention of killing Callista and hoped that someone would come to guide her. According to Lei Luo's observation, Callista is somewhat evil and cannot be said to be kind, but she is not a particularly evil vampire. At this point, Callista's fangs were bared, and she was furious. Holy Church people, don't let me run into anyone from the Holy Church, or I will tear them into pieces and chop them into meat sauce to feed to the dogs. Lei Luo twitched his lips. Isn't this a coincidence? I am from the Holy See. Humph, the people of the Holy See are indeed despicable clowns. Callista is controlled by Lei Luo, and it is impossible for her to tear Lei Luo into pieces, so she can only use yin and yang to fight. Lei Luo's face was gloomy. Callista's mouth was as sweet as honey. She would only be obedient after being punished. Callista Clarissa, I command you to do a backflip forward. As if her words came true, Callista's body became uncontrollable and she began to backflip forward. Hey, damn human, if you have the guts, stop using the control bracelet and fight me one-on-one. Callista, doing a backflip, was quite stubborn. Lei Luo ignored Callista and just walked forward quickly with his head down. Callista kept doing backflips, her body spinning around her waist like a windmill, making her feel dizzy. Miserable Miss Callista. Flora sighed inwardly when she saw Callista spinning in circles. Even the upper vampires couldn't handle the continuous backflips for 5 kilometers. Callista was in tears. This human was simply a devil. When you live under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Callista lost her previous stubborn attitude and pleaded weakly, Human, I was wrong. Hearing that Callista had surrendered, Lei Luo released his control over Callista. Callista stopped her backflip and sat down on the ground. Her eyes became cross-eyed, she saw stars, and her surroundings were double. Let's go. Lei Luo said. I feel dizzy and can't walk. Callista rubbed her temples, her head was dizzy and she couldn't even stand up. Mia has woken up and is following Lei Luo. To deal with a rebellious person like Callista, you have to give her a slap and then a candy. Lei Luo came to Callista and carried her on his back. I'll carry you. Humph. Callista snorted coldly, her head still a little dizzy, and she lay quietly on Lei Luo's back. Chapter 40 Adopting an Ice Saber-Toothed Tiger. Lei Luo and his 3 companions returned to Beige Town, passed through Beige Town, and headed to the Lakeside Manor not far outside the town. The Lakeside Manor was protected by a rose wall more than 2 meters high. Hanging on the rose wall in full bloom were some green-skinned goblin corpses, which had been sucked dry by the vines. Flora, take down the rose wall. The goblin's nest has been destroyed, and no goblins will invade the manor in the future. There is no need to set up a dangerous rose wall around the manor. Yes, Lord Lei Luo. Flora walked to the rose wall and placed her fair jade hands on it. The 3 petals between her eyebrows emitted a faint glow, and pink magic power condensed in her palms to control the rose vines. In just a moment, the rose vines around the manor automatically retracted into the ground. It's more comfortable to be at home after a few days away. The Lakeside Manor is not only spacious but also has a beautiful environment. Lei Luo walked along the pine and cypress avenue in front of the manor towards the manor gate. Oh! At this moment, a huge tiger roar was heard in the manor, as low as an 8-cylinder engine. Fuck! Lei Luo was stunned. After being away for a few days, a tiger broke into the manor? However, on second thought, it didn't make sense. The manor was protected by a rose wall. How could a tiger break in? However, the huge roar just now was clearly a tiger's roar, there was no doubt about it. Just when Lei Luo was in doubt, a snow-white tiger jumped over the 2-meter-high iron gate, jumped out of the manor, and stood at the end of Pine and Cypress Avenue. This white tiger is about 4 meters long, with 2.5-meter-long white saber-tooths on both sides of its mouth. Its body shape is similar to that of a Siberian tiger, fat and round, but twice as large as a Siberian tiger, and it exudes a biting coldness all over its body. The white tiger roared at Lei Luo, declaring its sovereignty over the territory. Lei Luo recognized this kind of tiger, the ice saber-toothed tiger, a tiger-like monster that could use ice magic and was extremely ferocious. Judging from its size, it should be an adult ice saber-toothed tiger. An adult ice saber-toothed tiger is slightly stronger than a goblin warrior, but not as strong as a goblin general. Fat tiger, this is my manor, and you are occupying my place here. Lei Luo gradually became murderous. Ouch ouch ouch. Wild monsters have a strong sense of territory. The ice saber-toothed tiger guarded the gate of the manor, roaring at Lei Luo, warning him not to approach its territory. Human, do you want me to help you kill this guy? Callista sucked a lot of Lei Luo's blood along the way, and now she was full and had a good time to stretch her muscles. No, I can do it myself. Lei Luo waved his hand confidently, then took out a dagger. He had seen posts online about how to deal with tigers in the wild. When a tiger pounces on you, you can hold the dagger in your hand with the tip facing up, then slide towards the tiger, and when the tiger pounces on you, take the opportunity to cut open the tiger's belly. Practice is the only criterion for testing truth. Following the online guide, Lei Luo rushed towards the ice saber-toothed tiger at the manor gate at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. When he rushed to a distance of 10 meters from the ice saber-toothed tiger, he lowered his body, held the dagger with both hands, with the tip facing upwards, and slid forward using inertia, waiting for the ice saber-toothed tiger to pounce. However, the ice saber-toothed tiger did not pounce on Lei Luo to attack him as expected, but stood there, motionless, with question marks written all over its face. The soles of his shoes rubbed against the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Lei Luo slid for a distance and stopped just in front of the ice saber-toothed tiger. Nia saw Lei Luo slide in front of the ice saber-toothed tiger. Although she didn't know what Lei Luo was doing, she knew that there must be a deep meaning behind Lord Lei Luo's actions. The man and the tiger were less than a meter apart, staring at each other, and the atmosphere was a little awkward. Cough cough. Lei Luo coughed twice to cover up his embarrassment. Sliding tackles and the like are really deceptive. Forget it, let us just use the system skills. Shield. Lei Luo stood up and used his shield skill. A layer of red energy shield appeared around his body. He said provocatively, "Come on, fat tiger, bite me." The ice saber-toothed tiger glanced at Lei Luo, then lay on the ground with its claws crossed in front of it, resting its head on its claws. It just wanted to protect its territory and didn't want to hurt anyone. Lei Luo frowned. This ice saber-toothed tiger seemed a little different. It didn't attack humans. However, it doesn't matter if the ice saber-toothed tiger doesn't attack actively. Lei Luo has a taunt skill that can force the ice saber-toothed tiger to attack him. He raised his right hand, raised his middle finger towards the ice saber-toothed tiger, and activated the taunt skill. Roar! When the ice saber-toothed tiger saw Lei Luo raising his middle finger, a nameless anger ignited in his heart. The raging rage he felt was even greater than when he saw his wife having an affair with her lover. He instantly turned red and went completely crazy. He jumped up, raised his huge tiger claws, and slapped the shield with one claw. Click! A tiny crack appeared on the surface of the shield. The damage rebounded, and 3 bloody claw marks appeared on the body of the ice saber-toothed tiger, and blood flowed out. The taunt skill continuously stimulates the rage of the ice saber-toothed tiger. The irrational ice saber-toothed tiger swung its claws wildly to attack Lei Luo. A few cracks appeared on the shield, and all the damage caused was reflected back to itself. After 1 minute, the taunt skill duration ends. The snow-white tiger's fur turned red, and the ice saber-toothed tiger fell to the ground, covered with scars and dying. Ha! How did this guy defeat the ice saber-toothed tiger? Callista muttered to herself with a confused look on her face. Just now she saw Lei Luo standing still, and the ice saber-toothed tiger kept attacking Lei Luo, and then a large number of claw marks appeared out of thin air on the ice saber-toothed tiger's body. This seems to be a kind of rebound magic, but why is there no magic fluctuation? At the same time, Lei Luo removed his shield, and a silver-white sword appeared in his hand, ready to cut off the head of the ice saber-toothed tiger with one sword. At this time, the dying ice saber-toothed tiger narrowed its eyes as if in its last moments before death, and rubbed Lei Luo's calf with its head like a cat. The ice saber-toothed tiger belongs to the cat family. As a senior cat lover, Lei Luo judged from the ice saber-toothed tiger's behavior that it was acting coquettishly towards him. What the hell? Oh. This ice saber-toothed tiger was quite intelligent. Knowing that it could not defeat Lei Luo, it was no longer as obsessed with protecting its territory as before. It endured the severe pain and acted coquettishly towards Lei Luo, lying obediently in front of Lei Luo and begging him to let it go. Lei Luo had only seen flattery in the eyes of domestic dogs, and this was the first time he saw flattery in the eyes of a wild monster. Considering that the ice saber-toothed tiger did not actively attack him just now, this ice saber-toothed tiger seems to be different from ordinary wild monsters. Lei Luo reached out and touched the head of the ice saber-toothed tiger. The ice saber-toothed tiger nudged Lei Luo's palm with its head to show goodwill to Lei Luo. Fat tiger, I may not kill you, but this is my manor. You can't live here. Get out of my manor. Lei Luo ordered the ice saber-toothed tiger. There was intelligence in the eyes of the ice saber-toothed tiger. It gently bit Lei Luo's arm and dragged Lei Luo into the manor. Lei Luo was confused and didn't know what the ice saber-toothed tiger wanted to do, so he followed it into the manor. Mia and the other two followed. The ice saber-toothed tiger brought a few people to the manor stable. The spacious stable was covered with thick hay, on which lay another pregnant ice saber-toothed tiger. Its bloated body made it look even fatter than the injured ice saber-toothed tiger. Lei Luo understood something instantly and pointed at the pregnant tigress in the stable. You want your wife to give birth in my stable? No wonder this ice saber-toothed tiger was just guarding its territory and not actively attacking. The ice saber-toothed tiger understood what Lei Luo said and nodded. Some time ago, goblins were rampant in the nearby forest and the animals also suffered. It took its wife to jump over the rose wall and enter Lei Luo's manor. This is a quiet place, very suitable for giving birth to a child. I can take you two in, but you both have to look after my house. Lei Luo had raised dogs before, but this was his first time raising a tiger, and it was an ice-attributed saber-toothed tiger, which was quite new. Chapter 41 Happy Games with Flora. Seeing that Lei Luo agreed to let his wife give birth in the stable, the seriously injured ice saber-toothed tiger could no longer hold on, and fell to the ground with its eyelids drooping. Although he was about to die, he felt relieved that his wife had a place to stay before he died. Ah! The female ice saber-toothed tiger ran out of the stable and circled around the seriously injured male ice saber-toothed tiger, looking very anxious. He lay beside the seriously injured male ice saber-toothed tiger, licked the wound with his tongue, and treated the male ice saber-toothed tiger. But it didn't help. Lei Luo has decided to adopt these two ice saber-toothed tigers as pets. He walked forward, squatted in front of the seriously injured male ice saber-toothed tiger, and used healing skills on it. The powerful healing power acted on the ice saber-toothed tiger. The male ice saber-toothed tiger stopped bleeding and the wounds on its body healed automatically. The pain disappeared, and the male ice saber-toothed tiger lying on the ground blinked its eyes and looked at its limbs and body. The deep and shallow wounds were gone. Lei Luo stood up, crossed his arms over his chest, and said to the male ice saber-toothed tiger, Fat tiger, you and your wife can live in the stable from now on, but you have to look after the house for me, understand? It is much more exciting to keep a tiger to guard the house than to keep a dog to guard the house. The male ice saber-toothed tiger was quite intelligent. When he heard what Lei Luo said, a glimmer of hope flashed in the tiger's eyes. He got up and nodded at Lei Luo repeatedly, agreeing to guard the house for Lei Luo. When the tigress saw that her husband was full of energy, she walked over and started to be affectionate with him. Their two tails were entangled, and the air seemed to be filled with the sour smell of love. Lei Luo held his chin with a puzzled expression. Why was this male ice saber-toothed tiger so intelligent that it could understand human speech? Generally speaking, this situation may occur because it has touched some special magic props or eaten some herbs in the wild. Just as Lei Luo was thinking, Mia walked up to him with her black cattail raised. Master Lei Luo, I'm so hungry. What are we going to eat tonight? Let's make beef stew. Go to White Dove Town and buy some beef. Remember to buy plenty. Lei Luo took out 3 gold coins and gave them to Mia. This money is enough to buy several hundred kilograms of beef. The tigress is pregnant, so buy some more beef to feed her. Okay, Master Lei Luo. Mia was so excited thinking about the delicious beef stew that she happily went out to buy meat. Callista leaned her petite body against the wall, shaking her legs, looking bored. Hey, human, I'm going to walk around the manor. Don't bite anyone. Lei Luo knew that vampires liked to suck blood, and it would be bad if Callista bit someone. I know. I'm not interested in other people's blood. After tasting Lei Luo's blood, Callista no longer had any interest in the blood of ordinary people. Turn around and walk out of the manor, wander around the manor to see if there is anything interesting. A boring life means you have to learn to find your own fun. Mia and Callista left, leaving only Lei Luo and Flora in the manor. The sun is not too scorching today, and the flowers in the flower beds around the courtyard are in full bloom. Lei Luo moved a chair out of the house and sat in the courtyard to bask in the sun. Flora, wearing a pink long dress, walked to the flower bed in front of the manor, bent down slightly, and sniffed the flowers in the flower bed. Flora, come here. Lei Luo shouted to Flora in front of the flower bed. Hearing Lei Luo's call, Flora trotted over to Lei Luo's side. Her beautiful pink eyes were full of agility and liveliness. She looked at Lei Luo with a smile. Master Lei Luo, what's the matter? Let's bask in the sun together. Reaching out and grabbing Flora's white wrist, Lei Luo exerted a little force with his arm, pulled Flora into his arms, and let Flora sit on his legs. Flora had already given her first time to Lei Luo, but she still had some of the immaturity of a girl. She lowered her head slightly, and her fair and pretty face turned red in an instant, like a blooming pink rose. Lei Luo hugged Flora's waist, which was soft and warm through a layer of pink gauze skirt. He gently kissed Flora on the forehead, and the fragrance of flowers was intoxicating. He touched the 3 petal-shaped marks between Flora's eyebrows and asked, "Do all of you flower fairies have these petal marks?" Well, different flower fairies have different marks. Seeing Lei Luo's interest, Flora gave him some basic knowledge. I was born from a rose, so my shape is a rose petal. The flower fairy born from a water lily has its brow shaped like a water lily petal. The flower fairy born from an orchid has its brow shaped like an orchid petal. I still think little Rose is cuter. Lei Luo smiled evilly, kissed Flora's forehead, and bit Flora's elf-like white ears. Stimulated, Flora's snow-white skin gradually turned into a charming pink, and the faint rose scent on her body turned into a strong and rich floral scent. The fragrance of flowers filled the air, and Lei Luo felt as if he was surrounded by countless flowers. Flora was breathing heavily, her breath smelled like orchid, and her beautiful pink eyes were full of thought. It's not convenient in the courtyard, let's go to the second floor to play. Lei Luo suggested. Flora nodded in agreement. Lei Luo picked up Flora and went to the bedroom on the second floor of the manor to fight with Flora. Chapter 42, Troubles of the Immortal Seed. After finishing, Lei Luo asked Flora to rest on the second floor while he went downstairs to cook. Mia had already bought the beef, a whole half of the cow. A dagger appeared in Lei Luo's hand. Lei Luo squatted down and cut off the most delicious brisket and tenderloin from half of the cow. He would use them to make beef soup tonight, and give the rest of the beef to his 2 newly adopted pets. When we walked to the stable, we saw 2 ice saber-toothed tigers lying on the hay, kissing and hugging each other. Boom! 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 Lei Luo knocked on the stable fence. Having just released his passion on Flora, Lei Luo entered sage mode at this moment, like a saint. Hey, you two, doing this in broad daylight is really immoral. The sudden sound frightened the 2 ice saber-toothed tigers so much that their bodies trembled. The male ice saber-toothed tiger let go of the female ice saber-toothed tiger, ran out of the stable, and came up to Lei Luo in a flattering manner, rubbing its big round head against Lei Luo's body, which was quite human. A round, fat, oversized silver tabby. How about calling you Fat Tiger from now on? Lei Luo reached out and touched the head of the ice saber-toothed tiger. The tiger's fur was warm and soft. He named the ice saber-toothed tiger Fat Tiger. Ice saber-toothed tiger, ouch. 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 Translation, that's too harsh. I object. Lei Luo didn't understand tiger language, so he nodded with satisfaction. Very good, since you agree, I'll call you Fat Tiger from now on. The ice saber-toothed tiger widened its eyes? Lei Luo pointed to half of a cow not far away and said, the beef is for you and your wife. Ao translation, thank you, humans. The tiger's eyes were curved, and Fat Tiger stretched out his tongue to lick Lei Luo's face. Although this human gave him an ugly name, it did not prevent him from being a friendly human who fed them food. Fuck, are you born in the year of the dog? Lei Luo wiped the tiger's saliva off his face with his sleeve. He had never seen a cat lick its owner. After expressing his gratitude to Lei Luo, Fat Tiger ran happily towards the half cow, bit one of the cow's legs, and dragged the half cow back to the stable. With so much beef, it doesn't have to go hunting for 2 days and has plenty of time to spend happily with its wife. Lei Luo took Mia to the kitchen to cook dinner. After dinner, it was getting dark. Callista didn't come back all night. The next morning, the three of them had breakfast and headed to Beige Town. Before participating in the mission to destroy the goblin nest, Green asked Lei Luo to help collect the goblin corpses. Now go to the White Dove Town Church and return the demon swallowing bottle containing the goblin corpse to Gren. On the way, Flora frowned and said worriedly, Master Lei Luo, Miss Callista hasn't come back all night. Did she meet some bad guys? Although she was not very familiar with Callista, they had spent a day or two together, so Flora was a little worried about Callista's safety. Lei Luo put an arm on Flora's shoulder and said with a smile, Don't worry. I don't think anyone in the entire Sand City, or even the entire Western Province, can be a match for that guy. The 6th-ranked noble among the vampires may be as powerful as a 5th-level monster. We should be thankful that she doesn't hurt others. All right. Flora also knew that Callista was very strong, so she didn't ask any more questions. The three of them came to the White Dove Town Church in the center of White Dove Town. Wearing a small round hat and holding a scripture in his hand, Glenn was listening to the believers' atonement in the church lobby. Seeing Lei Luo appear at the door of the church lobby, knowing that the city lord's campaign against the goblin nest was over, a glimmer of joy flashed in the old man's eyes, and he said to the believers around him, Friends, let's stop here today. Pastor Lei Luo and I have something to do. The believers around dispersed. Grain walked quickly towards Lei Luo and asked with a smile, Lei Luo, how is the help I asked you for? Lei Luo took out the demon-swallowing bottle from the system warehouse and casually threw it to Grain, saying nonchalantly, I don't have an exact number, but there should be 1 or 2,000, and there's also the boss monster Goblin General in the Goblin Lair. Green caught the demon-swallowing bottle thrown by Lei Luo, and gathered a wisp of magic power on his fingertips and probed into the demon-swallowing bottle to sense the number of goblin corpses in the bottle, a total of more than 1,800. The wrinkled old face was ecstatic. That's great, Lei Luo, you helped me a lot. It's just a small favor. Lei Luo waved his hand nonchalantly and dug his ear hole. Grain patted Lei Luo's shoulder and said, Don't worry, I won't ask for your help in vain. Lei Luo already knew that Green was an undercover agent planted by the snake god cult in the Holy See, and his specific purpose was unknown. It would be fine if everyone kept to themselves and didn't expect Glenn to give him any benefits. Father Grain, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Don't forget to participate in the goddess's trial. It should be in the next few days. Grain reminded. Good. Lei Luo calculated the time and found that there were still 4 days before the goddess's trial, and he would have to go to the Cathedral of Sand City at that time. The three of them left the church and strolled along the streets of White Dove Town. After walking a short distance, I saw a large group of people gathered on the street ahead. I had no idea what they were doing. Mia pulled Lei Luo's arm and pointed to the top of the crowd. Master Lei Luo, look, Callista is there. Ha! Lei Luo looked in the direction Mia pointed, and saw Callista sitting on the eaves of a house on the street, with her legs crossed, looking at the group of people below with interest. Callista didn't come home last night, and it turns out she's here. Let's go and take a look. Lei Luo and the other two walked towards the group of people. When I got closer, I saw 2 men fighting, surrounded by a crowd of onlookers. Hey, Callista, what are you doing? Lei Luo looked up and asked Callista who was on the eaves. Hearing the sound, Callista looked at Lei Luo, jumped off the eaves, and landed next to Lei Luo. I didn't do anything, just watched those 2 men fighting. Lei Luo scratched his cheek, looking puzzled. What's so interesting about people fighting each other? Hee, because I was the one who started their fight. Callista's blood-red eyes shone with an evil light as she whispered, Last night I got the white-clad man's wife into the gray-clad man's bed. This morning I notified the white-clad man to catch them in adultery, and then the 2 of them started fighting. It was so much fun. Lei Luo was speechless. No, are you so free? Callista raised an eyebrow. Living too long is a very boring thing. If you live a boring life, you have to learn to find your own entertainment. Otherwise, how do you think I have lived for the past 500 years? One of the troubles of the immortal species is that they live too long and are too bored. As a short-lived person, Lei Luo could not empathize with this kind of trouble. Chapter 43, The Little Flower Fairy is such a nagging little goblin. Master Lei Luo, look, there are fishing rods for sale there. Passing by a grocery store, Mia stopped and looked at the fishing rod hanging at the door of the store. Although she didn't ask for it, Lei Luo could tell that Mia wanted a fishing rod. She walked into the grocery store and asked at the counter, "Boss, how much are the fishing rods hanging outside?" 150 copper coins each, the grocer said with a smile, then enthusiastically introduced the rod. This rod is made of extremely resilient white willow, and the line is made of silk from the first-level monster blue ice silkworm. It can handle fish weighing 50 kilograms. The hook is made of dark blue magic ore and won't bend. With a rod like this, you'll never come back empty-handed. Is this true? The three of them arrived outside the grocery store. Lei Luo picked up a fishing rod and waved it around. It was indeed quite resilient. It came with its own fishing line, float, and hook, so you could start fishing right away. I want 4. How much? 600 copper coins in total. 600 copper coins equals 6 silver coins. Lei Luo took out 6 silver coins and gave them to the grocery store owner. Thank you, Master Lei Luo. After getting 4 fishing rods, Mia was so happy that she kissed Lei Luo on the face, carried the 4 fishing rods on her shoulders, stood with her cat tail raised high, and strode in front. Mission: catch 300 fish, mission reward, 1 skill point. A cold electronic sound rang in Lei Luo's mind. Fishing? Lei Luo was slightly stunned. The system could not only trigger monster killing tasks, but also life and entertainment tasks. It was quite interesting. He can neither say that he likes nor hates fishing. Since it is a system task, let us try it. Mia, how about we go fishing later? Lei Luo asked. Yes, I like fishing the most. Mia readily agreed, becoming even more excited. Fishing and other things are so much fun. The 4 of them returned to the manor, and Mia went to the farmland next to the manor to dig earthworms. Fat Tiger and his wife were lying in front of the stable, basking in the sun lazily. Their snow-white fur reflected a silver glow in the sunlight, and their furry claws were bigger than human palms. The posture of lying in the sun is exactly the same as that of a cat. Who can resist an oversized silver tabby? Mia went to dig earthworms. Lei Luo was bored, so he walked to Fat Tiger, stepped over Fat Tiger's body, rode on Fat Tiger, and stroked Fat Tiger's head and chin with his hands. The chubby tiger body was dried and warm in the sun, the tiger fur was soft, and the oversized body, more than 4 meters long, was more enjoyable to pet than a kitten. Ouch. Translation: Human, what are you doing? The tiger's eyes were half open and half closed. Fat Tiger raised his head slightly and glanced at Lei Luo lazily, wondering why Lei Luo was touching him. Don't bark, the master will give you a massage. Lei Luo pressed Fat Tiger's head down and continued to ride on Fat Tiger and pet the cat. Fat Tiger had been fed by Lei Luo yesterday. He didn't mind Lei Luo messing up his fur, which he had just licked smooth. He rubbed his round head against the ground and then basked in the sun. Lei Luo's cat stroking technique is first-rate, and he accurately controls the pleasure points of cats. Sometimes he strokes Fat Tiger's chin, sometimes he strokes Fat Tiger's neck, and sometimes he strokes the base of Fat Tiger's tail. Awoowo. Translation: Ah, so cool, human, this is awesome, don't stop. A deep tiger roar like an 8-cylinder engine came from Fat Tiger's mouth, and his tiger claws opened, flying with pleasure. Hearing Fat Tiger's exhilarating moan, Fat Tiger's wife took a deep look at Lei Luo and Fat Tiger, with a puzzled look in her tiger eyes. What were they playing? Why did it feel so dirty? After a while, Mia came back from digging earthworms and said to Lei Luo, Master Lei Luo, let's go fishing. Well, let's go. Lei Luo let go of Fat Tiger. It's sunny and windy today, a good day for fishing. The 4 of them took fishing rods, wooden barrels and small stools and went to the big lake outside the manor to fish. The lake water is clear and blue, the surface of the lake is sparkling, and the lakeside is covered with lush aquatic plants. There is no such thing as baiting when fishing on the Tenerian continent. Mia took her fishing rod, walked to a big tree, put the earthworm on the hook, and threw it directly next to a bunch of water plants, waiting for the fish to bite. Callista was a restless creature, and she disappeared as soon as she reached the lake. Lei Luo sat on a small stool, put a worm on the fishhook, threw it into the water, and waited quietly for the fish to bite. Flora was not interested in fishing, but more interested in Lei Luo. She walked to Lei Luo and sat in his arms with her soft body. Her sparkling pink eyes looked at Lei Luo affectionately, her fair skin was as clear as water in the sunlight, her head rested in Lei Luo's arms, rubbing Lei Luo's body gently. What a nagging little devil. Lei Luo played with Flora's long pink hair with one hand and kneaded Flora's long ears with the other. The flower fairies look similar to the elves, but their bodies are more fragrant and softer than those of the elves. The goddess of life is truly a little genius, as she was able to create such an enchanting and lively race like the flower fairies. After more than 10 minutes, a rustling sound came from the nearby woods. Lei Luo and Flora, who were being intimate, looked towards the woods next to them. Callista came out of the woods. There were a few green leaves stuck on her white twin ponytails and blood-red Lolita dress, and her hands were behind her back. Callista, where have you been? Lei Luo looked at Callista in confusion. Take a look around here, and guess what I found? Callista smiled mysteriously. What? Lei Luo and Flora looked at Callista in confusion. Callista took out a bunch of grapes from behind her. The grapes were plump, dark purple, and ripe. She picked a grape and waved it in front of Lei Luo, blinking her blood-red eyes playfully. Human, do you want to eat it? Let me taste it. This bunch of grapes is so purple it's almost dark, they should taste good. Lei Luo reached out to take the grape from Callista's hand. No! Just as Lei Luo stretched out his hand halfway, Callista threw the grape directly into her mouth. Then she put her hands on her hips, puffed out her not-so-full chest, raised the corners of her mouth, and revealed an expression that looked like she was asking for a beating. She said with a grin, Human, you don't really think I'm going to give you grapes to eat, do you? Ashi, I've seen people who want to be beaten, but I've never seen anyone who wants to be beaten as much as Callista. Lei Luo's face was gloomy, and he said in a commanding tone, Callista Clarissa, come here. The control bracelet took effect, and Callista's body was out of control and she walked to Lei Luo's side. Finished! Callista exclaimed in her heart. Bang! Lei Luo let go of Flora, hugged Callista in his arms, and slapped Callista on the butt. Ouch! Damn human, let me go! Callista threatened. Snort! Lei Luo snorted coldly and didn't intend to let Callista go. He slapped her on the butt one after another. Miss Callista was punished by Lord Lei Luo again, how pitiful! Flora sighed in her heart as she looked at Callista, who was screaming. After being slapped more than a dozen times, Callista became obedient. Lei Luo snatched the grapes from Callista's hand and said, the grapes are confiscated. Stand aside. Oh. Callista lost her arrogance and stood obediently beside Lei Luo. Mia, did you catch any fish? Lei Luo asked Mia, who was sitting in the shade of a tree not far away, if he could catch fish there, he should go fishing there. Nothing. Mia was a little disappointed. The grocery store owner just said that with a fishing rod like this, he would never come back empty-handed. But he came back empty-handed on the first day. It turns out that the words of human merchants are not trustworthy. When Callista heard Mia say that she hadn't caught any fish, she suddenly had an idea and said to Lei Luo, Hey, human, I can help you catch some fish. Lei Luo, who was eating grapes, turned his head to glance at Callista and said indifferently, How did you help me catch the fish? Follow me and you'll find out. Callista's Mysterious Secrets. Chapter 44, Master Thunder Slime gave me a free perm. Lei Luo and Callista came to a forest by the lake. In the empty woods, Lei Luo looked around, but saw nothing. Callista, where's the good idea you suggested? Hee, follow me. With brisk steps, Callista swung her arms back and forth widely as she skipped toward the woods to the north. Lei Luo followed closely behind. Not far away, next to a big rock in front, 3 purple mine slimes were jumping around the rock. Its round, gelatinous body was about the size of a basketball, and purple arcs of lightning flickered around it. When Lei Luo saw the 3 thunder slimes, he instantly understood what the good idea Callista was talking about. How about it? Callista nudged Lei Luo's waist with her elbow. As expected of Lao Lu, awesome. As long as you catch these thunder slimes, you can use the lightning power in them to electrocute fish. Lei Luo took out a piece of cloth from the system warehouse and rushed towards one of the thunder slimes. When he was 3 meters away from the thunder slime, Lei Luo jumped up, pounced on it with the force of a mountain, and covered the thunder slime with his cloth. Hey, got it! Lei Luo stood up and hugged the thunder slime tightly with his arms. The frightened thunder slime jumped around in Lei Luo's arms, struggling desperately and releasing a large amount of thunder and lightning power. Crackle! Tiny purple arcs of electricity emanated from the gaps in the cloth and landed on Lei Luo. Although Lei Luo felt no pain, his short golden hair was electrocuted and stood up like a super saiyan. Human, you are too weak. You were made so miserable by a mere thunder slime. Callista's method of capturing thunder slimes is much more advanced than Lei Luo's. She directly releases magic power to form 2 circular blood-colored energy cages, trapping the 2 thunder slimes inside. Lei Luo also wanted to use magic, but he had gone to the Magicians Association to test his magic talent before. The test results showed that he did not have any magic talent, and even his magic affinity was extremely poor. Others were geniuses picked out of thousands, but he was a waste picked out of thousands. He was able to become an apprentice priest in the church thanks to his healing skills, which had the same effect as healing magic. The two returned to the lake. Flora sat on the stool and saw Lei Luo's golden hair standing up. She asked in confusion, "Master Lei Luo, what happened to your hair?" "Nothing much. Master Thunder Slime gave me a new perm for free." "Does it look good?" Lei Luo lowered his head and showed Flora his new hairstyle. "It's pretty." Flora smiled and subconsciously stayed away from Lei Luo. The Thunder Slime has a strong static electric field. If she gets too close to Lei Luo, her hairstyle will become like Lei Luo's. Lei Luo wrapped the Thunder Slime in cloth, and then used a fishing rod to catch the Thunder Slime wrapped in cloth. New energy fishing rod is completed. As the saying goes, if I release 1 kilowatt-hour of electricity, Buddha will give me 10 kilograms of fish. Lei Luo stood by the lake embankment, swung his fishing rod, and threw the Thunder Slime into the lake. "You fish don't like to eat earthworms, so please eat Thunder Slime." The moment it fell into the lake, a strong electric current spread in all directions. The fish around the Thunder Slime were electrocuted and stunned, with their white bellies turned up. There were small fish the size of a thumb and big fish the size of a palm. "Flora, bring the bucket for the fish." Lei Luo shouted to Flora. "Oh, here it comes." Flora ran to Lei Luo carrying a wooden bucket. "Put the stunned fish in buckets," Lei Luo said. "Okay, Master Lei Luo." Flora gathered her magic power, and several rose vines emerged from the ground, intertwining with each other to weave into a scoop net more than 3 meters long. She stretched out her body and caught the fish with their white bellies turned up. Task progress 300. Task progress 300. The system's judgment of fishing is that as long as Lei Luo catches the fish with a fishing rod, it is considered fishing. Ha ha ha, interesting. Callista loves to have fun and is thrilled to see Raylo catch so many fish. Ask Lei Luo for a piece of cloth, and imitate what Lei Luo did just now, wrap the Thunder Slime with the cloth, then use the fishing rod to catch the Thunder Slime and throw it into the lake. All the fish within a 2-meter radius, centered on the Thunder Slime, turned up their white bellies. Worried that the electrocuted fish would sink to the bottom of the water, Callista quickly called out to Flora, "Little flower fairy, come on, I have a lot of fish here too." Flora ran to Callista again and used a flower vine net to catch fish. Not far away, under the shade of a tree, Mia, who hadn't caught a single fish, saw Lei Luo and Callista fishing in this way with a look of disdain. For a fishing enthusiast, this way of fishing is soulless. With 2 fishing rods, I can catch a mountain of fish. The ancients were right. Lei Luo used a fishing rod to pull the Thunder Slime to walk on the lake embankment. As we walked along, fish kept floating up to the surface of the water. Flora followed Lei Luo with a wooden bucket in her hand, responsible for picking up the fish and putting them all into the bucket, regardless of whether they were big or small. Task progress 89-300. Task progress 122-300. When one bucket was full, Flora took another bucket and continued filling it. Task progress 211-300. Task progress 300-300. In less than half an hour, Lei Luo completed the system task. Task completed, reward 1 skill point. Host, please select the skill you want to upgrade. Upgrade my taunt skill. Control skills are very important and can provide teammates with good output space. Lei Luo should prioritize upgrading control skills. Host consumes 1 skill point, taunt skill is upgraded to level 2. Lei Luo opened the system panel. Host, Lei Luo. Max HP, 20100. Skills, Healing LV, 2, Shield LV, 2, Super Attack LV, 1, Purification LV, 1, Magic Enhancement LV, 1, Taunt LV, 2. Equipment, none. Taunt, raise the middle finger and taunt all targets within a 50-meter radius, forcing them to attack you. Previously, the taunt skill was effective against a single target within a 50-meter range. After upgrading, it becomes a group taunt, and the effect is better when combined with the anti-injury shield. Lei Luo came to the lake to fish mainly to complete the system task. The system task has been completed. I threw the Thunder Slime fishing rod aside and walked to a tree to lie down and rest. Callista and Flora are still electrofishing at the lake. This lake is so large that it stretches as far as the eye can see. It contains not only ordinary fish but also large aquatic monsters. Perhaps stimulated by the lightning, a giant black fish with a body length of nearly 10 meters swung its tail and jumped out of the water, shot towards the embankment, opened its pointed mouth more than 2 meters long, and swallowed Callista into its stomach in one gulp. He twisted his body and quickly returned to the lake. All this happened and ended in just over 10 seconds, leaving Flora stunned. Flora, having regained consciousness, quickly shouted, "Hey, Miss Callista!" Boom! The next moment, a red light flashed at the bottom of the lake 100 meters away from the embankment, a huge muffled sound was heard, and the ground shook violently. Immediately afterwards, a water column with a diameter of tens of meters shot up into the sky. The giant black fish was kicked ashore by someone. A petite figure broke through the water curtain and flew towards the shore at a high speed. It folded a pair of black wings behind it and landed on the embankment lightly and gracefully. Patting the slightly dirty corner of his clothes, he said, "Such a weak second-level black-armored dragonfish dared to devour the great upper-level vampires and seek its own death." "Miss Callista, you are so strong," Flora said in surprise. Judging from the strength of the magic power that just erupted, Callista is extremely strong. Chapter 45, The Triple Trial of the Goddess of Life. Smash the head of the second-level black-armored dragonfish with a hammer. Lei Luo bent down and took out a second-level magic crystal from the black-armored dragonfish's head. He held it up and observed it in the sunlight. It showed a beautiful aqua-blue color. Such a second-level magic crystal can be sold for 30-50 gold coins on the market, which can be regarded as an extra gain from today's fishing. At this time, Callista walked to Lei Luo's side, nudged Lei Luo's waist with her elbow, and said with a smile, "Human, I want to taste your blood." What Lei Luo lacked the least was blood. He sat on the small bench and opened his arms towards Callista. With joy in her blood-red eyes, Callista jumped into Lei Luo's arms. Callista is about 1.58 meters tall, and looks very small in front of Lei Luo's 1.80 meters strong body. She clamps her legs around Lei Luo's waist, hugs Lei Luo's neck with her arms, her long white hair hangs down, revealing her sharp fangs. She tilts her head and bites Lei Luo's neck. The fangs pierce the skin and puncture blood vessels. Lei Luo felt a slight stinging pain, and warm, thick red blood spurted out from the carotid artery in his neck and shot into Callista's mouth. The strong impact of the blood pressure made Callista's heart tremble, her body went soft, and she seemed to be melting. The strong smell of blood stimulated Callista's taste buds, making her excited. Her eyes became increasingly red, and her body twisted, as if she had taken drugs. Increasing the suction force, more blood flowed down Callista's throat into her stomach, eliminating the hunger. This human's blood is a fatal temptation to vampires. If other vampires knew about this, they would definitely become the object of crazy competition. Callista was secretly delighted in her heart that she was the first one to discover Lei Luo and could take Lei Luo for herself. Lei Luo hugged Callista's waist, her delicate body was warm, and he grabbed Callista's snow-white twin tails with both hands. "I heard that twin tails can increase attack speed, but I don't know if it's true." Gradually, due to excessive blood loss, Lei Luo's rosy and handsome face gradually turned pale. Seeing Lei Luo's pale face, Callista briefly let go of Lei Luo's neck and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. "Hey, human, are you okay? Do you want to rest for a while? Why would anything happen to me?" Lei Luo rubbed Callista's head. "Use the healing skill on yourself, causing 100% of your maximum health to be healed. The remaining health bar is instantly filled to capacity, and your pale face becomes rosy again." Callista's favorability towards the host +5. Current progress 0-100. Previously, Callista's favorability towards Layla was 10, but it is finally not negative anymore. "Human, you are mine. You are not allowed to be sucked by other vampires in the future." After a full meal, Callista licked the bloody hole on the aorta in Lei Luo's neck. She was still not satisfied and had a strong possessive desire for Lei Luo. Lei Luo knocked Callista on the head and said, "You are my slave." Slaves should not think about teaching their masters how to do things. Ouch, damn it. Callista held her head in her hands and stared at Lei Luo with resentment. After a day of fishing, the four of them packed up and went home. "Master Lei Luo, I didn't catch any fish." Mia from the Air Force was dejected and felt very frustrated. "It's okay, I'll make you something delicious when I get home." Lei Luo gently rubbed the cat's ears with his palm and comforted Mia. "Aha! Lord Lei Luo is indeed the most gentle." Mia was very happy to receive Lei Luo's comfort. She raised her tail and followed Lei Luo like a cat, touching Lei Luo's body intentionally or unintentionally. The afterglow of the setting sun dyed the earth orange-red, smoke rose from the village in the distance, birds returned to their nests, and the mountains and forests became quiet. Flora and Mia held Lei Luo's hands on the left and right, and Callista walked in front with a swagger. Back at the manor, Lei Luo threw the second-level monster, the black-armored dragonfish, at the door of the stable, and said, "Fat Tiger, come out to eat." A woo-woo-woo. Fat Tiger ran out of the stable, howling with joy. It was nice to guard the house for humans, and he could get food without going out hunting. 4 days later, in the Cathedral of Sand City. The statue of the Goddess of Life, carved from white jade, stands quietly in the square in front of the church. Many believers stand in front of the statue, some praying and some atonement. Lei Luo brought Mia and Flora to participate in the trial of the Goddess of Life and were promoted to official priests. Callista did not come. She was sealed by the people of the Holy See for 100 years and had a grudge against them. Lei Luo, dressed in a white priest robe and leaning on a magic wand, came to the door of the cathedral. On both sides of the long stone steps at the entrance were 2 rows of holy knights in armor guarding it. There are only 2 clergymen in the White Dove Town Church, Father Lei Luo and Father Green. The cathedral in Sand City not only has a large group of clergymen, but is also guarded by holy knights. There is really no comparison. When the holy knights saw that Lei Luo was wearing a priest's robe and the emblem of the church, they did not stop him. Enter the cathedral smoothly and walk on the arched cloister, with a large number of tree patterns painted on the top of the cloister. The Goddess of Life is also known as the Goddess of Plants and Trees. It is said that her body is a sacred tree, so the Vatican is full of oil paintings or sculptures about trees, and the badge worn on Lei Luo's chest also has a pattern of tree branches and buds. Lei Luo is not the only one who came to participate in the goddess trial today. In the solemn and dignified church lobby stood a dozen trainee pastors, both young and old. "Good morning, Bishop Roderick." Lei Luo walked over and greeted Roderick, the bishop of the Cathedral of Sand City. Roderick, with his face full of wrinkles, adjusted his monocle and looked at Lei Luo. He had a deep impression of Lei Luo because Lei Luo had previously violated the rules in reimbursing public funds. However, because Lei Luo was a trainee priest and bravely performed exorcisms for believers, Roderick did not pursue the matter of Lei Luo's illegal reimbursement of public funds, and also gave Lei Luo the opportunity to be promoted to a formal priest. "Do you know the rules of the trial of the Goddess of Life?" Roderick asked Lei Luo. Lei Luo had asked Grain before. It seems to be a test of life strength. The trial of the Goddess of Life consists of 3 stages. "You're talking about the final stage, but there are 2 more," Roderick explained. "The first tests your loyalty to the Holy See, and the second tests the strength of your healing magic." How to test loyalty? Lei Luo was curious. "Take the truth potion first, and we'll ask you questions. Anyone who takes the truth potion can only speak the truth for a period of time afterwards. If you are not loyal to the Holy See, you will be eliminated at the first level." Lei Luo was confused. He joined the Holy See purely for money, and he was afraid that he wouldn't even be able to pass the first level. Chapter 46 Goddess Trial Round 1. There are not many people participating in the trial of the Goddess of Life today, a total of 18 trainee priests. After Roderick briefly introduced the rules of the trial, each of the 18 people including Lei Luo received a cup of sticky green unknown liquid. A middle-aged priest said to Lei Luo and the others, "Drink the truth potion and start the first round of testing." "Is this stuff really drinkable?" Lei Luo held the cup and felt doubtful. The green liquid in the cup looked like the excrement of some unknown creature, which was quite visually impactful. Those alchemists were only concerned with preparing potions and completely ignored the visual experience of the consumers. The other trainee priests drank the truth potion in their hands without hesitation and without showing any uncomfortable expression. Lei Luo closed his eyes, pinched his nose, and took a deep breath. "It's not as bad as I imagined. On the contrary, it's sweet and tastes like pineapple juice." "Friend, what kind of woman do you like?" Lei Luo asked a red-haired young man next to him to try the effect of the mantra potion. What the red-haired young man wanted to say was, "I like kind and simple girls," but what he actually said was, "I like pretty girls with big breasts and nice butts." "Yoshi, that's manliness." Lei Luo gave a thumbs up, giving the red-haired young man the affirmation of a colonel. The red-haired young man was speechless when Lei Luo asked him the truth. He asked Lei Luo, "What kind of woman do you like?" Lei Luo said bluntly, "I'm not interested in women." If he is not interested in women, he must be a gay. The red-haired young man looked at Lei Luo with a hint of disgust and subconsciously stayed away from him. The prejudices in people's hearts are a city. When Lei Luo said he was not interested in women, he actually meant he was not interested in female humans. The focus was not on women, but on humans. As a fan of interracial girls, Lei Luo has no interest in women at all. Roderick sat down at the table, straightened his posture, and said to the 18 trainee priests, "Let's get started. Line up and come one by one." At the front of the line was a fat man with a double chin. Roderick asked the fat man with a double chin, "Tell me, why did you join the Holy See?" The fat man with a double chin clenched his fists, his eyes burning with anger. "My wife was possessed by a demon and tortured to death. I still can't forget the tragic scene before Adeline's death. I am determined to become the strongest priest and kill all the demons in the world." Roderick frowned. "Your faith in the Holy See is tinged with vengeance, and it's not pure enough. However, considering your strong desire to slay all demons in the world, I'll reluctantly let you pass." "Thank you, Archbishop." The fat man with a double chin quickly thanked him and left. The second priest was a short, ugly dwarf. As before, Roderick asked the dwarf, "Tell me, why did you join the Holy See?" "Because of my ugly appearance and short stature, I have been bullied and discriminated against by the villagers since I was a child. Everyone calls me the White Goblin. I want to join the Holy See and become an official priest to prove to all those who have bullied me that I, Mark, am not a waste, I am a genius," the dwarf said excitedly. Roderick spread his hands and said, "I'm sorry, you didn't join the church because of your faith in the goddess of life. Your ideological awareness needs to be improved." At this moment, the genius fell. The dwarf stood up on the bench in defiance, his eyes level with the seated Roderick. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Don't look down on the young and poor. Drag it out, next one. Roderick waved his hand impatiently. The dwarf was carried away by 2 holy knights. The third man who took part in the trial was dressed neatly. The gold belt inlaid with gems around his waist was worth a lot of money. He was a noble man with extraordinary bearing. Roderick asked the man, "Tell me, why did you join the Holy See?" "Nobleman, to pursue the girl I love." Roderick curled his lips, his expression somewhat disdainful. Faith in the goddess of life is a great and sacred cause that requires a pious heart. It is not a tool for pursuing women. The young master looked a little uncomfortable and defended himself. "The girl told me that she would agree to my proposal as long as I became an official priest of the Holy See." He. The disdain in Roderick's eyes grew even stronger. Joining the Holy See just to chase women is a blasphemy against the goddess of life. Such a person must not be allowed to pass. Just as Roderick was about to eliminate him, his deputy came forward and whispered in Roderick's ear, "Archbishop, this is the second young master of Earl Rupert, the great lord of Frostwind Ridge. Earl Rupert is a major financial backer of our church and donated 8,000 gold coins to our church last year. The reason why the Holy See is so rich is not only because of the financial support from the royal family of the Kingdom of Vitus, but also because of donations from wealthy people and businessmen all over the country. As the saying goes, Buddha saves people, and the same is true for the church." Roderick's expression was solemn. He reorganized his words and spoke in a high-pitched voice, "A love, what a beautiful and pure thing. Your persistence in true love is touching. The goddess of life will definitely like someone as loyal to love as you. You passed." "Thank you, Archbishop." The young master was surprised and thanked Roderick for his understanding. Lei Luo was stunned by Roderick's 2 expressions. To be able to become the Archbishop of Sand City, he must be very capable. One wanted to avenge his wife, one wanted to prove himself, and one wanted to chase women. They were all a mess of people. Roderick covered his chest and felt heartbroken. Is it true that there are no more devout believers in the world? Lei Luo was in 4th place and sat in front of Roderick. Roderick asked Lei Luo, "Tell me, why did you join the Holy See?" Lei Luo said with a firm look, "I joined the Holy See because of my faith in the goddess of life. My faith in the goddess of life is like an indestructible rock. I am willing to sacrifice my life for the goddess of life." Lei Luo just used the purification skill to dispel the negative effects of the mantra potion to cover up his real purpose of making money. Hearing Lei Luo's speech full of loyalty, Roderick was very excited. He finally met a devout believer and gave Lei Luo an approving look. "Very good, Lei Luo, the goddess of life will surely bless you throughout your life. You passed." "Thank you, Archbishop." Lei Luo got away with it easily. "I'm very optimistic about you." The Archbishop smiled at Lei Luo with wrinkles on his face. In the first round of testing, there were a total of 18 people, 3 of whom were eliminated, leaving 15 people. The second round of testing was a test of the strength of the healing magic. Healing magic is the basic magic that every priest must learn, and learning healing magic is the first prerequisite for becoming a trainee priest. The second round of testing was to treat animals with varying degrees of injuries to test the strength of the healing magic. Chapter 47, The Trial of Life. Lei Luo and 15 other priests were taken to the open space behind the cathedral, where more than a dozen cows were lying with ropes tied to their limbs. Several holy knights drew their long swords and cut a shallow wound about 10 centimeters long on each cow, and blood flowed out of the wound. Roderick said to Lei Luo and the others, "The second level will test your healing magic. Go and heal the cows." 15 trainee priests walked out into the open field and treated the injured cattle, one each. The fat priest with double chin who had just threatened to kill all the demons in the world walked up to a wounded cow, placed his hands on the cow's wound, silently chanted a magic spell, and gathered magic power in his palms. Emerald green light wrapped around the wound, and the wound slowly healed under the healing power of magic. The other priests operated in a similar manner, covering the wound with both palms and using healing magic to heal the cow. Healing magic does not heal instantly, but rather transforms one's own magic power into a healing force that is continuously output to the wound. According to the regulations of the Holy See, if you can heal an injured cow within 20 minutes, you will pass the test. Using healing magic requires continuous consumption of magic power. In less than 10 minutes, several weaker apprentice priests began to show signs of fatigue on their faces. Roderick glanced around and saw that everyone was conscientiously casting healing spells, except for Lei Luo, who was standing there in a daze. "Lei Luo, why are you standing still? My cow has been cured." Lei Luo leaned on his magic wand and pointed at the cow beside him. "Oh?" Roderick's tone suddenly rose. He walked to Lei Luo's side and carefully checked the cow next to Lei Luo. It was indeed cured. "Is it so amazing?" "What's that?" "I'll show you something even more outrageous." Lei Luo took out a long sword from the system warehouse and stabbed it through the cow's body. Moo! The pain made the cow's limbs stretch straight, its eyes widen, and it let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. Lei Luo drew out his sword, blood gushed out, and at the same time he used his healing skills to heal the injured cow, and the cow recovered instantly. Another knife stabbed into the cow's body. Moo! The cow screamed. Lei Luo drew out his sword again and treated Nyoji. Moo! 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 The cow was stabbed repeatedly by Lei Luo with more than 10 swords, and screamed in pain. Lei Luo can cure the cows every time. After all the operations, the cow was intact, but it looked at Lei Luo with some resentment and ferocity. "Amazing! Your healing magic is even better than a proper priest." Roderick couldn't help but admire. "But why was there no magical fluctuation when you healed the cow?" "There will be magical fluctuations when releasing magic." Just now when Lei Luo was treating the cow, Roderick did not feel any magical fluctuations from Lei Luo. "I hid my magic." Lei Luo would not tell Roderick that he didn't know any magic at all and relied entirely on system plugins. "I see." Roderick discovered that Lei Luo was indeed a talented person. Not only was he extremely loyal to the Holy See, but he was also an expert in healing magic and good at hiding his magic power. The first 2 levels are just appetizers. The third level is the true trial of the goddess. If you pass the third level, you will receive the goddess's blessing, which will grant your healing magic divine properties, specifically designed to restrain demons. Really? Although Lei Luo acted very excited, he thought to himself, "I don't even know healing magic, let alone any divine attributes." Roderick nodded. "Of course, that's only if you can pass the third level trial. The average pass rate for the third level is only 50%. How exactly do we do that?" "You will be transported to a different dimension opened up by the goddess of life. That place will constantly drain your life. The more tenacious your vitality is, the longer you can hold on, and the more favored you will be by the goddess of life." The second level of the trial ended, and 11 out of 15 people healed the injured cow within 20 minutes and passed the trial. Roderick brought 11 people to the basement of the cathedral in San City. A large magic circle with a diameter of 10 meters was engraved on the floor of the dim basement, with complex lines intertwined with each other. Although Lei Luo did not understand magic circles, he could feel a unique beauty. Roderick summoned a magic wand and said to the 11 people, "Stand inside the magic circle. I will send you to that different dimension." Lei Luo and 11 others stood in the middle of the magic circle. Roderick, holding a magic wand, stood beside the magic circle, raised the magic wand, concentrated his attention, and chanted obscure magic spells. As Roderick chanted, the magic array patterns on the ground emitted golden light. The moment Roderick finished chanting the spell, the magic circle suddenly emitted golden light, illuminating the dim basement space. Whoosh! Lei Luo and 11 other apprentice magicians were teleported to a different space opened up by the goddess of life. This strange space was covered in white. There was a huge tree shadow floating in the void. It was dark and only had a rough outline. The tree was so tall that the top could not be seen at a glance. The shadow of the giant tree cast a shadow, and the 11 people stood under the shade of the tree. Fuck, that's huge. Lei Luo could no longer describe the size of the tree. Standing under the tree, they were smaller than ants. I heard that this is the projection of the goddess of life's true body, someone said. The power of God is really unimaginable. Someone sighed. Buzz. Sensing someone entering a different space, the giant tree projection trembled slightly. Immediately afterwards, the ambient temperature began to slowly drop. Everyone tightened their clothes, sat cross-legged on the ground, and endured the severe cold. The temperature quickly dropped below zero and the air began to grow thinner. The trial of the goddess of life is to test the strength of a person's vitality through harsh environments. Some people's vitality is fragile and cannot pass the test. Some people's vitality is as tenacious as cockroaches and can easily pass the test. It's a bit like the difference between astronauts and ordinary people. The double blow of low temperature in thin air caused some people to experience dizziness similar to altitude sickness in less than 5 minutes. I can't take it anymore. I feel dizzy and I'm going to die. The man held his forehead and vomited violently. Just when he was about to give up, a green light enveloped him and teleported him out of this strange space, and the trial failed. The others were not much better off. They were shivering with cold, hugging their arms across their chests and curling up to minimize heat loss. That's it? This trial isn't that great. Lei Luo's health points are as high as over 20,000, and his vitality is far stronger than that of ordinary people. Faced with low temperatures and thin air, he only needs to slightly adjust his breathing frequency to cope with it. He sat cross-legged on the ground, holding his chin with one hand, looking around idly, as if nothing had happened. When the others saw Lei Luo's performance, they were all shocked. Is this guy a cockroach? How can he be so tenacious? After struggling for half an hour, 3 more people were teleported out of the different space in a near-death state. The temperature continued to drop and the air became thinner. Some people began to experience symptoms such as blindness and hallucinations, but Lei Luo remained unaffected and even wandered around here. Chapter 48, Glimpse of the Goddess of Life, Seed of Life. The more extreme and harsh the environment, the more it tests the tenacity of a creature. The trainee priests, wearing thin priest robes, gritted their teeth and persevered in the cold and oxygen-deficient environment, but some of them were constantly teleported out because they could not hold on. An hour later, only 5 people including Lei Luo were left in the alien space. According to the trial rules, you will pass if you can persist for an hour. The outline of the huge tree cast a ray of emerald green light, which fell on the 5 people. Finally, it's finally over. Ha ha ha, I have been blessed by the goddess of life. With the goddess blessing, I will be an official priest from now on. Fortunately, I didn't give up. Bathed in the warm emerald light, the 4 apprentice priests were ecstatic. The goddess blessing would not only give their magic the sacred attribute of restraining demons, but also prolong their lives. The average lifespan of an ordinary person is 70,100 years, but a priest blessed by the goddess can live up to 200 years. Lei Luo looked at the green light that fell on him. Was this the goddess's blessing? Apart from a little warmth, he felt nothing else. The 4 of them had reached their limit and could no longer hold on. Soon they were all teleported out of the different space. In this huge alien space, Lei Luo was the only one left. Lei Luo sat cross-legged quietly on the ground, listening to Roderick say that the longer he persisted in this place, the more he would gain the favor of the goddess of life. Lei Luo wanted to try what would happen if he continued to persist. At the same time, in the basement of the Cathedral of Sand City, Roderick counted the number of people and found that Lei Luo had not come out yet. Why hasn't Lei Luo come out? That guy is a monster. He acts like nothing happened in the extreme environment of the alien space. I guess he wants to hold on a little longer. Someone said. So powerful? Roderick was surprised and dumbfounded. He had also experienced the trial of the goddess when he was promoted to an official priest. He knew how harsh the environment in the alien space was. It was not a place for human beings to stay. While feeling surprised, Roderick also felt a little bit of anticipation in his heart, wondering how long Lei Luo could last in the alien space. The longest recorded time in the Holy Sea's history was 8 hours. As time passed, the living environment in the alien space became worse. In addition to the extreme cold and lack of oxygen, a strong gravity pressed on Lei Luo, making it difficult for him to breathe, and blood flowed from his eyes, nose, ears, mouth, and other parts. However, Lei Luo felt good. He was just bleeding from all 7 orifices, nothing to worry about. Treat. Lei Luo tried to use healing skills to heal himself. The healing skills were completely ineffective, and his eyes, nose, ears, and other parts were still bleeding. Feeling a little thirsty, Lei Luo took out a pot of water from the system warehouse and prepared to drink it. I tilted my head back, and the water evaporated before it even flowed from the kettle into my mouth. In this strange space, the trial takers cannot receive medical treatment, drink water, or eat. Okay, let's play it this way, huh? Lei Luo threw the kettle and his hand away, gave up the idea of drinking water, and endured it. A yellow-green gas began to float around. The yellow-green gas was toxic and corrosive. When it came into contact with Lei Luo's skin, his skin rotted slightly. The poisonous mist entered Lei Luo's lungs, causing him to cough violently and cough up a large pool of blood. Ahem, interesting. It was not until now that Lei Luo felt a little uncomfortable, but it was nothing serious. Before I knew it, 3 days had passed. A person will not die of starvation for 7 days without food, but he will not be able to survive for 3 days without water. Lei Luo has not eaten or drunk anything for the past 3 days, but he is still lively and energetic, and can even shake his hands and do some social dances. By the 4th day, the extremely cold environment in the alien space disappeared, the temperature gradually rose, and it became extremely dry and hot. Soon, 60% of the water in Lei Luo's body evaporated, his lips became cracked, his skin shrank and sagged due to lack of water, his body shriveled like a mummy, and the blood in his blood vessels almost stagnated. Even in this situation, Lei Luo still couldn't die, but his condition was not good and his body felt very uncomfortable. Continue until the 9th day. After experiencing a series of harsh conditions including extreme cold, high temperature, poisonous fog, hypergravity, lack of oxygen, lack of water, and hunger, Lei Luo is still alive. However, Lei Luo no longer looks like a human being. His skin is shriveled and ulcerated, and he is still hanging on to his last breath. I can actually survive like this. Lei Luo sat cross-legged on the ground, looked at his skinny body, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. The maximum health value is increased. Although it does not increase combat effectiveness, the survivability is off the charts. At this moment, this strange space began to tremble, and a dark space vortex appeared 3 meters in front of Lei Luo, and the huge gravity sucked Lei Luo in. The next second, Lei Luo appeared in another space. This space is pitch black and boundless, with stars all over the sky, just like a vast and boundless universe. Lei Luo was floating in the void. In the boundless void in front of him was a woman floating. She was ridiculously large, probably the size of a planet. Lei Luo floated in front of the woman, giving the impression of an astronaut looking at the Earth from outer space. The woman's eyes were tightly closed, her head slightly tilted, her expression serene, her arms crossed in front of her chest, her hands on her shoulders. She had an extremely beautiful face, was draped in a white veil, and stood barefoot, looking extremely holy. She had long, snow-white ears like an elf, part of her light green hair was scattered in the space behind her, and part of it was braided into a large braid and placed on her chest, exactly the same as the statue of the goddess of life in the square in front of the Holy See. The goddess of life is so big? When Lei Luo saw the god for the first time, he was amazed at the god's huge size. The goddess of life floating in the void opened her eyes slightly and glanced at Lei Luo. There was endless indifference in her emerald green eyes, without any emotional fluctuations. God is the supreme being and will not tolerate any transgression. Even a single glance from him is not something a mortal can bear. The moment he opened his eyes, he was hit by a strong sense of oppression. Lei Luo felt a splitting headache and his spirit was almost collapsed. In a trance, Lei Luo saw a small light emitting emerald green light floating from the goddess of life and floating into the center of his eyebrows. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the special item bestowed by the goddess of life, Seed of Life. The cold electronic sound of the system echoed in Lei Luo's mind. What is the Seed of Life? Before Lei Luo could think about it, a powerful divine power swept over, and the surrounding space suddenly changed. When Lei Luo came to his senses, he was already in the basement of the cathedral in Sand City. Climbing up from the magic circle, Lei Luo shook his head. He was still a little dizzy after being glanced at by the goddess of life. He looked down at his body, which had withered and decayed after 9 days of torture in the alien space, but now it had recovered as before. "You finally came out." Roderick, with a kind smile on his face, appeared in Lei Luo's sight, looking at Lei Luo as if he were a monster. These days, Roderick has been waiting here every day, waiting for Lei Luo to come out. Lei Luo stayed in the alien space for 9 days, far exceeding the historical records of the Holy See. He is simply a legendary endurance king. P.S. There is an old book with 1,000,000 words, Another World, buying the white-haired beast-eared girl at the beginning, which has the same theme as this book but a different story. If you are interested, you can go and have a look. Chapter 49. This is fucking cheating. System, what is the seed of life? Lei Luo asked the system in his heart. Host, please explore on your own. A cold electronic sound rang out. Tonzi, you pooped. Lei Luo complained. It seems that the system is not omnipotent. If you think about it carefully, the goddess of life is actually a sacred tree. Since it is a tree, it is likely to bloom and bear fruit and leave seeds. The seed of life, as the name suggests, could it be the seed of the goddess of life? Lei Luo speculated in his heart. Lei Luo, have you received the extra blessing from the goddess of life? Roderick asked emotionally. According to the rules of the goddess trial, the longer you persist, the more favor you will get from the goddess of life. Lei Luo persisted for 9 days, breaking the previous record of the Holy See. He must have received a very powerful blessing. Lei Luo nodded. The goddess of life has indeed bestowed upon me a very powerful ability. What kind of heaven-defying ability? Roderick's cloudy old eyes flashed with heat, and he couldn't wait to know. Lei Luo raised his eyebrows. This ability is too incredible. I'm telling you, don't tell anyone else. Well, I promise not to tell anyone else. Roderick promised solemnly. The goddess of life has blessed me with a powerful reproductive ability. My penis is indestructible and I can last forever. Isn't that amazing? One must always be on guard against others, as good things are easily coveted. Lei Luo and Roderick are not very familiar with each other, so there is no reason for him to tell Roderick that he has obtained the seed of life. However, if he told Roderick that he got nothing, he would definitely not believe it, so Lei Luo just lied to Roderick. Is this true? As if a bucket of cold water had been poured on him, the heat in Roderick's eyes disappeared, and he looked doubtful. Strong reproductive ability means the ability to create new life, which is indeed somewhat related to the goddess of life. But it always feels a bit abstract. Lei Luo, of course it's true. If you don't believe me, find a woman to try it on me. Then forget it. Roderick refused to find a woman for Lei Luo and reluctantly believed what Lei Luo said. The ability to keep an erection and last longer without ejaculation is powerful, and it is indeed powerful. It is an ability that every man dreams of, especially those upper-class aristocrats who have many mistresses. But it's also ridiculous that the noble goddess of life bestowed such ability, and the character's character collapsed. Roderick left the magic circle board and walked to the basement door. Lei Luo stood up, stretched his muscles, and came to Roderick, admonishing him, Archbishop, please keep this ability of mine a secret. What's so secretive about this? Roderick looked at Lei Luo in surprise. If he had such amazing abilities, he could brag about it for a whole year. Lei Luo, I'm afraid that some female gangsters in Nanton will know my abilities and covet my body. Roderick. The goddess trial ended, and Roderick and Lei Luo walked out of the basement one after another. As he walked, Lei Luo observed Roderick in front of him. At this moment, he could clearly feel the powerful magic emanating from Roderick. This was not felt before. Once upon a time, Lei Luo dreamed of becoming a respected great magician. But ideals are full and reality is very skinny. After professional testing by the Magic Association, Lei Luo's magical talent, magic affinity, and magic perception are extremely poor, and there is no possibility of him learning magic at all. The seed of life seemed to have the effect of changing his physique, and Lei Luo's perception of magic was greatly enhanced. Magical perception ability has been improved, but I don't know if magical talent and magic affinity have been improved. I'll go to the Magic Association later and buy a magic book to try. Archbishop, where are my 2 followers? They live in the cathedral's living quarters. I'll have someone take you to them. Okay. The 2 left the basement and came to the cathedral lobby. Roderick arranged for someone to take Lei Luo to the living area to find Mia and Flora. At this moment, Mia and Flora were sitting on a bench outside the living area chatting. Little cat, little flower fairy, I'm back. More than 10 meters away, Lei Luo smiled, leaned forward and waved at the two of them. Lord Lei Luo. Lord Lei Luo, I'm so glad you're okay. Mia and Flora hadn't seen Lei Luo for 9 days and were very worried about him. When they saw that Lei Luo was safe and sound, they felt relieved and ran towards him. Meow meow. Mia, dressed in a black and white maid outfit, raised her furry black cat tail and rushed into Lei Luo's arms, squinting her eyes and rubbing her head against Lei Luo's cheek affectionately. Mia was occupying the area in front of Lei Luo, so Flora could only run behind Lei Luo, stretch out her arms to hug Lei Luo's waist, press her big breasts against Lei Luo's back, and rest her head on Lei Luo's shoulder. Lei Luo was sandwiched between Mia and Flora like a cookie. After hugging each other for a while in the aisle of the cathedral, the three left the cathedral and came to the square outside the cathedral. Master Lei Luo, there is a very friendly aura about you, which makes me feel very comfortable. With her long pink hair draped behind her, Flora held Lei Luo's arm, her pink eyes full of love for Lei Luo. Maybe it's because the goddess of life gave me the seed of life. Lei Luo said. Mia and Flora are family, so there is no need for Lei Luo to hide anything from them. Mia had used corn or wheat to fish before. Seeds of life? Can you use them to fish? Cat, why do you always think about fishing? Lei Luo rubbed Mia's cat ears. How much does this cat love fishing? Meow. 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 Mia smiled. What is the seed of life? Flora wondered. Although the flower fairies are a race created by the goddess of life, they have never seen the goddess of life and have never heard of the seed of life. I don't know either. Lei Luo smiled helplessly, probably something that can improve magical talent. The three of them left the square in front of the cathedral and headed straight for the Sand City Magic Association. The Magic Association, an organization that specializes in providing magic services, can not only test people's magical talents, but also sell low-level magic books of the first or second level. Coming to the area inside the Magic Association where magic books were sold, Lei Luo looked at the magic books on the shelves. First level magic, Fireball, 10 gold coins. First level magic, Ice Spike, 11 gold coins. First level magic, Flame Barrier, 10 gold coins. Second level magic, Leaf Blade Vortex, 44 gold coins. Sir, what magic books would you like to buy? The waiter from the Magic Association asked Lei Luo. Let me see. Lei Luo took out a book called First Level Magic, Fireball and looked through it. It was a book about fire magic, with about 10 pages. Each page contained a complex pattern of magic circle structure, with long annotations next to the pattern. It's like reading a book written in heaven, I can't understand it. Losing interest, Lei Luo put the Fireball magic book in his hand back to its original place and picked up another book, Second Level Magic, Leaf Blade Vortex, to take a look. This is a book of plant magic, which also contains profound and complex magic circle structure patterns. There are dense annotations next to the magic circle structure patterns to help learners understand those magic circle patterns. However, when Lei Luo saw this book of plant magic, he immediately understood the structure and operation principles of the magic circle without even reading the long annotations next to it, as if he was born to be able to use this kind of magic. He raised his right hand, and with a thought, magic power intertwined in his palm. Without even using a magic wand, he constructed a magic circle of the second level magic, Leaf Blade Vortex, out of thin air. Lei Luo's eyes widened in surprise. The seed of life maximized his plant magic talent. It can no longer be described as genius, this is fucking cheat. Chapter 50, If you want to live a good life as a tiger, you must have some green on your head. Lei Luo, a priest from White Dove Town in Sun City, persevered through the goddess trial for 9 days, breaking the previous record of 8 hours. He received an additional blessing from the goddess of life, powerful reproductive abilities, an indestructible penis, and endurance. In the cathedral bedroom, Archbishop Roderick, wearing a monocle, is writing a letter. Such an important matter as Lei Luo breaking the record of the alien space trial must be reported to the Vatican headquarters. Among the 6 priests at the Holy See headquarters, there are not only humans but also elves. Although Xiang Lei Luo promised not to tell anyone else about his incredible ability, the recipient of this letter was not a human, but an elven priest. At the same time, Lei Luo bought a second-level plant magic book Leaf Blade Vortex and a first-level plant magic book Vegetable Planting Magic at the Magic Association. Leaf Blade Vortex summons a large number of leaves, which rotate at high speed to form a vortex with a diameter of 2 meters. The leaves are as sharp as blades and can strangle enemies in and around the vortex. Vegetable growing magic is a low-level life magic that can slightly promote the growth of vegetables and speed up the maturity of vegetables. According to the description in the magic book, the improvement is about 1%. For example, it takes 100 days for corn to grow from seedlings to mature corn. If you cast vegetable growing magic on it, the time it takes for the corn to mature can be reduced to 99 days. The ripening time was shortened to a whopping 1440 minutes, which is not bad. The lakeside manor has its own farm, which is perfect for growing vegetables. After buying the 2 magic books, Lei Luo bought some fruit and vegetable seeds in Sand City, planning to go back and grow some vegetables and fruits himself. The 3 of them left Sand City and headed towards White Dove Town. During the break, Lei Luo took out the magic book Leaf Blade Vortex and flipped through it page by page. He could understand the profound and complex magic circles at a glance, and his learning speed was extremely fast. After a short study, Lei Luo felt that he was almost there. Abandoning the magic wand and chanting, he raised his right hand and cast a spell directly. Magic power flowed into the palm of his hand from all directions, forming a complex and exquisite circular magic circle pattern. Leaf Blade Vortex. Lei Luo's mind moved, and he directly released the second-level magic Leaf Blade Vortex. A large number of green leaves appeared out of thin air in the woods in front, floating in the air, and then rotated at high speed to form a green vortex. The edge of the green vortex quickly expanded outward, and the radius of the vortex suddenly increased by dozens of times, with a diameter of over 100 meters, and the affected range reached nearly 1,000 meters. The strong wind whistled, the soil flew, and the surrounding trees were uprooted and sucked into the vortex. The green leaves formed by magic are not only sharp but also tough, and can easily cut through thick tree trunks with a diameter of several meters. Trees dozens of meters long were sucked into the center of the leaf blade vortex and turned into slag almost instantly. Lei Luo and the other 2 had retreated several hundred meters to avoid being sucked into the leaf blade vortex. The strong wind blew Mia and Flora's long hair, and their eyes were full of surprise. What kind of magic was this that was so powerful? Lei Luo scratched his head in bewilderment. Didn't the magic book say to form a green vortex with a diameter of 2 meters? How the hell did it have to be over 100 meters in diameter? It is true that the buyer's show and the seller's show are reversed. Flora, with a surprised expression on her face, took Lei Luo's arm and said, "Master Lei Luo, your magic is so powerful. It should be because of the Seed of Life. With the Seed of Life plug-in, the ordinary second-level plant magic becomes restricted magic in Lei Luo's hands. When a magician casts magic, he usually needs to chant the spell. If he gives up chanting, the power of the magic will be greatly reduced." Just now, Lei Luo released the Leaf Blade Vortex magic without using a magic wand or chanting any spell. If you use a magic wand to concentrate magic power and chant the complete spell at the same time, the power of the Leaf Blade Vortex will be even more terrifying. Flora was very happy. Even the goddess of life recognized Lord Lei Luo. She was so lucky to be able to warm Lord Lei Luo's bed. This power is amazing. Lei Luo, with an evil smile on his handsome face, looked down at his hands, his eyes widened, and his pupils shrank into needles, just like an evil villain in an anime whose power has skyrocketed. Mia, who was standing by, couldn't help but frown when she saw the evil smile on Lei Luo's face. I heard from the elders of the cat people that humans are a very evil race. Once humans gain power, their ambitions will also expand. Lord Lei Luo seemed to be blinded by the power. What if Lord Lei Luo becomes a big devil and wants to conquer the whole world? Mia's eyes showed worry. Immediately, Mia's worried look became firm. She was Lord Lei Luo's woman. Even if Lord Lei Luo was against the whole world, she would stand on Lord Lei Luo's side without hesitation. The melons grown with this power will definitely be extra sweet. Lei Luo covered half of his face and laughed wildly towards the sky. Well. Mia, who was imagining the world war, couldn't hold it in any longer. Lord Lei Luo is indeed not an ordinary person. The leaf blade vortex lasted for more than 10 minutes and then disappeared. The woods within a few hundred meters around it were in ruins, and a conical pit more than 10 meters deep was left on the ground. In the afternoon, the 3 returned to the lakeside manor. Push open the iron gate and enter the courtyard. Hearing the noise, Fat Tiger poked his round tiger head out of the stable. Seeing that it was Lei Luo coming back, he squinted his tiger eyes and ran to Lei Luo happily. He raised his thick tiger tail like a cat and rubbed Lei Luo's body. Ah! Fat Tiger shook his head and shouted at Lei Luo. Fat Tiger, touch your dog head, no. Tiger head. Lei Luo touched Fat Tiger. The soft snow-white tiger fur felt very soft and warm. After hesitating for a while, Fat Tiger gently bit Lei Luo's arm and dragged Lei Luo towards the stable. Fat Tiger, why did you drag me to the stable? Lei Luo was dragged by Fat Tiger to the stable. Fat Tiger's wife was lying on a haystack with a deflated belly. Four little tiger cubs with golden fur were lying in front of the tigress's belly, their claws lightly stepping on the tigress's breasts. Your wife gave birth to a baby. Lei Luo said with a smile. Fat Tiger's wife gave birth to a child, no wonder Fat Tiger is so happy. Ah! Fat Tiger shouted happily and circled around Lei Luo. Hiss, that's not right. Taking a deep breath, Lei Luo suddenly realized that things were not simple. Why is your child a golden retriever? Fat Tiger's fur is snow white, but the 4 children his wife gave birth to have golden tiger fur. There is only one truth. Not only humans have yellow hair, but tigers also have yellow hair. Lei Luo touched Fat Tiger's head and said sympathetically, if you want to live a good life as a tiger, you must have some green on your head, green tiger. Ah! Fat Tiger raised his head and shouted, as if explaining something, but Lei Luo didn't understand tiger language at all. Chapter 51, Reclamation of Farmland. Boom! After dinner, the dark sky was filled with lightning and thunder, and heavy rain began to fall outside. No one knew where Callista had gone and she didn't come back that night. In the bedroom, Lei Luo stood in front of the glass floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the heavy rain outside. There was a sound of rain all around the manor, and raindrops hit the window glass with crackling sounds. A bonfire was lit in the bedroom fireplace, and the orange flames illuminated the bedroom, making it dry and warm. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door. Mia and Flora pushed the door open and saw Lei Luo standing in front of the window watching the rain. They walked to Lei Luo's side, one on the left and one on the right. Mia was wearing black lace pajamas, with her long cattails peeking out from the hem. She looked at the heavy rain outside, the cold rain hitting the window, and hugged Lei Luo's arm with both arms. Human dwellings are really good, they don't leak at all. Lei Luo felt something soft on his arm. Is the place where you cat people live leaking? Mia frowned and nodded. The cat people's houses are all simple wooden houses with gaps between the wood. In the winter, the wind leaks in. My mother and I shiver with cold. The roofs are covered with thatch. When it rains heavily outside and lightly inside, soaking our fur. Cats don't like water. For cat people, getting their fur wet is a very uncomfortable thing. Mia leaned her head on Lei Luo's shoulder. Lei Luo's manor not only did not leak, but also had a warm fireplace. It was 1,000 times more comfortable than the shabby thatched huts of the cat people. Here in Lei Luo, I feel like home. It turns out that we can live in the house even on rainy days. Flora murmured to herself. Hearing Flora's mumbling, Lei Luo looked at Flora on the other side and asked doubtfully, don't you flower fairies live in houses? We flower fairies don't have the concept of houses. We live outdoors regardless of whether it's sunny or rainy. My flower fairy clan is awesome. Lei Luo increasingly felt that the flower fairies were just cattle and horses created by the goddess of life. They worked for the goddess of life, drank dew and basked in the sun to survive, and did not need a place to live. Without food or accommodation, even capitalists would cry when seeing this. Lei Luo just heard Mia mention her mother. After being together for so long, he still didn't know the situation of Mia's family. He continued to ask, Mia, is there anyone else in your family besides you? Mia looked out the window, a trace of sadness flashing in her eyes. My father died when I was very young, and it was my mother who raised me. My mother must be very worried about me since I have been held captive by slave traders for so long. Unexpectedly, Mia came from a single-parent family. Lei Luo felt a little sympathetic towards Mia. There are still many empty rooms in the manor. When we have time, we can go to the cat people village in the Evernight Forest and bring your mother to live with us. Really? Lord Lei Luo? Mia stared at Lei Luo with surprise with her big watery eyes. The environment in the cat people village was harsh. It would certainly be best if she could bring her mother to live with them. Of course it's true. You are my wife, and your mother is my mother-in-law. I can't let my mother-in-law suffer. Bringing Mia's mother over would, on the one hand, allow her mother to live better and make it easier to take care of her mother. On the other hand, the manor would be more lively with more people. Thank you, Master Lei Luo. Mia snuggled tightly in Lei Luo's arms. After a night of wind and rain, the sky was clear blue and the manor courtyard was full of fallen leaves. Mia still likes to stay in bed as usual, hugging the quilt and not wanting to get up early. Lei Luo and Flora came to the first floor. Flora saw the dirty yard and took the broom and started cleaning the yard. Lei Luo bought some seeds in Sand City yesterday and planned to grow some fruits and vegetables himself. Walking to the farm next to the manor, there were many weeds in the farmland that had been abandoned for many years. If you want to grow fruits and vegetables, you need to turn the land first. But what if there are no oxen? Lei Luo thought about it, returned to the manor, and walked to the stable. At this time, Fat Tiger was lying on the hay in the stable, letting 4 golden-haired little tigers jump on him. Lei Luo knocked on the stable fence. "Fat Tiger, come out to work." Hearing Lei Luo calling him, Fat Tiger raised his head and ran out of the stable. With a flattering smile on his face, he rubbed against Lei Luo's body. Lei Luo patted Fat Tiger's head and said with a smile, "I don't have a cow. You pull the plow for me and plow the farmland next to me." It's a ferocious second-level monster, the ice saber-toothed tiger. Is this human planning to use it as a cow to plow the field? Fat Tiger, AOAO translation, this tiger refuses. Lei Luo didn't understand tiger language, so he nodded with satisfaction. "Very good, then get ready to plow the land." Fat Tiger? The manor tool room is fully equipped with all kinds of farm tools. Lei Luo went to the tool room to take out the iron plow and hemp rope, and used the hemp rope to put the iron plow around Fat Tiger's neck to plow the land. Although the iron plow of the Kingdom of Wit is not as good as the ancient curved plow of China, Fat Tiger, as a second-level monster, has great strength and can create miracles, and his plowing effect is excellent. Chapter 52 Homemade Iced Strawberry Juice. The power of a second-level monster far exceeds that of an ordinary ox. Fat Tiger pulled the iron plow and ran wildly in the farmland. In just 1 hour, he renovated a large piece of farmland. The dark soil is as fertile as cream, and there is a large amount of humus under the soil layer that is beneficial to plant growth, allowing plants to grow taller and stronger. If you were to meet Flora's parents, this would definitely be the ideal gift. Covered in mud, Lei Luo stood in the farmland, took out some melon seeds and scattered them on the soil. Then he took out the magic wand. The seed of life made Lei Luo's affinity with magic far beyond that of ordinary people. The magic gathered at the top of the magic wand, emitting a bright green light. He chanted the magic spell of planting vegetables, and magic patterns intertwined. A circular magic circle with a diameter of 2 meters appeared on the ground, which was profound and complex. "Grow me some vegetables." The melon seeds were affected by the vegetable growing magic, took root, sprouted, and grew rapidly. A large number of vines grew wildly in all directions, and melon leaves as big as pot lids grew on the vines. "Oh my god, that's strong." Lei Luo was surprised. Normal melon vines are only as thick as an index finger, but these melon vines in the farmland are as thick as a wrist, which means they are high-quality melons. The melon roots desperately absorb nutrients from the soil, and the dense vines soon cover a large area of farmland. When the vine grows to its limit, small white flowers bloom on it. The flowers fade and small melons appear. Those thumb-sized melons expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye, and only stopped when they reached the size of a basketball. The color of their surface changed from green to white, and then from white to light yellow. It is worthy of being the blessing of the god of plants. Even Gene Keela is inferior to it in promoting plant growth. "Evil melon, let me taste whether you are sweet or not." Lei Luo leaned over and elbowed the melon at his feet. Click! The melon cracked. Lei Luo picked up some melon and tasted it. It tasted sweet and delicious, sweeter than ordinary melons, but not the kind of sweet that was too sweet. The sweetness is just right. Hey, it tastes good. Lei Luo was very satisfied with the taste of the melon. He took out some grape seeds and scattered them on the soil, then used the vegetable growing magic on the grape seeds. Influenced by the vegetable growing magic, the grape seeds took root and sprouted, and thick vines rose from the ground. Green leaves grew on the vines, turning into a large area of emerald green grape plants 7 or 8 meters high. However, these grape plants stop growing when they reach a certain size, and do not bloom or produce grapes. Huh? Weird? Lei Luo was puzzled. The melon seeds I sowed just now all produced melons, so why don't the grape seeds produce grapes? Lei Luo took out some strawberry seeds and scattered them on the ground, using the vegetable growing magic on the strawberry seeds. Just like the melons just now, the strawberry seeds quickly took root and sprouted, growing green leaves. The plants grew to 1/2 meter tall and were stronger than ordinary strawberry plants. The strawberries bloom and bear fruit, producing giant strawberries the size of goose eggs. Pick a strawberry and taste it. It is very sweet, and the rich strawberry aroma fills your mouth. Lei Luo stood in the farmland, stroking his chin and thinking, why can strawberries and melons bear fruit, but grapes can't? He then took out 2 apple tree seeds and threw them into the field, using vegetable planting magic. The 2 apple seeds took root and sprouted, and the apple tree seedlings quickly grew taller and thicker, becoming 2 lush trees, but they also did not produce apples. Strawberries and melons are annual herbs, grapes and apples are perennials. It can be seen from this that vegetable magic can make annual herbs grow to the fruit-bearing state, while perennial shrubs or trees can only grow to adulthood. Next time you buy seeds, try to buy annual herbs. If you want to eat fresh fruits when traveling, just throw them directly into the soil and plant them. Fat Tiger stood beside the iron plow, staring blankly at Lei Luo, who was planting fruits. His face was full of confusion. He didn't understand why Lei Luo could make the plants grow so fast. Humans must have done something bad to the melons to make them grow so fast, poor melons. Lei Luo, who was covered in mud, walked to Fat Tiger, flipped over, and rode on Fat Tiger's back. Come on, Hoosie, let's go take a bath in the lake. Oh. Fat Tiger was also covered in mud after plowing the field just now. He yelled and ran towards the lake with Lei Luo. The first time Lei Luo rode a tiger, he was much faster than riding a horse. Next time he rides a tiger to Sand City, it will not only save time, but more importantly, he can show off. With a plop, Fat Tiger took Lei Luo and jumped into the lake. After some cleaning, the man and the tiger became clean and returned to the manor. Lei Luo found a basket and went to the nearby farmland to pick some melons and strawberries and put them on the stone table. Mia, who had just woken up from a lazy nap, walked out of the house, faced the morning sun, raised her arms, stuck out her butt, and stretched. Seeing a basket of goose egg-sized strawberries on the stone table in the courtyard, and 2 oversized melons next to the basket, Mia rubbed her eyes and fell into a brief moment of self-doubt. Am I really awake? Or am I dreaming? At the stone table, Flora, who was eating strawberries, greeted Mia. Sister Mia, come and taste the fruit grown by Master Lei Luo. Mia walked to the stone table with a puzzled look on her face. She picked up a strawberry and took a look. Ordinary strawberries were about the size of pigeon eggs, but this strawberry was as big as a goose egg. Is this really a strawberry? Of course. Flora smiled and shook her long white ears. Just like Master Lei Luo's, although it is bigger at night than during the day, but it is essentially the same thing. When Lei Luo heard Flora's metaphor, his face was filled with shock. When did the pure little flower fairy become so dirty? He complained, Flora, that's a good metaphor. No more metaphors next time. I'm telling the truth. Flora smiled and leaned against Lei Luo shyly. Lei Luo put one arm on Flora's shoulder, pinched Flora's long ears, and said to Mia, Cat, come and taste the strawberries I planted. Mia sat down at the table, picked up a giant strawberry, took a bite, and it was sweet, juicy, and tasted great. His eyes lit up, and he quickly finished the strawberry in his hand, not forgetting to lick his fingers. Master Lei Luo, the strawberry is really delicious, can I have another one? Eat as much as you want, there's still plenty in the farmland next to us. Lei Luo said with a smile. Mia grabbed 2 giant strawberries, took a bite on the left, then a bite on the right, chewing non-stop with a happy expression on her face. I have never eaten such delicious strawberries. Lei Luo put 2 strawberries in a cup, mashed them with an iron fork, squeezed out the strawberry juice, and poured it into another cup. He repeated this process more than 10 times and got a cup of strawberry juice. Fat Tiger, come here. Lei Luo looked at Fat Tiger, who was basking in the sun not far away. Fat Tiger lazily stood up and walked to Lei Luo, not knowing what Lei Luo wanted to do. Lei Luo touched Fat Tiger's head and said, Aren't you the ice saber-toothed tiger? Come, make me a glass of iced strawberry juice. Fat Tiger turned his face away and looked at Lei Luo with a sidelong glance. There was a bit of disdain on his face. His ice element magic was used for fighting, but this human actually used it to make iced strawberry juice. However, considering that this human took him and his wife in and fed them food, he decided not to bother with him. It stretched out a long, sharp tiger claw, and the tip of the claw touched the wall of the tall glass. The magic of the ice element caused frost to form on the surface of the glass containing strawberry juice. The temperature dropped rapidly, and the strawberry juice began to slowly freeze. Lei Luo quickly stopped him. Okay, it's just like this, there's nothing for you to do. Oh. Fat Tiger called out and lay back down to bask in the sun. Lei Luo picked up the tall glass, a glass of homemade iced strawberry juice, done. Chapter 53's Wawang Dao needs talents like you. Master Lei Luo, I'm going to pick some strawberries. Mia showed off the whole basket of strawberries. Mia picked up the basket and went to pick some more strawberries. Go, go. Lei Luo, slumped in the chair, looked lazy and waved at Mia. The sun shines on my skin, making me feel warm. I hold a sweet and soft little rose fairy in my arms and drink cool and delicious fresh strawberry juice. Such a leisurely life is simply too wonderful. Lord Lei Luo, I will sing a song for you. Flora leaned on Lei Luo's chest, humming an unknown song in a sweet voice. The soft singing was like a lullaby. Lei Luo became more and more sleepy and fell asleep unknowingly. The boundless dream space is all white. A seed-emitting emerald green light floats in the dream space. As soon as Lei Luo opened his eyes, he saw the seed sprout, 2 small tender leaves unfolded, and several thin roots grew underneath. I pinched my arm, but it didn't hurt. Obviously, this is a dream. Lei Luo had been puzzled before. When the goddess of life gave him the seed of life clearly entered his body, but disappeared without a trace. It turns out that it is rooted in dreams. The original form of the goddess of life is a sacred tree, and the seedlings grown from the seeds of the sacred tree should also be sacred trees. Looking at the sapling in front of him, Lei Luo was secretly guessing in his heart. Hey, is it really okay for you to take root and sprout in my dream? I have 10 gigabytes of resources stored in my dream, and I often have astringent dreams. Although Lei Luo didn't mind the sapling of the sacred tree living in his dreams, he thought that his countless movies might have some impact on its physical and mental health. The sapling of the tree of life took root in the dream space, motionless, and did not give Lei Luo any response. I guess trees don't have self-awareness. In other words, it is too small now and has not yet formed self-awareness. Lei Luo floated in front of the seedling and tried to reach out and touch it. The moment his fingertips touched the tender leaves, a green light bloomed on the surface of the leaves. A strange feeling surged into Lei Luo's heart, as if he had entered into some kind of contract with this seedling. The next moment, a green mark in the shape of a bud appeared on Lei Luo's arm. The green mark was exactly the same as the mark on the badge of the Holy Sea Priest. What is this? Lei Luo was confused, and his consciousness gradually left the dream space. After an unknown amount of time, Lei Luo woke up from his sleep. The first thing Lei Luo did when he woke up was to roll up his right sleeve to take a look. Just as he thought, the contract he had just signed in his dream appeared in reality. A green sprout-shaped mark really appeared on the right arm, emitting a faint luster in the sunlight. Through this mark, Lei Luo could clearly sense the sapling of the sacred tree in his dream. But what's the use of this? Lord Lei Luo, you're awake. Flora had left Lei Luo's arms and was sitting at the stone table eating strawberries. Woke up. Lei Luo put down his sleeves and slowly explored the function of this mark. He looked around. Where's Mia? Flora chewed a strawberry and said in a muffled voice, Sister Mia went fishing. The cat still likes fishing as always. Lei Luo stood up and stretched his body. Let's go to Beige Town and buy some food. Okay, Master Lei Luo. Flora walked over and followed Lei Luo. The two left the manor and headed to White Dove Town. As soon as he arrived at the entrance of Beige Town, Lei Luo immediately noticed something was wrong. Many people on the street had mud on their faces, like savages from a primitive tribe. Flora frowned beside him. Master Lei Luo, why are these people in this town acting so strangely? Have no idea. Lei Luo grabbed a young man with mud on his face and asked, Young man, why are you smearing mud on your face? Haven't you heard? The young man asked. What did you hear? Lei Luo was confused. He hadn't heard anything. The young man continued, A few days ago, there was a plague in Shuiyang Town, north of San City. Is there any connection between the plague and smearing mud on faces? Lei Luo couldn't understand the causal relationship between the plague and smearing mud on the face. The young man explained, Some say that applying mud on your face can prevent the plague. Huh? What kind of folk remedy is this? Lei Luo scratched his head with a confused expression on his face. It was the first time he heard that smearing mud on the face could prevent plague. I don't know either. I saw everyone else applying mud, so I put some on my face. People have a herd mentality. When they see everyone doing something, they will follow suit, regardless of whether it is right or wrong. Lord Lei Luo, there's some mud over there. Should we apply some? Flora pointed to the roadside gutter, which was filled with silt. No. Lei Luo uttered 2 dry words. He has purification skills, so he can just purify the plague or something like that. The two walked towards the White Dove Town church. Along the way, Lei Luo discovered that there were quite a few people smearing mud on their faces. 7 or 8 out of 10 people were covered in mud, like potatoes just dug out of the soil. Human, you are finally back. I am starving to death. At this time, someone grabbed Lei Luo from behind. Lei Luo turned his head and looked behind him. A petite girl with white hair and twin ponytails was standing behind him. She had blood-red pupils and was wearing a bright blood-red gothic long skirt. This person was none other than Callista, who had been missing for a few days. Where have you been these days? Hee, going to have some fun. Callista laughed. What kind of fun is this? Lei Luo knew that Callista had lived too long, was bored all day long, and liked to have fun. Callista leaned over to Lei Luo and whispered, "Did you see those people around here with mud on their faces?" Lei Luo glanced at the White Dove Town residents around him whose faces were covered in mud and said, "I saw it." What happened? Callista's sharp fangs flashed at the corners of her mouth, and her eyes flashed with cunning. I was the one who spread the rumor, saying that there was a plague in Shuiyang Town, north of San City, and many people died. I said that smearing mud on your face can prevent the plague. This is fucking. Lei Luo opened his eyes slightly and suddenly realized. He was wondering why a plague broke out in Shuiyang Town for no reason. It turned out that it was a rumor spread by Callista. I remember the last time Callista threw a man's wife into another man's bed and notified others to catch them in adultery. This guy really likes to make trouble. Haha, humans are so funny. They actually believed it and smeared mud on their faces. Callista laughed heartlessly, treating humans like toys. Lei Luo rubbed Callista's little head and said, "Zhuang Dao needs talents like you. How about it? Do you want to come play with me next time? I have another good idea." Like an idea king, Callista's eyes were burning, and she wanted to get Luro to join in the fun. "Ha, I'm not as boring as you." Lei Luo is a bit of a lazy person, not as keen on having fun as Callista. Chapter 54 Cat, I would like to call you the king of the Air Force. After buying 2 chickens and a dozen eggs in White Dove Town, Lei Luo took Flora and Callista back to Lakeside Manor. "Mia, did you catch any fish?" Pushing open the iron gate of the manor, Lei Luo saw Mia coming back from fishing and eating strawberries in the courtyard, and asked casually. "Whether or not you catch fish isn't important, what's important is enjoying the process." A wise man from our cat people once said that sometimes the process is more meaningful than the result. As she said this, Mia took a vicious bite of the strawberry in her hand. Lei Luo walked over and stroked Mia's tail, then smiled. "So, did you catch any fish?" Mia's face darkened. "No. Cat, I would like to call you the king of the Air Force." Lei Luo remembered that Mia didn't catch any fish the last time she went fishing in the lake. "Meow, damn it, I doubt there are any fish in that lake." Mia waved her cat paws forward angrily, as if she wanted to kill all the fish in the lake. "We're having chicken stewed with mushrooms today. Go pluck the chicken feathers." Lei Luo gave 2 chickens to Mia. "Chicken stew with mushrooms. Okay." Hearing that there was something delicious, Mia's dark eyes lit up, and the disappointment of not catching any fish was instantly swept away. She happily picked up the 2 chickens and went to pluck their feathers. It was inconvenient in a public place like White Dove Town, so Callista did not suck Lei Luo's blood. As soon as he returned to the manor, he couldn't wait to throw himself into Lei Luo's arms, hooked his arms around Lei Luo's neck, tilted his head, and bit Lei Luo's neck to suck blood. After taking a sip of blood, Callista's eyes turned blood red and she swung her twin ponytails with great pleasure. "Ah, so good, human. Your blood is as delicious as ever." Callista's favorability towards the host +5. Current progress 5-100. There is a favorability task between Lei Luo and Callista. When the favorability reaches 100 points, 10,000 health points will be rewarded. Flora's favorability towards Lei Luo increases by 20 points at a time, and Callista's favorability growth rate is obviously not as fast as Flora's. However, this is normal. After all, Callista is a noble among the vampires, and her character is more arrogant than Mia and Flora. Lei Luo held Callista's buttocks with both hands, walked into the lobby of the manor, found a place to sit down, let Callista sit in his arms, and stroked Callista's long silver hair with his big hands. Holding Callista's petite body like a loli, Lei Luo couldn't help feeling a little guilty even though he knew that Callista was more than 500 years old. After sucking high, Callista became addicted to Raylo's blood. "Human, something hard on you is hitting me. These are the magic props I carry with me, don't mind me," Lei Luo said calmly. Taking it out makes me uncomfortable and affects my blood-sucking experience. Take a hammer and suck your blood. Lei Luo pressed the back of Callista's head with his big hand and pressed her head hard against his neck. Damn humans. After cursing, Callista endured the hard magic item and continued to suck Lei Luo's blood. Callista, where are your wings? Let me touch your wings. Lei Luo had touched the wings of the flower fairies. They were as thin as cicada wings, a bit like mosquito wings. He wondered what the wings of the Blood Clan would feel like. Callista usually doesn't let others touch her wings, but Lei Luo gave her delicious blood to drink, and she was in a good mood, so she didn't mind letting Lei Luo touch them. He bit Lei Luo's neck without saying a word, and a pair of membranous wings similar to those of a bat appeared out of thin air behind him. Is this the wings of the vampires? Gently stroke Callista's wings. The edges of the membranous wings are hard bones that can be folded. The thin flesh membrane in the middle of the wings is smooth and elastic, and feels a bit like touching the surface of an umbrella. I reached out and touched Callista's wings. They were warm and felt good. After eating and drinking her fill, Callista leaned lazily in Lei Luo's arms, licking the bloody hole on Lei Luo's neck gently with unsatisfied feeling. Although she still wanted to suck blood, she really couldn't eat anymore. In the next few days, Lei Luo went to the woods near the manor every day to study the mark of the contract between him and the sapling of the sacred tree. After several days of research, Lei Luo discovered that the function of this contract mark was somewhat similar to Hasalama's wood release, and it could summon a large number of tree roots to fight for it. Unfortunately, this thing can only summon tree roots to fight, and it doesn't have moves like the transformed Buddha, the True Thousand Hands, and the Mingxian Gate. In the morning, Lei Luo woke up from the big bed. Mia and Flora were sleeping on his left and right. He was still sleepy, so he kissed each of them on the forehead, put on his clothes and got up. After a quick bite, I took my magic wand and headed to the White Dove Town Church. As soon as he reached the church door, a middle-aged woman with pockmarks on her face rushed over and knelt in front of Lei Luo, looking anxious. Pastor Lei Luo, I am Aureliana from the grocery store east of White Dove Town. Please save my daughter Regina. What happened to your daughter? Lei Luo wondered. My daughter Regina is possessed by a demon. Please exorcise her. Oriana wiped away her non-existent tears and begged tearfully. Quest, complete the exorcism of the grocery store. Quest reward, 1 skill point. The task was triggered randomly, and the system voice sounded in Lei Luo's mind. Can. Demons from the western end often descend upon the 3 human kingdoms to wreak havoc and invade human bodies. Exorcism is one of the priest's daily tasks. Lei Luo agreed to Oriana's request and followed her to perform the exorcism. Thank you, thank you. Oriana, with pockmarks all over her face, thanked him quickly and walked ahead to lead the way for Lei Luo. The two came to the grocery store east of White Dove Town. The grocery store doors were closed. Aureliana took out her key and opened the door of the grocery store, which was in a mess. Lei Luo walked into the grocery store with his magic wand and glanced around the store. Where is your daughter? I don't know. I clearly locked her in the house when I went out. How come she disappeared? Oriana asked puzzledly. A drop of unknown liquid dripped onto Lei Luo's face. Lei Luo looked up at the ceiling of the grocery store. A girl of about 17 or 18 was crawling on the ceiling. She had pure black eyes, a mouth full of fangs, and devil horns growing on her forehead. She stared at him with bared teeth. Oh my god, it's crawling up to the ceiling. Lei Luo was slightly surprised. Only the demons could do this kind of operation that ignored gravity. Damn human priest, this girl's body belongs to me. If you dare come over here, I will kill her. The demon crawled on the ceiling and threatened Lei Luo with the girl's life. It was just a weak lower-level demon. It knew its own strength and did not dare to attack Lei Luo easily. When a priest performs an exorcism, he often encounters situations where the demon threatens the host's life. Some priests were afraid to use their full strength and were eventually killed by the demons. However, Lei Luo did not have such worries. He raised his middle finger towards the girl on the ceiling and used the taunt skill to force the demon to attack him, not giving it the chance to hurt the girl. Wow! Faced with the ridicule, the demon in the girl's body instantly turned red and went completely crazy. She roared in a demonic language with a strong motherfucking connotation and swooped down on Lei Luo. Bang! 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 Before it could pounce on Lei Luo, for strong and thick tree roots emerged from the ground, broke through the grocery store floor, and entangled its limbs, making it unable to move. After signing a contract with the sapling of the sacred tree, Lei Luo has undergone an epic enhancement. Not only does his plant magic talent reach its maximum, but he can also summon tree roots to fight. No, cutie. Lei Luo walked slowly to the girl, took out a bottle of holy water and sprinkled it on the girl. White smoke came out of the girl's body, and the demon inside her body struggled in pain, unwilling to leave the girl's body. Holy water has some exorcism effect, but not much. Lei Luo raised his right hand, and a ball of emerald green magic energy condensed in his palm. After signing a contract with the sapling of the sacred tree, his magic power had a sacred attribute, and the exorcism effect was greatly enhanced. He raised his hand and slapped the girl in the chest. Under the combined effect of the sacred magic and holy water, the dark red-skinned demon was blasted out of the girl's body. At the moment the demon was blown away, a tree root quickly stretched out and pierced through the demon's body. The demon died on the spot. Lei Luo walked to the demon's corpse, kicked it, and confirmed that the demon was dead. It's strange. The demon has been killed, so why doesn't the system prompt that the mission is completed? Chapter 55. I don't want to hear your melodramatic love story. A sharp knife pierced Lei Luo's chest from behind, stabbing him to death. Ha, ha, you foolish pastor who has not experienced much of the world. You even believe what a woman says. You have been fooled. Behind him, the pockmarked Oriana loosened her grip on the knife and took a few steps back, a twisted smile on her face. You. Lei Luo immediately realized that there were two demons in the grocery store, and both Oriana and her daughter were possessed by demons. Just now, I only killed the demon in Oriana's daughter. No wonder the system didn't prompt that the task was completed. No, your logic is flawed. I'm performing an exorcism out of my duty as a pastor. What does it have to do with whether I believe in women? Women are all liars. Women are scarier than the devil. From the first words you heard from this woman, you should have been on guard. It's because you trusted her words and came to the grocery store to exorcise the demon that you ended up like this. The demon inside Oriana roared hysterically and angrily, as if venting its emotions. Lei Luo frowned and said weakly, Your Excellency seems to have some prejudice against women? I was deceived by a woman from the Dream Demon clan and everything was taken away from me. It was a starless and moonless night when I met the Dream Demon clan woman in the woods south of Sand City. Seeing Lei Luo bleeding profusely, the devil thought that Lei Luo was about to die. Before Lei Luo died, the devil planned to tell Lei Luo about how he was deceived of his feelings and money by a beautiful woman, and asked Lei Luo to be careful in his next life. Although you are a demon with a story, I don't want to hear your melodramatic love story. Just as the demon was about to share its inner journey, Lei Luo interrupted the spell. If you don't want to listen, then go die. The demon was furious and controlled Oriana's body to rush towards Lei Luo. Lei Luo's mind moved, and the four tree roots just now wrapped around Oriana and bound her body. Unable to move, the demon felt the immense force of the tree roots. Your body is pierced and you should be dying. How could you still launch such an attack? Lei Luo glanced at the dagger on his chest with a look of disdain. You don't really think that such a small knife can kill me? As he spoke, Lei Luo walked to a wall, slammed the tip of the knife on his chest against the wall, and the dagger stuck in his back fell off. Treat. Using the healing skill, the bleeding wound on the chest healed instantly. This, so fast? The demon sounded surprised. When a priest uses healing magic, chanting the magic spell takes time, and the healing process also takes time. How can such a serious injury be healed instantly? You never thought I was so over the limit. Lei Luo grinned, took out 2 bottles of holy water and poured them into Oriana's mouth. Wow! Wow! As the holy water entered the body, the demon screamed miserably, with an expression on his face that was as hideous as it could be. He had no choice but to leave Oriana's body. Die! Lei Luo controlled 4 tree roots to attack the demon, piercing the demon's body. Black blood flowed, and the demon quickly lost its vitality. Struggling, using up his last bit of strength, he spoke intermittently, remember, don't trust any woman. The more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to lie. He died as soon as he finished speaking. Lei Luo was speechless. How badly must this demon have been deceived by that dream demon woman to have such a strong resentment? Task completed, reward 1 skill point. Host, please select the skill you want to upgrade. Lei Luo now has 6 auxiliary skills: Treatment LV, 2, Shield LV, 2, Super Attack LV, 1, Purification LV, 1, Magic Enhancement LV, 1, Taunt LV, 2. Upgrade my Purification skill. Lei Luo felt that among the 6 skills, the Purification skill was the most powerful, and it was close to a conceptual level skill. Curse magic, decay disease, the mantra effects of mantra potions, as long as it had a negative impact on oneself, it could all be purified. Host consumes 1 skill point, Purification skill reaches level 2. Lei Luo looked at the system panel and the icon behind the Purification skill changed from LV 1 to LV 2. Cleanse, clears all negative effects from a single target. System, the Purification skill has reached level 2, why hasn't the skill description changed? Lei Luo asked. After other skills are upgraded, either the numerical multiplier is increased or a new mechanism is added. The description of the second level Purification skill is the same as that of the first level. The purification ability of a single Purification skill is enhanced. That's it? Lei Luo raised his eyebrows, wondering how much the Purification skill had been enhanced. However, since the system says it has been enhanced, it must have been enhanced, and Tongzi is still trustworthy. Dragging the 2 demon corpses back to the church. When pedestrians on the street saw Lei Luo dragging 2 demon corpses, they all looked at him with approval. Pastor Lei Luo deserves admiration for getting rid of the evil for the people. Returned to the church. Lei Luo came to Grain's bedroom and knocked on the door. Father Grain, are you in the room? After waiting for a while, no one responded. Just as Lei Luo was about to leave, Green's bedroom door opened and Green walked out of the bedroom. Today, Green didn't have the same charm as before. His hair was disheveled and he looked dejected. He was holding a bottle of wine in his hand, drunk and looking lost. Lei Luo looked at Grain with a puzzled look. Father Grain, what's wrong with you? I've never seen Glenn so depressed. Grain leaned against the wall, using it for support, like a salted fish that had lost its dream. Last night, my bedroom was burglarized, and something was stolen. Looking at Green's dejected look, Lei Luo thought that the lost item must be very important to him. Father Grain likes to render monster corpses harmless. I killed 2 demons today and brought them back to you. Lei Luo pointed to the demon corpse next to him. Grain tilted his head, glanced at the 2 demon corpses, and shook his head. No need. That thing is lost. There is no way to render the demon corpse harmless. So, Father Green, what did you lose? I'm often out and about, so I can keep an eye out for you. Lei Luo asked tentatively. Green looked up at Lei Luo, thinking about how Lei Luo had often asked him to sign to embezzle church funds, which was something a devout priest of the Vatican would not do. I'll tell you alone, don't tell anyone else. I promise not to tell anyone else. It's a dark blue bead, about the size of a fist. Inside the bead is a pattern of a winged snake. If you can help me find it, I will reward you handsomely. Okay. Lei Luo knew that Green was an undercover agent of the snake god cult, and the bead he mentioned might be an important treasure of the snake god cult. Also, that thief was quite unusual. I set up a triple anti-theft spell around the beads, but he managed to ignore it and steal the beads. Is it that powerful? Although Green's magic is not very powerful, it is still quite capable. The fact that he was able to ignore Green's anti-theft magic and steal the bead shows that his strength is extraordinary. Chapter 56, Extorting Money from the Snake God Cult Part 1. Pastor Lei Luo, I am guilty. You have 1 minute to tell me your crime. I fell in love with my biological sister, and my biological sister also likes me. We really love each other. Is your biological sister called Kasagano Sora? No. How far has it developed? Living together. Just don't get pregnant. May the goddess of life protect you and not have your father break your legs. Next one. Thank you, Pastor Lei Luo. After expressing his gratitude, the young man with a middle-parted hairstyle, who looked like an old friend, turned and left. Like exorcism, listening to the confessions of believers is also a daily job for priests. Father Green has become autistic, and only Raylo can listen to the confessions of the believers on Green's behalf. The Kingdom of Wit does not have the strict ethical values like ancient China. Lei Luo often hears all kinds of bloody ethical stories, such as falling in love with one's own sister, falling in love with one's sister-in-law, falling in love with one's wife's nephew. These are all common operations. Pastor Lei Luo, you are so handsome. If liking you is a sin, then I must be unforgivable. The second person to confess was a young woman who looked at Lei Luo with eyes full of desire. Who taught you such corny love words? Even a groundhog is not as corny as you. No one taught me this. This is just a feeling from my heart because of my love for Pastor Lei Luo. Sorry, I'm not interested in women. Next. That's okay. The young woman left disappointed. The third person to confess his sins was a little boy of about 11 or 12 years old. He walked up to Lei Luo and bowed to him. Reverend Lei Luo, I have been reading this novel uncontrollably lately. My thoughts are no longer pure. I confess to the goddess. The little boy took out a difficult novel titled Night Raid on Widow Village. The widows praise me for my capacity from his arms. Lei Luo touched the little boy's head and said earnestly, like an elder, you are a good boy who admits your mistakes and corrects them. The goddess will definitely forgive your sins. Give me this book and I will help you destroy it. Thank you, Pastor Lei Luo. The little boy handed the book Night Raid on Widow Village. The widows praise me for my capability to Lei Luo. Lei Luo put the pornographic book into the system warehouse and would observe what it was about when he had time. The fourth person to confess was a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's cheeks were sunken, and he looked listless. Pastor Lei Luo, I've been having the same dream every day lately. In the dream, I did that kind of thing with a demon woman. I feel guilty towards my wife. This is not your problem. The goddess will forgive you. When Lei Luo killed the two demons in the grocery store just now, one of the demons said that he was cheated of money and sex by a woman from the Dream Demon tribe, which means that there are dream demons around the City of Sun. Nightmares, demons, and shadow demons are all branches of the demon race, but the number of nightmares is rarer than that of demons. The Dream Demon clan has the ability to influence dreams, can travel through dreams, and will drain human essence in dreams. This depressed man has the same dream every day. It is likely that his energy has been sucked away by a nightmare. Then what should I do? Asked the middle-aged man. I have a bottle of holy water here, 2 gold coins a bottle. Apply some on your forehead before going to bed and read the Holy See Bible aloud 100 times. It should be of some use. As he spoke, Lei Luo took out a bottle of holy water. The holy water formula is a big secret of the Holy See. The Holy See holds the core technology. If people want to get the holy water, they must pay a high price. The holy water can bring a lot of income to the Holy See. Workers in Beigetown earn 3 gold coins a year, and spending 2 gold coins to buy holy water is really painful. However, being troubled by the dream was not a solution, so the middle-aged man bought a bottle of holy water with tears in his eyes. Busy from morning to noon, Lei Luo listened to the confessions of hundreds of believers and ate hundreds of melons. No work in the afternoon, returned to the lakeside manor. Flora sat on the wall of the manor, tilting her little face up to bask in the sun. Mia sat in the yard, pounding the melons in a basin to extract the juice, and then simply filtered it to make melon juice. Fat Tiger stood next to Mia, stretched out his tiger claws, condensed the magic power of ice element, and froze the melon juice. Mia saw Lei Luo coming back and a smile appeared on her face. Master Lei Luo, you are back. Try the iced melon juice I made. Lei Luo walked to Mia, stroked Fat Tiger's big head, and took a sip of melon juice. It tasted very good. Suddenly, Callista rushed over from behind, jumped lightly, and jumped onto Lei Luo's back. Human, you are finally back, let me bite you. Lei Luo knew that Callista was hungry again. He held Callista in his arms, sat in front of the stone table in the courtyard, and let Callista suck his blood. Callista's favorability towards the host +5. Current progress 10-100. Lei Luo put one hand around Callista's slender waist and the other hand on her legs. Through the blood-red dress, he could feel Callista's soft and delicate skin. After drinking a few mouthfuls of blood, Callista's fair face showed an expression of great enjoyment. Delicious, so delicious, extremely refreshing. Just don't go out and cause me any trouble. Lei Luo touched the head of Callista in his arms. This guy was a fun-loving person who loved to make trouble. I'll give you a little treat. Callista took out a dark blue crystal ball from her storage bag. Inside the crystal ball was a black snake pattern, which reflected a strange glow in the sunlight. Put it in the room as a decoration. Lei Luo was slightly stunned. Where did you get this thing from? Callista's bloodshot eyes turned. If she said it was stolen, it would damage her reputation as a noble blood clan member. So she said, I picked it up. Lei Luo pinched both sides of Callista's face with both hands and rubbed her little face. Tell the truth. After being tortured and punished, Callista could only speak the truth. There's something wrong with the priest in your church. He seems to be a cultist. The night before yesterday, I was wandering around White Dove Town and saw him setting up a sacrificial magic circle in his room. He placed the goblin's corpse on the sacrificial magic circle and performed some kind of ritual. This bead was placed in the center of the magic circle. I'm bored, so I'll steal this thing and play with it after the ceremony is over. For a moment, Lei Luo didn't know whether Father Green was a good person or a bad person. If he was a bad person, he didn't use human sacrifices, but the corpses of monsters. If he was a good person, he often took the little boy to his room to exorcise demons. Human nature is complex, not black and white. Even thieves can do what is right. Sixth brother, we can use this bead to extort money from the snake god cult. Lei Luo said to Callista. Okay. Callista said excitedly, extorting money and such is so much fun. No, why do you call me Lao Lu? Aren't you the sixth-ranked noble among the vampires? Calling you old six is reasonable, isn't it? Not only is Callista ranked sixth among the vampires, but her personality is also a bit like that of a sixth-year vampire, so Lei Luo calls Callista the sixth-year vampire. I don't like this name. You can call me by my nickname, Little Star. The ending sound of star means star. No, I still think Lao Lu is more suitable for you. Chapter 57, Extorting Money from the Snake God Cult Part 2. I have your pearl in my hand. If you want to take it back, you must prepare 10,000 gold coins within 3 days, otherwise I will smash the pearl. Callista wrote these words on a piece of white paper and put it in an envelope. 10,000 gold coins. An ordinary person would have to work for 3,333 years to earn this much money, which is an astronomical figure for ordinary people. However, the Snake God Cult is a cult organization. In movies and TV shows, cult organizations are always very rich, so the Snake God Cult should be able to come up with so much money. Lei Luo thought about this and said to Callista beside him, you deliver the letter tonight. I'll go see Grain's reaction tomorrow morning. Okay, no problem. After eating and drinking her fill, Callista had an expectant smile on her face. She originally just stole the bead to play with, but she didn't expect Lei Luo to come up with such an interesting idea of using the bead for blackmail. He is simply a genius. Next time we go out to play, I must bring Lei Luo along. Lei Luo sat on the spacious recliner. Mia and Flora came over and leaned into Lei Luo's arms, one on the left and one on the right. Clingy little kitty. Lei Luo grabbed Mia's cat tail, kissed her on the face, and touched her cat ears. Meow meow. Her black eyes sparkled, and Mia made a trembling sound in her throat, which was a signal of estrus, and she nudged Lei Luo's jaw with her head. And the cute little flower fairy. After Lei Luo kissed Mia, he kissed Flora again. His fingers passed through Flora's long pink hair. The soft pink hair emitted a faint halo in the sunlight, which was very beautiful. Basking in the sun, Mia and Flora hugged Lei Luo's waist on the left and right, twisted their bodies in Lei Luo's arms, and rubbed their ears against Lei Luo's, getting close to him. A carefree and leisurely life is truly a paradise on earth. Fat Tiger's more than 4-meter-long body lay horizontally at Lei Luo's feet, revealing its snow-white and soft belly, and its tiger hair reflected a silvery white glow in the sunlight. At this time, 4 little golden tigers jumped out of the stable and came to Fat Tiger. Their 4 chubby bodies looked like 4 big fat oranges. One bit Fat Tiger's tail, one bit Fat Tiger's leg, one jumped on Fat Tiger's belly, and one bit Fat Tiger's whiskers. Being tortured by the 4 little guys, Fat Tiger, who was just relaxed and comfortable, now has a look of despair in his eyes. There's nothing more frustrating than raising a naughty child, and tigers are no exception. A woo translation, help! Help! Fat Tiger let out a low and loving tiger roar and let the 4 little tigers bully him. After hanging out with Mia Flora for a while, Lei Luo noticed the 4 little tigers on Fat Tiger's body and said with a grin, "Oh, what cute little brain axes." Fat Tiger shook his big head, a Wu translation, they are demons. Lei Luo took out the cat training artifact of Feather Duster from the system warehouse. Little brain axe, look what this is. Lei Luo took a feather duster and waved it at the 4 little tigers. The chicken feathers reflected a gorgeous luster in the sunlight. The 4 little tigers looked at the feather duster in Lei Luo's hand with their watery eyes, their eyes full of curiosity, just like 4 curious babies. They abandoned Fat Tiger, ran to Lei Luo, and fluttered at the feather duster in Lei Luo's hand. A Wu translation, saved. After the 4 little guys left, Fat Tiger lay his head on the ground and could bask in the sun peacefully again. Flora, let me play with you. Lei Luo gave the feather duster to Flora and asked her to play with the little tigers. Thank you, Master Lei Luo. Flora also thought the four little tigers were cute and used a feather duster to play with them. He shook the feather duster in his hand left and right. The four little tigers stood there, looking at the feather duster, their four little heads moving in unison. Lei Luo took the opportunity to pick up a little golden-haired tiger, held it in his arms, and stroked it wildly. The soft tiger fur and fat tiger body were almost like petting a cat. Oh oh! There was a strange uncle, and the little tiger screamed desperately. The tigress heard the sound and ran out of the stable. She stood in front of Lei Luo and looked at him with a helpless look, hoping that Lei Luo would not bully her children. I just touched it, I didn't hurt your child. Lei Luo returned the little tiger in his arms to the tigress. Gently biting the tiger skin on the back of the tiger cub's neck, the tigress carried the tiger cub back to the stable. Then, he ran out of the stable again and took the remaining 3 little tigers back to the stable one by one. There's no more to play with my little brain axe, I'd rather play with my own little cat. Lei Luo continued to hug Mia and cling to her. That night, Callista dropped the letter into Gren's bedroom. The next morning, Lei Luo went to the White Dove Town Church to see how Green would react after receiving the letter. When I walked to the church lobby, I couldn't see Grain. Then they came to Glen's bedroom in the apse of the church. I saw that Glen's bedroom door was open, and there were several cabinets of different sizes at the door. Glen was pushing a large cabinet out of the bedroom. Father Grain, what are you doing? Lei Luo looked at Green in confusion, wondering what Green was doing. Grain no longer looked as depressed as he did yesterday. A smile appeared on his old face. There's news about my lost pearl. The person who stole it wrote me a letter, asking me to prepare 10,000 gold coins within 3 days to redeem it. I plan to sell the things I don't need to raise money. If you sell these cabinets, you can raise 10,000 gold coins? 10,000 gold coins is not a small amount. Lei Luo looked at Green's broken cabinets and estimated that they could only be sold for a few silver coins. I really don't have that much money, but I can borrow from others. Glen had some savings, and he could get some money by selling things he seldom used. Ask for the remaining gold coins from the Snake God Cult headquarters. Then do your best. Lei Luo was secretly delighted. Extorting 10,000 gold coins from the Snake God Cult meant he was going to get rich overnight. After Lei Luo left, Grain moved the things he didn't use out of the bedroom, then walked into the bedroom and closed the door. Standing in the middle of the bedroom, he took out a magic wand and chanted magic. A black magic circle appeared on the ground, magic power was continuously output, and the pattern of the circle slowly rotated. Not long after, a black-robed figure slowly appeared in front of Grain. The black-robed figure was about 1.8 meters tall, with a human-shaped upper body and a long black snake tail in the lower body. His face was hidden under the black robe. This is a special magic that Grain uses to connect with the Serpent Cult headquarters, enabling him to communicate instantly with the people at the headquarters. Glen, what do you want from me? A cold female voice came from under the black robe. Lady Saint, I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Grain bowed slightly and said respectfully. What's the bad news? Asked the woman in black robe. The snake god pearl I have was stolen. Green replied. The black snake tail under the black-robed woman's long skirt swung left and right. She said in shock and anger, such an important thing was stolen. What are you doing for a living? The other party was able to ignore the triple anti-theft magic and steal the snake god pearl right under my nose. He is very powerful. There is nothing I can do. Grain felt helpless and aggrieved. Even if the other party ran into him while stealing the snake god pearl, he might not be able to defeat the other party. The black-robed woman had no intention of blaming Grain for the loss of the serpent god pearl. She asked, what's the good news? The good news is that the person who stole the snake god pearl sent a letter saying that he could redeem the snake god pearl for money. How much does she want? 10,000 gold coins. How much? How much? The black-robed woman was surprised. 10,000 gold coins, why didn't the guy who stole the snake god pearl rob him? She said in the letter that if she couldn't raise 10,000 gold coins within 3 days, she would smash the snake god pearl, Grain added. The black-robed woman's plump breasts rose and fell, and she was like a mute-eating cactus, unable to express her pain. After weighing the pros and cons, he decided to redeem the serpent god pearl first. After calming down, he asked Grain, how many gold coins do you have? I sold things I rarely used and was able to scrape together 20 gold coins, which is just shy of the 9,980 gold coins I need. Let me see how many gold coins we can gather here at headquarters. The black-robed woman patted her forehead, feeling a bit of a headache. Their snake god cult did not have the support of many big moneybags like the Holy See, so they were not wealthy. Chapter 58, Extorting Money from the Snake God Cult Part 3. Lei Luo left Green's bedroom door and came to the church lobby to listen to the believer's atonement. An old man with a frown on his face walked up to Lei Luo, bowed, and said worriedly, "Pastor Lei Luo, I've been having nightmares lately and have been in a trance during the day. Am I being possessed by a demon?" "It might be possessed by a demon. Do you want to buy a bottle of holy water and try it? 2 gold coins a bottle." Lei Luo started selling to the old man. The reason why the Holy See is so rich is that in addition to the donations and support from major domestic donors, selling holy water is also a major source of income. Holy water is the exclusive patent of the Holy See, which operates under a monopoly. The price is extremely high and the profit is quite high. 2 gold coins is too expensive. Can it be cheaper? The old man bargained with Lei Luo. Lei Luo waved his hand to refuse. Holy water is a gift from God to mankind. It is expensive for a reason. Lowering the price is blasphemy against God. All right. Only high prices can show respect to the gods, and lowering prices is indeed a blasphemy to the gods. The old man hesitated for a long time and spent 2 gold coins to buy a bottle of holy water. The second person who came in front of Lei Luo was a woman in blue clothes with a very bad look on her face. "Reverend Lei Luo, I've been having some strange dreams lately. Is this a hint from the gods, suggesting that I might be in trouble soon?" The woman in green looked haggard and pale. "For example?" Lei Luo asked. The woman in green came closer to Lei Luo and lowered her voice. "For example, I often dream that I am doing that kind of thing with other men behind my husband's back. In your case, you might be possessed by a nightmare. Buy a bottle of holy water and try it. It can exorcise demons if there are any, and cure illnesses if there aren't any. You won't suffer any loss, and you won't be fooled." Oh. The woman in green was relatively wealthy, so she readily took out 2 gold coins, bought a bottle of holy water, and left. Lei Luo discovered that many people in Beigetown have been troubled by erotic dreams or nightmares recently and are in poor mental state. It is most likely that the nightmare demon that was wandering around the city of San ran to White Dove Town. Just as Lei Luo was guessing, a cold electronic voice sounded in his mind. "Mission, capture the nightmare, mission reward, 1 skill point." Well, there is no need to guess now, the nightmare demon really ran to White Dove Town. The nightmare can wander in dreams. As long as there is someone sleeping nearby, the nightmare can sneak into other people's dreams. It is much more difficult to catch than the devil. Lei Luo had no idea about the task of capturing the nightmare. 2 days passed. Grain stood in the middle of the bedroom holding a staff and released magic. The shadow of a woman in a black robe appeared in the magic circle. "Lady Saint, I have already collected 20 gold coins. How is your 9,980 gold coins?" The black-robed woman wore a black hood, her face could not be seen beneath it. The black snake tail beneath her skirt twisted and turned. A cold voice rang out, "We're still short of 600 gold coins. Do you think you can raise some more money?" Green held his chin with one hand, lowered his head in thought, and suddenly remembered that Lei Luo had often made up excuses to embezzle public funds and made a lot of money. Perhaps he could borrow money from Lei Luo. If you can't borrow from Lei Luo, go borrow from a loan shark. With the credibility of the Vatican priest, he could definitely borrow 600 gold coins, but borrowing at high interest rates would lead to a disastrous outcome. "I'll find a way to deal with the remaining 600 gold coins. Lady Saint, please send the money over." "Well, we must redeem the snake god pearl." After giving a word of advice, the shadowy figure of the black-robed woman disappeared. Glenn walked out of the bedroom, went to the kitchen to prepare a simple breakfast, and took the breakfast to the back hall of the church to eat breakfast. At this time, Lei Luo was sitting at the desk in the back hall reading a book. Seeing Grain coming to the back hall, Lei Luo walked up to Grain and said with a smile, "Father Grain, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Yesterday I asked someone to repair the east exterior wall of the church. Please sign the reimbursement form for the exterior wall repair." "Lei Luo, why have you received fewer expense reports recently?" asked Green. During the time when Lei Luo was frantically embezzling public funds, he would ask him for signatures every few days. During this period, Lei Luo hadn't asked him to sign for a long time. Lei Luo was a little angry. "I previously violated the rules and the amount of reimbursement was too large. Bishop Roderick said that he would focus on reviewing the reimbursement forms I submitted in the future. Any unreasonable ones will be rejected. Green's face was calm, and he was not surprised. It was only a matter of time before Lei Luo would be closely scrutinized for embezzling public funds so unscrupulously. At this moment, Lei Luo noticed the plate in front of Grain. On it were 2 loaves of brown bread and a small dish of pickles. He asked curiously, "Father Grain, I remember you usually have 2 loaves of white bread and 2 eggs for breakfast. Why did it become 2 loaves of brown bread and pickles today?" "You know, a bastard stole my treasure and is asking for a ransom of 10,000 gold coins. Be frugal and save as much as you can." The sudden loss of more than 9,000 gold coins made the already poor snake god cult even worse off. Looking at the hard-to-swallow black bread on the plate, Green felt furious and wanted to catch the guy who stole the snake god pearl and cut him into pieces. However, he can only think about this kind of thing in his mind. If he really met the guy who stole the snake god pearl, he might not be able to defeat him. Lei Luo sat opposite Green and gave Green the reimbursement form to him for signature. Grain signed his name in the lower right corner of the expense report, looked up at Lei Luo, and said hesitantly, "Lei Luo, although it may be a bit presumptuous, I still want to ask, can you lend me 600 gold coins?" "Borrow 600 gold coins? What do you need so much money for?" Lei Luo pretended to be surprised. "Oh." Grain sighed helplessly and shook his head. "It's all about the 10,000 gold coins for the ransom. Most of it has been collected, but we're still short of 600 gold coins." "I see. I do have 600 gold coins." The last time Lei Luo participated in the extermination of the goblin nest, he received a reward of 1,000 gold coins from the mayor of Sand City, so he could still afford 600 gold coins. "Quick! Lend it to me." Green's eyes were filled with excitement. He was just worried that Lei Luo didn't have 600 gold coins, but he didn't expect Lei Luo to be so rich. "Now you don't have to borrow money from loan sharks. I can lend you 600 gold coins, but I have a condition." "What conditions?" asked Grain. "I want to know why Father Grain joined the Holy See." "Is that even a question?" "Of course it's faith in the great goddess of life." Lei Luo smiled faintly and directly exposed Grain's identity. "You don't have to hide it from me. You are an undercover agent of the snake god cult and you don't believe in the goddess of life at all." Grain, who was chewing black bread, was stunned and looked at Lei Luo in shock. How did you know?" Very few people knew that he was an undercover agent of the snake god cult. Even within the snake god cult, few people knew about it. "Don't worry about it. I won't report you. I just want to know your purpose in sneaking into the Holy See," Lei Luo said with a smile. In fact, Lei Luo didn't care why Green infiltrated the Holy See. It was mainly because Callista wanted to know. The fun-loving man was very interested in the reason why the cult was undercover in the Holy See. After recovering from his shock, Green weighed the pros and cons in his mind. Lei Luo had obviously known for a long time that he was an undercover agent of the snake god cult, but he did not report him to the Vatican, which meant that Lei Luo was not truly loyal to the Vatican. Moreover, Lei Luo had helped collect many goblin corpses before, which was a great help to him. Overall, Green had a good impression of Lei Luo. "This matter is something you must keep secret. If it gets out, our entire snake god cult will hunt you down." "I promise not to spread rumors." 10 years ago, our snake god cult headquarters was attacked by the Holy Church, resulting in heavy losses. The snake god's remains were also taken away by the Holy Church. I infiltrated the Holy Church to gather information about the snake god's remains. Lei Luo nodded. Now he could satisfy Callista's curiosity. He readily took out 600 gold coins and lent them to Grain. "Thanks." What Green didn't know was that he was badly cheated by Lei Luo. Not only did he have to pay Lei Luo a ransom of 10,000 gold coins, he also owed Lei Luo 600 gold coins. He even told Lei Luo the reason why he was an undercover agent, and finally did not forget to say thank you to Lei Luo. Chapter 59, Nightmare. Lei Luo walked on the streets of Beige Town, with people coming and going around him. However, the expressions of passers-by on the street all looked a little listless, as if they had been playing mahjong all night. That nightmare demon can influence so many people, its strength should not be underestimated. Back at the lakeside manor, Mia was sweeping the yard with a broom, her black cattail peeking out from under her skirt. The petite Callista was lying in front of the wooden railing of the stable, half of her body leaning into the stable, holding a feather duster in her hand, teasing the tiger in the stable. The tigress protected her 4 little tigers and hid in the corner of the stable, shivering. Her animal instinct told her that the girl with blood-red pupils was extremely dangerous. Lei Luo sat down at the stone table in the courtyard and looked at Callista, who was lying in front of the stable. Callista, go ask Grain for the ransom in a couple of days. He has already prepared 10,000 gold coins. Callista put away the feather duster, trotted over to Lei Luo, and asked in surprise, so fast? Lei Luo nodded. That bead is probably very important to the snake god cult, and its fundraising efficiency is extremely high. Callista's face was filled with longing and hope. How am I going to spend 10,000 gold coins? Lei Luo looked surprised. That's my money. Did I agree for you to spend it? Callista put her hands on her hips, puffing out her not-so-voluptuous chest, and said unconvincedly, why is it your money? I stole that bead, it's my money. Lei Luo was not angry. He calmly reasoned with Callista, you said you stole the beads. Then let me ask you, was the idea of blackmailing me my own? Do I have to bleed profusely every day to support a giant mosquito like you? Shouldn't you give me some nutrition allowance? Not knowing how to refute, Callista became anxious and punched Lei Luo. It had been a while since he had punished Callista. This guy was getting a little cocky again, and even dared to attack his master. Lei Luo shouted, Callista Clarissa, stand at attention. Affected by the control bracelet, Callista's body was out of her control. She retracted her fist halfway through the swing and stood straight in place. Damn human, if you have the guts, fight me in single combat, don't use that lousy bracelet to control me. Callista's body was unable to move, but her mouth was still able to move, and she was shouting and provoking Lei Luo. Lei Luo pulled Callista into his arms and ravaged her madly. The ferocious expression on Callista's face disappeared, and she began to beg for mercy, human, stop fighting. I admit defeat. TSK, Miss Callista is so pitiful. Mia saw this scene and shook her head. She also didn't understand why Callista always liked to provoke Lei Luo. It was probably because of Asakusa. Control released. Lei Luo releases his control over Callista. Callista relaxed her body and sat in Lei Luo's arms, pouting and staring at him coldly. Lei Luo smiled and pinched Callista's cheek, comforting her, don't be angry, I'll take you out to play this afternoon. Not interested. I don't want to hang out with human scum. Callista looked at Lei Luo with disgust. Lei Luo, what if I say there is a hillside in the north, and the hillside is covered with hay, and I want to take you there to set fire to the hillside? Set fire to the mountain? Callista's cold eyes lit up. Setting fire to the mountain was fun. Go, of course I have to go. How can I be absent from such an interesting event? Although this human is hateful, he is not annoying. Callista's favorability towards the host +5. Current progress 15,100. Lei Luo grabbed Callista's twin ponytails with both hands, his blood-red pupils were as beautiful as rubies. This vampire was still very cute when he was quiet. Bite you to death, you bad guy. Callista bared her sharp fangs, bit Lei Luo's neck, and began to suck Lei Luo's blood. Lei Luo gently stroked the back of Callista's head. Her soft and petite body felt very comfortable in his arms. Master Lei Luo, let me give you a back massage. After sweeping the floor, Mia walked behind Lei Luo, smiled gently, and gave Lei Luo a back massage. Lei Luo touched the back of Callista's head with one hand and grabbed Mia's cattail with the other hand to play with it. Mia, where is Flora? I went to the fields to pick fruit. Mia's sensitive tail was grabbed by Lei Luo, and she felt a strange sensation coming from her tail. She raised her pretty face, narrowed her eyes slightly, and looked a little enjoyable. A vampire and a catgirl, pretty good. Lei Luo felt secretly happy. Just as Mia was enjoying Lei Luo stroking her tail, she suddenly felt sleepy and frowned. Oh, Master Lei Luo, I feel sleepy. Now that you mention it, I feel a little sleepy too. As soon as Lei Luo finished speaking, he heard a thud behind him. Mia had fallen asleep and was lying on the ground. Fall asleep? So quickly? Lei Luo was surprised at how quickly Mia fell asleep. I'm a little sleepy too. Callista let go of Lei Luo's neck and rubbed her eyes, with a hint of sleepiness in her eyes. However, she did not fall asleep like Mia. Lei Luo remembered that the nightmare race was naturally proficient in dream magic, which could affect a large area nearby. The three of them felt sleepy at the same time, most likely because the nightmare demon was using sleep magic not far from the manor. After obtaining the Seed of Life, Lei Luo's magic perception was maximized. He closed his eyes and sensed carefully. He could feel that there was a powerful source of magic a few hundred meters southwest of the manor. Callista, Come with me to catch the nightmare. It was really a case of searching for a needle in a haystack, but it finally came to me without any effort. I was just worrying about where to find the nightmare demon, but it actually came to my door. Oh. Callista nodded like a chick pecking at rice, but before she could figure out what was going on, she was dragged out of the house by Lei Luo and ran towards the west side of the manor. In the woods west of the manor, a caravan of more than 20 people fell into a collective sleep. An enchanting woman in a luxurious purple dress stood beside the caravan, absorbing the essence of those people. The closer you are to the center of the sleep magic, the more sleepy you will feel. Lei Luo was just a little sleepy in the manor just now, but now his upper and lower eyelids were fighting with each other and he could hardly open his eyes. Purification. Lei Luo used the purification skill on himself to eliminate the negative effects of the sleep magic. After a while, Lei Luo still felt sleepy. System, why can't the purification skill purify the control effect of the sleep magic? Lei Luo asked. Purification skills can only purify negative effects. Sleep is beneficial to the human body. Is this possible? Although it may be a bit surprising, it is undeniable that sleep is indeed good for the human body. The Dream Demon clan is so rare. Callista's situation was much better than Lei Luo's. When she saw the woman in purple next to the caravan, she recognized her as a member of the Dream Demon clan at a glance. The purple-clothed woman noticed someone coming and turned to look at Lei Luo and Callista, a hint of doubt in her eyes. Who are you? You can actually withstand my sleep magic. Lei Luo pinched his thigh hard to keep himself awake. Callista, catch her for me. Callista's body turned into a bright red blood shadow and rushed towards the Dream Demon woman. Vampires, interesting. The Dream Demon woman smiled calmly, quite confident in her own strength. She did not dodge or evade, but instead gathered her magic power to form a translucent blue magic energy shield around her body, protecting herself inside. In an instant, Callista rushed to the front of the Dream Demon woman and punched the magic shield in front of the Dream Demon woman, which was directly shattered. Debris flew everywhere. The Dream Demon woman was horrified. She didn't expect Callista to be so powerful. After breaking the shield, Callista's fist landed on the Dream Demon girl. With just her physical strength, she knocked the Dream Demon girl hundreds of meters away with one punch. Bang! 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 Blood gushed out wildly, and the slender body kept crashing into 5 large trees along the way, and finally stopped after crashing into the 6th large tree. Ha, too weak, can't even withstand my punch. Callista spread her vampire wings behind her and floated in the air, smiling triumphantly. Damn vampires. The Dream Demon woman looked at Callista with fear. Knowing she couldn't win, she wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and disappeared on the spot. Why is he gone? Lei Luo ran to Callista's side. As long as there's someone sleeping nearby, the dream demons can sneak into their dream space. Can you enter the dream space? I'm a vampire, not a dream demon. How can I enter the dream space? What a pity. Lei Luo felt a little regretful that he let the nightmare demon run away. Chapter 60, The Tree of Life. Lei Luo and Callista returned to the manor. Mia had already woken up. Master Lei Luo, why did I fall asleep just now? Lei Luo sat down at the table, a slightly disappointed expression on his face. Just now, there was a nightmare nearby, and you were caught in its sleep spell. Callista and I went to catch it, but Callista was a weakling and let it escape. Incubus? Mia had heard of the dream demon race before, but had never seen one in person. Hey, human, it was clearly your own fault. How can you blame me for letting that nightmare get away? With her eyebrows raised, Callista was not tall enough, so she could only jump on Lei Luo, clamp her legs around Lei Luo's waist, and grab Lei Luo's collar with both hands, looking very dissatisfied. Lei Luo also stretched out his hands and pinched both sides of Callista's face, pinching her like a hamster. The nightmare is very good at escaping. You should have used all your strength to subdue it from the beginning. Why don't you take action? Callista did not compromise and directly protested against Lei Luo's behavior of shifting the blame. I was about to attack, but by then you had already beaten the nightmare away. The effective range of Lei Luo's taunt control skill is 50 meters. Callista knocked the nightmare away for 100 meters, but the skill distance was not enough. You should have warned me sooner. A sharp fang appeared at the corner of Callista's mouth, and she grabbed Lei Luo's collar and shook it wildly. How did I know you could knock her so far? Lei Luo rubbed Callista's little face frantically. The two of them ravaged each other and refused to give in. At night, in the bedroom, Lei Luo lay on the bed and gradually fell asleep. China, Donghai City. As night falls, colorful neon lights illuminate the bustling city. As soon as Lei Luo opened his eyes, he found himself sitting at a workstation in an office building. In front of him was a computer with unfinished code on it. I rubbed my eyes and looked at the time in the lower right corner of the computer. It was now 10 o'clock in the evening. Although it was 10 o'clock in the evening, the office was still busy with the sounds of footsteps, conversations, keyboards typing, and the sound of water being filled at the water dispenser. It was a chaotic and noisy scene. Everyone looked solemn, and there was a sense of tension and oppression in the air. The client is pushing for progress every day. There's only half a month left on this software project, so we have to work overtime to finish it. The director's commanding voice echoed in the office. How did I become a 996 office worker again? Lei Luo was startled and quickly pinched his thigh, but it didn't hurt. Fortunately, it was just a dream and a false alarm. The supervisor walked over to Lei Luo's workstation and yelled at him, "You're taking a nap now. Have you finished your work today? I'm in my fucking dream, how can I let you bully me?" Not willing to give in, Lei Luo threw a right hook, knocking the supervisor far away. This was something he had always wanted to do, and he finally did it, feeling secretly happy. The supervisor, who had been thrown 2 meters out, got up, covered his red right cheek, and shouted to the people around him in anger, "Quick, catch him and take him to see Mr. Zhang. Have Mr. Zhang deduct all his performance bonuses for this month." Several people rushed over, grabbed Lei Luo, and dragged him to the office next door. "Let me go! Let me go!" After struggling, Lei Luo was stuffed into the office next door by those people. Bang! The office door closed. "Damn it, being bullied in my own dream, is this reasonable?" Lei Luo complained. Sitting behind the office desk was a woman in purple. She had a charming figure, a pair of black devil horns on her head, and purple pupils looking at Lei Luo. She was the nightmare demon he had seen during the day. The dream demon woman leaned back in her chair, resting her long legs on the edge of the desk, her fingers crossed in front of her, and sneered, "Human, we meet again. You sneaked into my dream?" Lei Luo was surprised. "I'm from the Dream Demon clan. Is it strange that I can invade your dreams?" The Dream Demon woman said disdainfully. Lei Luo frowned. It was not surprising that the dream demons could invade the dream world, but they seemed to have bad intentions. The Dream Demon woman turned her head to look out the window at the bustling city night scene, a hint of curiosity flashing in her eyes. "I'm a little surprised. Your dream is completely different from others' dreams. What kind of place is this?" She had invaded the dreams of thousands of humans before. Those dreams were either the streets of the kingdom's main city or the countryside. Only Lei Luo's dream was filled with tall buildings, bustling traffic, and all kinds of novel things that she had never seen before. The formation of dreams is related to personal memories and experiences. People cannot form things in dreams that they have never seen. In other words, this strange dream is the product of the person's personal experience. "Get out of my dream!" Lei Luo rushed forward angrily and punched the Dream Demon woman. However, Lei Luo's fist went straight through the body of the Dream Demon woman and could not hit her. The Dream Demon woman sneered, "The Dream Realm is our Dream Demon realm. We are invincible in Dream Realm. What the hell?" According to the Vatican's records on the demon race, the Dream Demon race is indeed invincible in dreams. Lei Luo remembered that the sapling of the Tree of Life took root in his dream. Why did the sapling disappear? The Dream Demon woman constructed a circular magic circle in her palm, and a golden hexagonal cage appeared around Lei Luo's body, imprisoning Lei Luo in the cage. "What's this?" Lei Luo stood in the cage, grabbed the bars with both hands, and shook the cage, which was very sturdy. "Sleep is a prelude to death. Although I cannot kill you in my dreams, using the magic of eternal sleep to trap you in dreams forever is no different from being dead." During the day, Lei Luo ordered Callista to hurt her, and she invaded Lei Luo's dream for revenge. The Dream Demon woman stood up and prepared to leave. At this moment, the office building began to shake, and countless plant roots grew out from the ground, growing wildly inside the office building, causing the walls of the office building to crack and collapse. "This is?" The Dream Demon woman was shocked. It was only at this moment that she realized that there was an extremely terrifying existence in Lei Luo's dream. The oppressive feeling emitted by that thing made her breathless. In just a few seconds, the dense plant roots reached the 26th floor of the office building, penetrated into the office, and completely wrapped up the office of more than 10 square meters, like a cage. The hexagonal golden cage that trapped Lei Luo shattered in an instant. A large number of roots wrapped around the dream demon woman. What is this? What is this? The dream demon woman panicked because she was surprised to find that she could not leave Lei Luo's dream, fighting desperately against those tree roots. However, those roots are much tougher than imagined. In less than a moment, the dream demon woman was entangled like a dumpling by a large number of roots. I heard that you dream demons are invincible in dreams? Lei Luo stood in front of the dream demon woman and looked at her as if she were a clown. What's this? The women of the dream demon clan had never encountered such a situation. They, the dream demon clan, could change dreams at will, but these roots did not seem to belong to the dreams. A tree, Lei Luo said with a smile. The next second, the surrounding city night scene disappeared like a passing cloud, and the surroundings turned into a white dream space. A green tree more than 10 meters high floats in the dream space, and its crystal clear leaves emit a green divine light. This is the seed of life given to Lei Luo by the goddess of life. The seed of life took root and sprouted in his dream, and has grown into a sacred tree of life that is more than 10 meters high. The dream demon woman was tightly entangled on the trunk of the tree of life by the roots and could not move. This tree grows so fast. Lei Luo stood under the tree, looking up at the tree of life. It had just sprouted last time, but now it has grown to more than 10 meters tall. The eyes of the dream demon woman were full of shock. There was actually a tree in this person's dream space. It was simply outrageous.